I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
"Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me."
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. In the previous part, Qingxiu arrived at the renowned Chui clan of Qinghe, the very one considered the pinnacle among all noble families. His goal was simple yet bold, to take the beautiful Chui Yuanyan into his harem. The family's rules forbade giving legitimate daughters as concubines, but the elder, having heard glowing praise of Qingxiu from Chang Yaojin, decided for the first time in many generations to break tradition. There was only one condition: if you ever harm my granddaughter, the Chui clan will crush you to dust. The wedding was set quietly and without pomp, on the 18th day of the 8th month. Qingxiu rubbed his hands in satisfaction, quick, without costs or trouble, and the result, another beauty at home. Help! A scream like a pig being slaughtered came from the backyard. Chang Yaojin and several people from the Chui family in the alley all jumped to their feet, except for Qingxiu, who had a faint smile on his face. He had already seen from a god's eye view that in the backyard of the Chang residence, Cheng Chumo was being chased down by 2 girls. One was Chui Yuyan, and the other was a fake Chui Yuyan. Chui Yuyan held a broom, while the fake Chui Yuyan held a rolling pin. Cheng Chumo was covering his head and running for his life. Old Master Chui looked a little stunned and said, "Jijia, I think it's your brat shouting for help. Could it be that your house has been robbed?" Chang Yaojin cursed, "That brat shouting nonsense again? I'll go take a look first." Saying that, Chang Yaojin grabbed a stool and strode out. Old Master Chui, worried that Chang Yaojin might beat the boy too hard, quickly called for Chui Yuyan's parents to follow along. Old Master Chui looked at Qingxiu and asked, "Aren't you going to have a look?" "That's exactly what I was thinking." Qingxiu also got up and followed. When Cheng Yaojin arrived in the backyard with the stool, he saw Cheng Chumo running all over the yard being chased. In one swift step, he grabbed Cheng Chumo by the neck and shouted angrily, "Brat, what did you do to provoke them?" Cheng Chumo gave a dry laugh and said, "Dad, I just joked with cousin and little aunt, and they started hitting me. Turns out you were right, Dad, a young lady's temper is really something else." Cheng Yaojin glared and said in a low voice, "You brat, how dare you say such things out loud?" Sure enough, Chui Yuyan and Song Qingyu, who were about to calm down, immediately frowned and glared. "What did you say? Not heard enough just now, was it?" Cheng Chumo's face changed drastically. "Dad, save me." Cheng Yaojin said darkly, "Brat, you've offended both of them. Even I can't save you." Then, right in front of everyone, Cheng Yaojin directly threw Cheng Chumo out. He landed flat on his back, arms and legs in the air. Chui Yuyan and Song Qingyu saw their chance, smiled sweetly, and pounced, giving Cheng Chumo a good beating with their broom and rolling pin until he cried for his parents. Qingxiu was dumbfounded. Good heavens, this was his real father? It was hard to imagine how Cheng Chumo had grown up in such a family with such a responsible father. Cough, cough. An old, hoarse cough came from behind. Old Master Chui scolded, "Stop it. What kind of proper behavior is it for young ladies to beat someone in public?" Chui Yuyan glanced over, her eyes falling on Qingxiu. Her pretty face instantly flushed red. She hurriedly threw away the broom, covered her face shyly, and ran back to her room. Song Qingyu also tossed the rolling pin onto Cheng Chumo, clapped her hands, and said with a smile, "Next time you joke like that, I'll hit you again." "Qingyu, you're being ridiculous," scolded Chui Yuyan's mother, Song Qinghong, glaring at her. Song Qingyu returned to her cool demeanor, her lips curved slightly. "Sister, it was just playing around. I didn't use much force. Don't take it seriously. That won't do. This isn't your home. Behave yourself." "Got it." Song Qingyu replied lazily, then looked toward Qingxiu with a slightly unnatural expression. Old Master Chui said to Song Qinghong, "Daughter-in-law, go ask your girl's opinion. If she has no objections, then the matter between her and young Qing is settled." Song Qinghong gave a slight nod and went to find Chui Yuyan, while the others returned to the alley. Cheng Chumo had long been used to his father's beatings. Though he looked badly battered, in truth it didn't hurt at all. He was just putting on a show and shouting to attract some sympathy. Soon, Song Qinghong came back with Chui Yuyan, who kept her head down, her face blushing prettily, an endearing sight. This time, Cheng Yaojin didn't make Qingxiu cook. Instead, he told his own cook to follow Qingxiu's method to stew a big pot of beef and make a whole table of delicious dishes. After eating and drinking tea, Qingxiu was ready to take his leave, but Chang Yaojin stopped him with a smile. Nephew, Yuyan hasn't had a chance to walk around Chang'an yet. Since you're free, why not take her out and let her get to know the local customs? Qingxiu gave him a look that clearly said, "You know me too well," and Chang Yaojin winked in return. Cheng Chumo chimed in, "Yes, yes. The rouge and powder at Qingyu Lane are nice, and Zhao's tailor shop has good craftsmanship. I heard the Zhao family's ancestors were from Jiangnan, so their skills have been passed down. Qingxiu could take my cousin there." Chang Yaojin smacked him on the head and glared. "You talk too much. The rouge and powder at Qingyu Lane are for courtesans. What proper person would go there?" Chang Chumo's face turned red. "I say, no rouge or powder anywhere can compare with the cosmetics from Sanha village. Zhao's tailoring is good, but not the best. In my opinion, nephew Sanha village tailoring is truly unmatched." Chang Yaojin grinned, showing off the embroidery on his clothes. "Didn't brother-in-law admire this outfit? Look, it's custom-made from Sanha village's tailor shop. Cost me dozens of taels of silver." Hiss. Old Master Chui sucked in a breath. "Dozens of taels for one outfit? Son-in-law, are you out of your mind?" Chang Yaojin explained, "Father-in-law, you may not know, but Sanha village is young Qing's fief. It's even more prosperous than Chang'an. Anything from Sanha village is guaranteed to be the finest in all of Tang." Chui's father looked intrigued. "Brother-in-law, since we're free today, why don't you take us for a visit to Sanha village?" Chang Yaojin laughed heartily. "Of course. Choer, get the carriage ready, we'll go to Sanha village market this afternoon." Hearing they were going to Sanha village, Cheng Chumo was delighted and immediately ran off to prepare the carriage. Song Qingyu raised an eyebrow and slowly followed him out. She had heard many rumors about Sanha village during her stay in Chang'an, but never had the chance to see it. Cui Yuyan looked at Qingxiu with eager eyes and asked softly, "Can I go see Sanha village too?" "Of course. Sanha village is your future home. Our family's main residence is there. This Chang'an house is only a temporary stop. In a while, we'll be moving to Sanha village for good. This is a good chance to get familiar with your future living environment." At the mention of her future living environment, Cui Yuyan's delicate face turned bright red, and she lowered her head in shyness. Qingxiu found it amusing. For someone who had already been married once, she could still keep such a shy demeanor, truly rare. Not only Chui's father but also old Master Chui was curious about Sanha village and decided to tag along to take a look. "Hey, Choer." Song Qingyu patted Cheng Chumo on the shoulder, leaned against the pillar of the stable, and asked curiously, "Is Sanha village really as amazing as your father says?" Cheng Chumo immediately started talking, grinning. "Of course. Ever since Sanha village became Brother Qing's fief, he's managed it to be even more prosperous than Chang'an." Song Qingyu asked with great interest. "Then tell me, how is Sanha village so prosperous?" Cheng Chumo gestured excitedly as he spoke. "Sanha village is full of red brick, tile roof houses, arranged as neatly as the wards and markets of Chang'an. The main street is even wider than our Zhuke Avenue in Chang'an. On both sides of the street are shops, and in front of the shops are stalls with vendors doing business. These vendors sell all kinds of things you've never seen before. Little ant, there's meat flatbread, donkey meat sandwiches, cold skin noodles, fried dough sticks, fried sugar cakes, sparkling water. Just the other day I went there again and found several new snack stalls I'd never seen before, something called egg tarts, and cream cakes. They're absolutely delicious." As he spoke, Cheng Chumo's eyes lit up and saliva began to drip from his mouth. Although Song Qingyu found his unrefined look a bit distasteful, hearing his colorful description still made her a little curious. "What is sparkling water? What is an egg tart? And cream cake? And cold skin noodles?" Facing her questions, Cheng Chumo patiently explained. "Sparkling water is pine needle water, made by fermenting pine needles and adding rock sugar. It tastes very sweet and is very refreshing. I don't know exactly how egg tarts are made, but they're a snack that just became popular recently. And cream cake, sweet, soft, and delicious, the taste is amazing. These are all new foods invented by Brother Qing." Song Qingyu asked in surprise. "You mean these foods were invented by Yuyan's future husband?" "Of course." Cheng Chumo said proudly. "Brother Qing is hard to figure out. Rumor has it in town that he's a disciple of an immortal. He not only invented these foods, but also taught the recipes for free to poor women in the village. These women rely on this skill to get rich, no longer worrying about food or clothing. I heard that Grandma Lu, who sells cold skin noodles, can earn 30 taels of silver in a single month. In the past, that was unimaginable." The curiosity on Song Qingyu's face grew stronger, and she muttered, "Is there really such a kind person in the world?" Cheng Chumo smiled. Little ant, when you go to Sanha village you'll understand what reputation means. Within 10 or 20 miles of Sanha village, there isn't a single villager who doesn't speak well of Brother Ching. Everyone is deeply grateful to him. Before he came to Sanha village, the locals there couldn't even get enough food to eat, and their clothes were full of patches. But ever since he came, everyone lives in brick houses and has a small business to make a living. And the thing I admire most about him, do you know what it is, little ant? What is it? Song Qingyu asked curiously. Cheng Chumo said with admiration. What I admire most about Brother Ching is that he's not afraid of the powerful, he dares to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Ah? Song Qingyu's face darkened. Can you be a bit more specific? Cheng Chumo explained. You know the 7 great clans, even His Majesty is wary of them. Calling them tigers is no exaggeration. It was Brother Ching who proposed free education. Isn't that the same as snatching food from a tiger's mouth? Song Qingyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Free education? How is that possible? Cheng Chumo laughed. Little ant, since you've just arrived in Chang'an, it's no wonder you haven't heard about it. Free education has already started in Sanha village. The school there now has over 1,000 students and dozens of teachers. And because he promotes free education, several of the 7 great clans see him as a thorn in their side. You must have heard about the Taiyuan Wang clan and the Fanyang Lu clan being executed to the last member. Yes, I've heard of it. Cheng Chumo said mysteriously. It wasn't like the rumors say. In fact, those 2 clans were destroyed entirely by Brother Ching's design. Look at the Xingyangzhen clan, have they made any moves recently? No. They've been scared out of their wits and don't dare speak out again. Song Qingyu's breathing quickened. He's that powerful? Cheng Chumo frowned. Little ant, Luoyang isn't far from Chang'an. You should have heard these stories already. Song Qingyu nodded. I have heard of them, but only that this Marquis of Jin State is good at poetry and business. I didn't expect he'd be this powerful. Tisk, tisk. Cheng Chumo shook his head. Brother Ching isn't just good at poetry and business, he can also fight wars and train soldiers. 3 months ago, His Majesty had Duke Wei Li Jing train 100,000 new troops according to his methods. Just the other day, at Haishiku, these 100,000 troops shone brilliantly, facing 200,000 Turkic soldiers. They not only wiped out 110,000 of them, but also captured 2 khans and 90,000 cavalry. After this battle, the Turks can no longer pose any threat to the Tang. Song Qingyu nodded. That's indeed impressive, your father mentioned it at the family banquet on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Just then, a loud roar came from outside. Cheng Chumo, you little brat. I told you to get the carriage ready, are you planning to spend the winter in the stable? With the shout, Cheng Yaojin, face full of anger, appeared in the stable. Cheng Chumo quickly led out 2 horses and hurriedly said, Dad, it's ready, it's ready. I was just telling my little aunt about Sanha village. Cheng Yaojin came up and smacked him on the head. Brat! Hurry up and hitch the carriage. Cheng Chumo shrank his neck and led the horses away. Cheng Yaojin looked at Song Qingyu in surprise. Sister, you're going to Sanha village too? Song Qingyu smiled faintly. Brother-in-law, are you saying I'm not welcome? Heh, nothing like that, I'm just afraid that once you go to Sanha village, you won't want to come back. Song Qingyu shook her head with a smile and didn't say more. The Chang residents prepared 2 carriages, following behind the Qing residence's carriage towards Sanha village. Cheng Chumo acted as the driver for 1 carriage. Song Qingyu lifted the curtain and came out to sit outside, smiling slightly. Choer, keep telling me about Sanha village. Cheng Chumo rolled his eyes. Little ant, forget it. Just now in the stable, because of you, I got several big boot prints on me. Look, you should recognize my dad's big shoe sole, right? Cheng Yaojin pulled at his clothes to show her, making Song Qingyu laugh nonstop. Although Song Qingyu appeared rather aloof, she wasn't truly unapproachable. With people she knew well, she could chat, laugh, and joke around. When they reached the Sanha village boundary, Song Qingyu's beautiful eyes widened as she looked in disbelief at the rows of brick-tile houses ahead and the endless stream of people. It really did feel even more prosperous than Chang'an City. In the leading carriage, Cui Yuyan also lifted the curtain to look around curiously, her face showing barely concealed wonder and excitement. She pointed toward Sanha village ahead and asked in surprise, "That's your fief?" Qingxiu smiled and nodded. Strictly speaking, more than 20 nearby villages are my fief. It's just that my family lives in Sanha village, so this place is a bit more developed than the others. Cui Yuyan's gaze was bright. I came here a few years ago. Back then, it was still a poor village. I didn't expect that after only a few years, the poor village in my memory would, under your development, become so prosperous. You really are an amazing person. Nothing is more pleasing than a girl's praise. Qingxiu smiled. When we reach the village entrance in a bit, we can walk through. Most of the stall owners on the main street know me. Cui Yuyan's pretty face flushed slightly with excitement, and she nodded gently. Qingxiu boldly raised his hand and slowly placed it on Cui Yuyan's soft, delicate shoulder. Her slender body trembled slightly, but she didn't look back, only the tips of her ears turned even redder, and she leaned a little closer toward him. Taking her acceptance as silent consent, Qingxiu went a step further, gently pulling her into his arms. Cui Yuyan lowered the curtain, glanced at Qingxiu shyly, and made no move to resist. Qingxiu asked in a low voice, "You're going to marry into my home soon. Are you nervous?" Cui Yuyan nodded lightly and said shyly, "A little nervous, but not too much." Qingxiu looked at her lips and said, "Your lips are a bit dry." Cui Yuyan quickly touched them and said, "They are a little dry, maybe because the lunch was too salty. I have lip balm, want to use it?" Lip balm? Cui Yuyan blinked her bright eyes in curiosity. "Is that an ointment to moisten the lips?" That's right." Cui Yuyan nodded. "Okay, then take it out and put some on for me." Qingxiu smiled, then lowered his head and kissed her. Cui Yuyan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her face instantly burning, her mind buzzing. So, this was his lip balm? Held tightly in his arms, Cui Yuyan felt weak all over. The soft, moist sensation on her lips made her heart flutter, and she closed her eyes. Her hands on his chest only made 2 token pushes before giving up. They didn't know how long had passed when Wei Laojiu's voice came from outside the carriage. "Master, we're at the village entrance." Qingxiu finally let her go. Cui Yuyan lowered her head, breathing heavily, her eyes full of shy emotion. Lifting the curtain, Qingxiu said, "Take the carriage back home. I'm going to take Miss Cui around." Wei Laojiu gave him a knowing smile. "All right, master, have fun." After being promoted to duke, the servants and guards at the mansion found it awkward to address him, so they simply called him master. Qingxiu had objected, he was still young, and no young man wanted to be called master, but no matter how he insisted on being called marquis, they refused to change. Though helpless, Qingxiu eventually accepted it. Helping Cui Yuyan down from the carriage, Qingxiu glanced back to see Cheng Yaojin and Cheng Chumo leading several people from the Cui family toward them. Cheng Yaojin came up with a smile. "Nephew, don't worry about us. You go walk with Yuyan, I'll take the others around, and when we're done, we'll come to your house for tea." "All right," Qingxiu nodded. "Let's meet at my place in an hour." Cheng Yaojin knowingly pulled his brother-in-law toward a clothing shop. "Come on, brother-in-law, I had this outfit custom-made here, the craftsmanship is top-notch. You all should take a look. Today I'll order each of you a new set of clothes." In truth, Cheng Yaojin was creating time for Qingxiu and Cui Yuyan to be alone. After all, the main street of Sanha village was only 3 to 4 li long. But Song Qingyu grabbed Cheng Chumo's sleeve. "Choer, don't follow them. You already have more new clothes than you can wear. Come on, take me to look around." Wanting to get a free set of clothes from his father, Cheng Chumo was forced instead to escort Song Qingyu into the street. Soon, Song Qingyu was seated at a cold-skin noodle stall, one hand holding a bowl of sparkling water, the other stirring the noodles with chopsticks. A meat flatbread sat on the side, and her eyes shone with anticipation. Cheng Chumo frowned in distaste. "Little aunt, didn't you already eat lunch? Why are you ordering so much food?" Song Qingyu rolled her eyes. "Can't I eat more if I'm still hungry?" Then she began eating happily. Cheng Chumo was stunned. "I remember you ate the most at lunch, you even soaked your flatbread in beef soup and finished it all. And you say you're still hungry? If you eat this much, you'll get fat and won't be able to marry." "Then I won't marry." That left Cheng Chumo completely speechless. These cold noodles are good, cool and tasty. And what's this red thing? It's so spicy, but it really whets the appetite." Song Qingyu exclaimed between bites. Cheng Chumo said with disdain. "Look at you, like you've never seen the world. That's called chili pepper. It's not originally a tang crop, Brother Qing somehow got it from somewhere, and now a few acres are already being grown here. I'm sure it won't be long before chili peppers spread throughout the tang." "Chili pepper?" Song Qingyu's eyes lit up. "Can you ask him for some? I want to take some back to Luoyang when I leave." Cheng Chumo nodded. "All right, when we get to Brother Qing's house, I'll get a few for you." Before long, Song Qingyu had finished a bowl of cold noodles, a meat flatbread, and a bowl of sparkling water, so full she was hiccuping. Still, she said to Cheng Chumo, "Come on, let's find another shop, take me to eat egg tarts and cream cake." Cheng Chumo's eyes widened in shock. "You're still eating? It's rare to find such delicious food. Of course I have to eat more, once I leave Chang'an, I won't be able to have it again." Cheng Chumo said with a bitter smile. Little ant, if you like Chang'an's food this much, why don't you just find a husband here? That way you can eat it every day. A figure suddenly flashed in Song Qingyu's mind, and she froze for a moment, murmuring. Strange, why did I suddenly think of that guy? Just now, when she heard Cheng Chumo say she should find a husband in Chang'an, the image of Qingxiu popped into her head, and she didn't even know why. Song Qingyu walked down Sanha village's main street, one hand holding her belly, the other holding an egg tart, eating with her eyes narrowed in enjoyment. Beside her, Cheng Chumo carried a large piece of cream cake for her. Cheng Chumo's eyes were full of worry, afraid this gluttonous little ant would eat herself to death. After finishing the egg tart, Song Qingyu burped, looked longingly at the cream cake in Cheng Chumo's hand, patted her belly, and said helplessly, "Forget it, I won't eat it now. I really can't fit anymore. I'll eat it tonight." Cheng Chumo breathed a sigh of relief and gave a wry smile. He couldn't believe that such a delicate-looking woman could eat so much, more than him. "Choer," Song Qingyu said with an expectant look, "there are so many kinds of food here in Sanha village, and quite a few restaurants too. Which one has the best food?" Cheng Chumo looked at her like he'd seen a ghost. "Seriously, little ant? You're already so full you can hardly walk, and you're still thinking about eating?" Song Qingyu's cheeks turned slightly red and she said with some embarrassment, "Can't help it. I've been able to eat a lot since I was young, but I never get fat. Don't be fooled by how much I just ate, before dinner time I'll be hungry again." "Heavens!" Cheng Chumo sighed dramatically. "I finally understand why you're still not married. You eat so much, who would dare marry you? You'd eat him out of house and home." Song Qingyu's pretty face turned frosty. "Say that again and I'll hit you with a rolling pin." Cheng Chumo's mouth twitched. "Let's just talk about the food. Honestly, none of the restaurants here are that amazing, none of them are as tasty as Iway Residence's dishes." Song Qingyu looked a little disappointed. "Haven't we been to Iway Residence several times in the past few days? I've tried all their dishes already. They're okay, but these street foods taste better." Cheng Chumo suddenly grinned. "The best food isn't at Iway Residence, and it's not from any of these stalls either." "Then where?" Song Qingyu's interest was instantly piqued. Cheng Chumo pointed to a courtyard not far away. "There." "There? Where is that?" "That's Brother Qing's house. Only the food he cooks himself can truly be called the finest in the world. Every time my father and I come to Sanha village, we find some excuse to eat at his place. Even the simplest ingredients become top-tier delicacies in his hands." Song Qingyu's eyes lit up. "Can we have dinner at his place tonight?" Cheng Chumo thought for a moment and smiled. "You'll have to ask my father. I don't have the pull to get Brother Qing to cook personally." Song Qingyu immediately turned to leave. "Little ant, where are you going?" "To find your father." Cheng Chumo opened his mouth but was left speechless. When they reached the clothing shop, Song Qingyu leaned close to Chang Yaojin and whispered shyly, "Brother-in-law, can we have dinner tonight at Yuyen's husband's home?" Chang Yaojin's mouth twitched, but before he could answer, Song Qinghong frowned and said sharply, "Your bad habit again? Eat, 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 that's all you know all day. Jijia, don't listen to her. This girl's been like this since she was little, she treats food better than her own parents." "I do not." Song Qingyu protested weakly, blushing. "You dare say you don't? The moment you see food, you throw away all face and manners," Song Qinghong scolded. Chang Yaojin chuckled. "Sister-in-law, if she likes to eat, let her eat. Your family's not short on food anyway. Girl, since there's no curfew during the Mid-Autumn Festival and the city gates are open for 3 days, we don't have to worry about getting back too late. Tonight we'll just stay and eat at Young Qing's place." Song Qingyu instantly beamed, while Song Qinghong shook her head repeatedly. Meanwhile, on the street, Qingxiu looked half defeated, and beside him, Cui Yuyen was deeply shocked. The enthusiasm, it was too much. The villagers of Sanha almost blocked the road completely. From 70-year-old grandpas to 7-year-old children, everyone crowded around Qingxiu, talking all at once. Some even shoved things into his arms. "Master, you haven't been to the manor for a while. We heard you went to war and won a battle. Is it true?" "Of course it's true, His Majesty even held a victory banquet for our master. Master's not just a marquis now, he's a duke. Master, take this fish, it's still alive. Make soup for the young madam, it's good for the baby. Master, these eggs are for the young madam's health. Hey, don't push, you crushed them. Master, this is my daughter. Isn't she pretty? She's 15 this year. Take her as a maid, if you like her, she can warm your bed tonight too." Cui Yuyen was stunned. My heavens, what kind of wild words were these? Qingxiu was already holding a pile of things in his arms, a vegetable basket hanging from his neck, several pieces of smoked meat draped over his arms, and someone had even placed a pink belly band on his head. His face was full of black lines. Seeing him so bedraggled, Cui Yuyan burst into laughter. After finally squeezing through, another wave of people came. Only after nearly half an hour did Qingxiu manage to send everyone away, now overloaded with goods. Away from the crowd, he sighed helplessly. Ah, what a mess. Cui Yuyan giggled. I didn't believe you when you said you were very popular, but now I do. There's just one thing I don't understand, those old uncles were even trying to push their daughters on you. The local customs here are bold. Qingxiu gave a bitter smile. Come on, let's go home and drop off these ingredients first, then I'll take you out again. Cui Yuyan shook her head with a smile. I don't want to go out anymore. I'm afraid those uncles won't give up and will shove more girls into your arms, delaying our private time. Qingxiu's mouth twitched, and he led her home. When they arrived, a slender figure was lying on a lounge chair in the courtyard, eyes closed in rest. Cui Yuyan glanced curiously and asked, Is this also an older sister? Qingxiu shook his head, walked over, and nudged Lin Feifei's foot. Don't sleep, wake up. Lin Feifei opened her eyes, saw it was Qingxiu, and immediately stood up, looking flustered. Qingxiu frowned. What? Without a tiger in the mountain, the monkey calls itself king? You look way too comfortable, anyone would think this was your home. Lin Feifei's face flushed red. She muttered. I was helping you watch the house. Got tired, so can I rest? Go brew some tea and bring it over. Lin Feifei obediently went to make tea, but before leaving, she curiously glanced several times at Cui Yuyan. Cui Yuyan responded with a friendly smile. Lin Feifei's expression turned slightly resentful, and she thought to herself, the wives haven't even been gone that long, and he's already tricked another girl into coming back? When Lin Feifei finished pouring a few cups of tea, Qingxiu picked up his cup and asked, How's the textile mill business going lately? Not bad, Lin Feifei nodded. So far, the mill has 6 workshops, each with 50 looms. I'm planning to add 4 more workshops. Our fabric is 30% cheaper than what's on the market. Already, over 40% of the cloth shops in Guangzhou buy from Sona village. We ship out dozens of cartloads almost every day. I believe it won't be long before every cloth shop owner in Guangzhou will be getting their stock from us. Qingxiu asked in surprise. Dozens of cartloads a day, can you keep up with that? Lin Feifei smiled. It's all thanks to your idea. I set up 3 shifts in each workshop so the looms run all day. Even with dozens of cartloads shipped daily, we still have plenty left over. Right now, we've already filled 3 warehouses with fabric. Qingxiu hadn't expected that in just 2 months Lin Feifei could expand the business to such an impressive scale. Cui Yuyan asked curiously. You even started a textile workshop? Is there anything you can't do? There is, Qingxiu said seriously. Having children, I have to leave that to you women. Cui Yuyan's face flushed red. She spat lightly in embarrassment. Shameless. Lin Feifei, watching the two of them bicker flirtatiously, became even more certain that this young lady had also been tricked here by someone. In her heart she called Qingxiu a serial heartbreaker. Qingxiu looked at Lin Feifei with a frown. I think you should slow down a bit. Business growing too fast isn't necessarily a good thing. Growing too fast is bad? How so? She asked in surprise. He explained. If business grows too fast, competitors will feel threatened. Too many people make their living in the weaving trade. If you grow too fast, you'll soon put them out of work. When they can't make a living, they may turn to nasty ideas. Cui Yuyan nodded repeatedly. You're right, Lin Feifei said in shock. These past few days, some shady people have been lurking around the mill. The night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, one workshop even caught fire. Luckily we caught it in time, or the whole place would have burned down. Qingxiu's eyes sharpened. Did anyone sneak into the mill during the commotion? Lin Feifei tilted her head, thinking. The fire was big, and a lot of villagers came to help put it out. I'm not sure if any outsiders with bad intentions were among them. Then that's it. Her heart skipped a beat. What do you mean, that's it? Most likely, in a few days, there will be looms on the market exactly like ours. Your competitors probably set the fire, used the chance to sneak spies inside, and studied your machines. What? Lin Feifei's face went pale. What should we do? If identical looms appear on the market, we'll lose our advantage, and it could seriously hurt the business. That's easy, Qingxiu said with a mysterious smile. Just design a loom that works even faster. Easy for you to say, it's not that simple. Wasn't the loom you're using now made by me? If I could make that, I can make a better one. Hearing that, Lin Feifei's excitement returned. Right, you designed the looms we use now. And you even said you could make a loom several dozen times faster. Cui Yuyan was shocked. You said what? You can make looms? Of course, Lin Feifei explained. The looms in the mill were designed by him, they're more than 5 times faster than traditional looms. 5 times? Chui Yuyan's eyes widened. I'll draw up the plans now and have Carpenter Zhang build one in 3 to 5 days. This new loom will be several dozen times more efficient, Qingxiu said, getting up. He went to his study, drew a few diagrams, and handed them to Lin Feifei. Take these to Carpenter Zhang. Lin Feifei studied the plans. Having grown up in a cloth trading family, she knew looms well. Just picturing it in her mind, she could see the brilliance of the design. Her eyes lit up. My God, you're amazing. You can even design a loom like this, it'll definitely be dozens of times faster. Qingxiu shook his head with a smile. Dozens of times is nothing. I've seen a loom that can produce in one day what your entire mill could in a day. Lin Feifei gasped. There's such a loom? Then why not just make the most advanced one right away? You think it's for fun? That massive thing isn't something one person can make, and some of the requirements can't even be met right now, he said, referring to the electric-powered giants of later times, which could be run by one person with a remote control, but which were impossible to build in the current era. Then why even bring it up? Lin Feifei rolled her eyes. You dare roll your eyes at me? Qingxiu said, and smacked her on the butt. She flinched, her face flushing, eyes full of disbelief. Qingxiu gave a dry laugh. Sorry, habit from hitting my wives. Without a word, Lin Feifei covered her face and ran out of the courtyard. Watching it all, Chui Yuyan asked strangely. She's really just your business partner? Didn't I say? Habit from hitting my wives, it was unintentional. Chui Yuyan thought, yeah right, I totally believe you. At that moment, Cheng Yaojin came in with a group of people, all carrying bags of things. Chui Yuyan's mother, Song Qinghong, was still chattering as she entered the yard. This is such a good place. Now that I've come to Sona village, I don't even want to leave. The goods here are so much more varied than in Chang'an. Qingxiu smiled faintly. If mother-in-law wishes to stay, I can arrange a brick house nearby for you to live in as long as you like. The words mother-in-law immediately made Song Qinghong beam, though she waved her hand and said no, insisting she was just speaking casually. Haha, dear nephew, it's rare for me to come here, I still feel very nostalgic. Cheng Yaojin walked to the kitchen with a smile, and when he came out, he had a bottle of chilled beer in his hand, his face full of joy. When Song Qingyu saw Cheng Yaojin take a sip of beer and show an expression of enjoyment, her throat moved twice involuntarily, and she stared fixedly at the glass bottle in his hand. Then she tugged at Cheng Chumo's sleeve, licked her lips, and whispered, Choer, what is your father drinking? Beer. What kind of wine is beer? Cheng Chumo whispered, it's a kind of liquor brewed exclusively by Brother Qing. It's not strong, but if you drink too much it makes your stomach bloated. Still, it's cold, tasty, and very refreshing. Song Qingyu's face showed that she really wanted a bottle. Master Chui looked here and there, then nodded in satisfaction with a smile. Qing boy, your courtyard is really nice, and you've even opened a vegetable plot in the yard. Truly a great place for retirement. Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up, and he immediately said with a smile, since father-in-law likes this place, why don't we have a simple dinner here tonight? What do you think, dear nephew? Qingxiu's mouth twitched, and before he could speak, Song Qingyu impatiently said, that's a great idea, I agree. Master Chui smiled and nodded, since no one objects, let's stay and have a simple meal. Qingxiu wanted to speak but held back, then reluctantly nodded, all right, I'll have the cook prepare some ingredients. Cheng Yaojin quickly said, dear nephew, since it's rare for me to visit your old home, my stomach's greedy worm is already crying out. Why don't you personally cook 10 or so dishes to make do? Qingxiu looked as if he'd seen a ghost, 10 or so dishes to make do. You call that making do? Since I introduced such a good wife to you, you should cook for us once yourself. I even dream about your cooking. As for the cost of ingredients, I'll cover it. Cheng Yaojin patted his chest as he promised. Unable to withstand Cheng Yaojin's persistent persuasion, Qingxiu had no choice but to agree. By dusk, he went into the kitchen, and after a few kicks from Cheng Yaojin, Cheng Chumo sulkily went in to help. While picking vegetables, Cheng Chumo whispered, Brother Qing, don't be mad at my father. Actually, it wasn't him who wanted you to cook. I'm not that petty, Qingxiu said, puzzled, if it wasn't your father, then who was it? Cheng Chumo said speechlessly, who else? My foodie little aunt. You wouldn't believe it, after lunch at my place and visiting Sona village, she ate a plate of cold noodles, a meat bun, 3 bowls of soda water, 12 egg tarts, and before coming in this afternoon, she even had a 2-jin, 1 kilogram, cream cake. Qingxiu's face was full of shock. Really? She can eat that much? You're not lying to me. He really couldn't imagine such a delicate and thin girl, already full, still eating cold noodles, a meat bun, drinking 3 bowls of soda water, 12 egg tarts, and a 2-gene cream cake. In modern times, she could definitely be a food live streamer. Chang Chumo gave a wry smile. Why would I lie? It's true. You can't imagine how scary it was. I was shocked at the time. No wonder she can't get married. Who would dare marry someone who eats like that? If you bring her home, won't she eat you out of house and home? So, Brother Ching, you can cook fewer dishes tonight, but the portions must be big, otherwise there won't be enough. Ching Xiu suddenly became interested and nodded with a smile. All right, I want to see how much she can eat. So he made a big pot of beef and potato stew, a pot of braised pork trotters with soybeans, a pot of cornmeal porridge, and over 20 large pancakes stuffed with egg, chili, and scallions, plus a few very tasty side dishes to go with drinks. A big pot of crayfish was a must, and also a large plate of peanuts. When the dishes were served, even Chang Yaojin was stunned. He looked at Ching Xiu in disbelief. Dear nephew, are you feeding pigs? Master Chui was also shocked. Good heavens, Ching boy, do you always cook such large portions? Ching Xiu shook his head with a laugh. Chumo said he was especially hungry and eating a lot lately, so I prepared a bit more. I'm not sure it's even enough. The dishes are all ready, let's eat. After speaking, Ching Xiu glanced at Song Qingyu. Song Qingyu was also looking at him, and when she noticed his gaze, her face instantly turned red. She then glared at Chang Chumo, her eyes almost spitting fire. Chang Chumo pretended not to notice. At first, Ching Xiu didn't fully believe Chang Chumo's words, but when he saw Song Qingyu eating, he was convinced. Song Qingyu, as if no one else was there, rolled up her sleeves, her chopsticks never stopping, eyes locked on the food on the table. Even with 6 pairs of eyes staring at her, she didn't notice. Song Qinghong held her forehead, blushing, and gently stepped on Song Qingyu's foot, whispering, "Tone it down." Song Qingyu looked around, saw everyone staring at her, blushed, lowered her head, and slowed her pace. But even at a slower pace, she never stopped. The meal lasted a full hour, and every plate and bowl on the table was empty. My heavens! Chang Yaojin was shocked. She can eat more than me. Master Chui said in a trembling voice, 8 pancakes bigger than a face, 3 bowls of porridge, 7 bowls of beef, 6 pork trotters, several plates of vegetables. Child, how many years have you gone without eating? Chang Chumo swallowed hard and asked worriedly, Little aunt, are you okay? Don't eat yourself to death. At this point, Song Qingyu didn't care about face anymore. Once she started eating, she had gone all in. Seeing so many shocked eyes on her, she blushed slightly, looking shy, and said, I've never had such delicious food in my life. Can I say, this is the fullest meal I've had since I was a child? Song Qinghong said awkwardly, sorry for making you all laugh. My little sister has been like this since childhood, always hungry. We couldn't do anything about it, and I didn't expect she'd still be like this when grown up. Being able to eat is a blessing, being able to eat is a blessing. Chang Yaojin quickly nodded and repeated twice. Ching Xiu's mouth twitched. How is this a blessing? This is practically a pig. Outside Chang'an City, in a dense forest along the official road, several members of the Gogurio mission were gathered, speaking in low voices. Ever since they entered that village, they haven't come out. They probably won't come out tonight, right? Sitting cross-legged under a tree, Yun Gaisaman stared silently at the moonlit road. A Gogurio envoy beside him whispered, General Gaisaman, why don't we just go to that village, kidnap the person, and flee back to Gogurio? Yun Gaisaman opened his eyes, glanced at the envoy, and said coldly, that would be an unwise decision. Our purpose in coming out tonight is not to kidnap anyone, but to scout the surrounding situation in advance. Besides, that is his fief. Even if it's not heavily guarded, there must be many sharp-eyed informants active around the village. Going there rashly would only alert the enemy. The envoy frowned. We're going back to Gogurio in a few days, General. You've seen the Tang's new weapons. With such incredible power, even 200,000 elite Turkic cavalry can't withstand them. If the Tang army uses these exploding weapons to attack a city, no matter how solid Pingqing and Baiqing are, they might not be able to hold. Yes, General. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it is for Gogurio. Yun Gaisaman said helplessly, even if the situation becomes more unfavorable, we can't act rashly. We should return and make long-term plans, at least wait for a moment when he's alone. Leave 2 informants to pass on news, the rest follow me back to the post house to rest. He left 2 informants and led the others back to the Chang'an post house. After Chang Yaojin escorted the Chui family to the Chang residence, Song Qingyu, still burping, rolled her eyes and asked, who will be going to deliver the bride tomorrow? Chang Yaojin replied, just let her aunt go. Song Qingyu said expectantly, wouldn't it be a bit too few people? Otherwise, others might think Yuran's family has no one. Chang Yaojin said irritably, this is taking a concubine, not a full wedding with 3 matchmakers, 6 formalities, and 8 carried sedan chairs. What's the need for so many people? No way, Song Qingyu shook her head firmly. I'm Yuran's little aunt after all. I can't let outsiders look down on her. I have to go deliver the bride tomorrow too. Cheng Chumo looked at her oddly. Little aunt, you're not just planning to get a free lunch tomorrow noon and then come back, are you? Song Qingyu's expression stiffened, her face slightly red in the dark. She quickly shook her head. Of course not. I just purely want to go deliver the bride, nothing else. Old Master Chui waved his hand. All right, if she wants to go, then count her in. It's late, everyone should rest. Once Old Master Chui spoke, no one else said anything more. They greeted each other and went to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, 2 festive red, double happiness, characters were pasted again on the gates of the Qing residence, causing the passing townsfolk to whisper and point. What's going on? Didn't the Marquis of Protecting the Nation's red wedding characters just get taken down yesterday? Why are they up again today? It's the Duke of Protecting the Nation now. Yes, he's already the Duke of Protecting the Nation. Could it be that the Duke is marrying again? Marrying again? No way, didn't he just marry the Princess of Xiangqing a few days ago? Who knows? Maybe he felt it wasn't festive enough without the red characters, so he had them put up again. As the townsfolk chatted, the gates of the Qing residence opened wide, and a tall jujube red horse pulling a red-topped carriage came out. The onlookers stepped aside. Once the carriage was far away, the crowd dispersed. This time taking a concubine was much simpler, just a straightforward process. At the Chui residence, where the Chui parents were staying, they dressed Chui Yuran in red and sent her into the carriage. Her eyes were slightly red, clearly having just cried. Chui mother's eyes were also red as she told Qing Xiu some words of entrusting her daughter, urging him to treat her well. Chui father said nothing, just smiled, patted Qing Xiu on the shoulder, nodded, and glanced at the carriage, signaling him to set off quickly to avoid missing the auspicious time. Madame Chui got into the carriage with Song Qingyu. Qing Xiu cupped his hands in farewell to everyone, mounted his horse, and led the carriage away from the Chui residence. When they arrived at the Qing residence and entered through the gates, inside were gathered Qing Xiu's wives and concubines, led by Su Xiaochun. Each was as beautiful as a flower, with stunning looks, a group of top beauties. The sight left Song Qingyu staring in a daze. Although she'd seen them on Mid-Autumn Night, she hadn't looked closely. Now, seeing clearly, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly at Qing Xiu's remarkable good fortune. How come there are even 2 of aunt age? Her gaze fell on Leng Yuqing and Lu Yunyan, her eyes full of curiosity. Qing Xiu dismounted and helped Chui Yuran down from the carriage. Su Xiaochun smiled and stepped forward, signaling to a few servants carrying trays. The lead servant stepped up with a tray. Su Xiaochun lifted the red cloth on the tray, revealing a set of gold jewelry, bracelets, earrings, and a hairpin, alongside 4 gold ingots wrapped in red silk. She helped Chui Yuran put on the jewelry, saying, once you enter the Qing residence, you are part of the Qing family. From now on, we are one family. I wish you and your husband love and companionship until old age. Thank you, elder sister. Chui Yuran understood the etiquette of acknowledging the senior wife and thanked her after accepting the gift. Su Xiaochun then gave the 4 red silk-wrapped gold ingots, 2 each, to Madame Chui and Song Qingyu, who accepted them happily, as gold ingots were like red envelopes in later times. Next was Yunyang. Yunyang was experienced in this, she had done the same when Changsun Pingting entered the house. But when Yunyang lifted the red cloth from her tray, Chui Yuran's mouth dropped open, her face full of disbelief. Yunyang's pretty face flushed as she smiled and handed the tray over, saying, younger sister, may you bear noble sons early. On the tray were a gold jujube, a gold peanut, a gold longan, and 6 gold melon seeds. Chui Yuran's face turned bright red, shyly glancing at everyone around. Madame Chui held her forehead with a helpless smile. Goodness, you really dared to give that, 6 gold melon seeds. In the Tang dynasty, this wasn't something you casually gifted, the number of gold melon seeds represented the number of children expected in the future. Chui Yuran felt like crying without tears. Did they think she was a breeding sow? Yunyang looked a little embarrassed and said, Sister Chui, I don't know how many children you want to have in the future. If I give too few, I'm afraid you won't be happy, so I can only give more. At worst, you can just have more children later. Qing Xiu's mouth twitched. Chui Yuran said blankly, thank you, elder sister. Next was Changsun Pingting, who also gave a set of jewelry, but hers was inlaid with jade, gold inlaid with jade. Li Yuqing gave a golden thread embroidered sachet, with a unique fragrance she blended herself. Lu Yunyan and Li Yuchan also gave congratulatory gifts in turn. As for the princess of Xiangqing, she was no exception. She gave a jade rui as long as a child's arm, so extravagantly that it was shocking. Just that one jade rui made Madame Chui's heart tremble. This must be a treasure from the royal vault. Cui Yuran thanked them all one by one. Qingxiu said to Madame Cui, "Aunt, the bride giving is complete. I'll send someone to take you back to the Chang residence." I'll trouble you then, dear nephew," Madame Cui nodded. But Song Qingyu hurriedly tugged at Madame Chui's sleeve, and Madame Cui remembered their conversation on the way. It was nothing special. Song Qingyu had told Madame Cui that no matter what, she had to stay and have lunch here before leaving. Madame Cui couldn't help but laugh, and said to Qingxiu, "How about this, I'll go back first, and let Yuran's little aunt stay here. The two of them are very close, and since Yuran is marrying out, she surely can't bear to part. Let her stay and keep Yuran company. In the afternoon, I'll arrange for a carriage to pick her up." Qingxiu felt amused but still nodded in agreement. He had already guessed Song Qingyu's reason for staying. It must be that the greedy worm in her stomach was acting up again. However, today was a wedding day. Even though it was only taking a concubine, as the groom, he couldn't possibly cook himself. Fortunately, the Qing residence's cooks were among the first batch he had trained. Their skills were almost the same as his. The women gathered together chatting privately, leaving Qingxiu in peace to lie under the big tree in the back courtyard and sip tea. The women led Cui Yuran to a room. "Sister Cui, from now on this will be your room. Everything has been prepared for you." "Thank you, elder sisters." Changsun Pingting walked to the bed, looked carefully, and said in surprise, Why is there no chastity cloth?" Yunyang went over and whispered, "She's already been married once, why would she need a chastity cloth?" The so-called chastity cloth was an ancient item used to prove a bride's purity. Its purpose was simple, used to catch the red stain. Cui Yuran's face turned red, and she stammered, still prepare one." Su Xiaochun tilted her head in confusion. "What do you need that for?" Li Yuqing blinked in surprise. "Don't tell me you're still?" Cui Yuran shyly nodded. That stunned everyone. "Good heavens, really?" Su Xiaochun said in shock. "Didn't Uncle Cheng say you remarried after being widowed? You mean you're still an untouched maiden?" Cui Yuran had to explain again, and then they understood. It turned out her late husband had died before they had the chance to consummate the marriage. "Tsk tisk." Changsun Pingting said in disbelief. "This is truly something both sad and lucky. For something like this to happen and for our husband to be the one to meet it, his luck is incredible." Li Yuchan leaned in curiously. "Miss Cui, so you're still completely untouched, knowing nothing at all?" Cui Yuran became flustered and looked awkward. Changsun Pingting giggled. "Why not let Yunyang stay tonight and teach her well?" The princess of Xiangqing pulled her away with a roll of her eyes. "What are you stirring things up for? Tonight, of course, the husband will teach her himself. How could it be Yunyang's turn?" Su Xiaochun pursed her lips. "I think Yunyang should at least pass on some experience. Come on, let's go out. Yunyang, you stay." With that, Su Xiaochun shooed everyone out. Yunyang was dumbfounded. "Why me?" When everyone left, they thoughtfully closed the door. Cui Yuran blushed, pointed at the bed, and said, "Yunyang, please sit." Yunyang didn't hold back, she walked over and sat down. Cui Yuran sat beside her, then looked at her with innocent eyes and said, "Yunyang, please teach me. I will study well." Yunyang was speechless. Why is it always me who ends up being the bold one? So she began teaching Cui Yuran step by step. Cui Yuran listened attentively, even gesturing along with her hands. From time to time she exclaimed, "It can be done like that? My goodness, you mean here?" Cui Yuran pointed to her own small mouth, eyes wide in disbelief. "Of course you can." Cui Yuran's face turned scarlet. She stammered, "Can we change to another place? I really can't bring myself to do it." Yunyang sighed. "Ah, Sister Cui, don't be silly. Which of them isn't better than you at this? This is a great way to win a man's heart. I don't teach this lightly to just anyone." Cui Yuran thought for a moment, then nodded with difficulty. "All right then, Yunyang, I'll do as you say." By the time Yunyang came out of Cui Yuran's room, an entire hour had passed. At noon, when Qingxiu told the cooks to prepare lunch, he specifically reminded them to make larger portions, otherwise there wouldn't be enough. Truthfully, he was looking forward to seeing his wives' and concubines' shocked expressions after witnessing Song Qingyu eat. Finally, it was time to eat. The whole family sat neatly at the table, even Jiang Yener, who was sometimes bedridden, was there. She had recovered well and looked much healthier. Apart from Song Qingyu, everyone here knew Jiang Yener's situation. They not only felt sorry for her health, but were also touched by her deep affection for Chingo. So everyone here cared for her meticulously, which made her feel flattered. Yenner, here, try this. You should eat more. Look at her, she can eat so much. In no time at all, she's already eaten 3 bowls of rice. You should also eat more, so you can recover soon, and then we can pick an auspicious day for the husband to marry you too. Su Xiaochun, while serving Jiang Yenner vegetables, spoke and compared her to Song Qingyu. Song Qingyu seemed to see only the food in front of her, whether she heard the words or not was unclear. She just kept her head down, eating quickly, with a face full of happiness and satisfaction. Gradually, everyone put down their chopsticks and stared at Song Qingyu seriously. Then came surprise, then shock. Good heavens, she can really eat, she's practically a pig. Master, His Majesty sent someone to inform you to enter the palace this afternoon. Before the meal was even finished, the lame gatekeeper old Lu limped in and told Chingo the news. Understood, you may leave. After old Lu left, Chingo wiped his mouth, stood up, and said, I need to go to the palace, you all continue eating. Husband, go quickly, don't keep Sister Cui waiting too long, Su Xiaochun kindly reminded. The reminder was fine, but as soon as she said it, Cui Yuran became extremely shy. Got it, don't worry, I'll come back once I'm done, Chingo smiled, then ordered a carriage to head to the imperial palace. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, besides Li Er, there were also Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling. Chingo cupped his hands toward Li Er and said, I don't know why your majesty has summoned me to the palace. Li Er's expression was not very good, but he still forced a smile and said, Beloved subject, sit first. I called you here to discuss something. After Chingo sat down, Li Er looked at him and said, due to pressure from the Turks, trade routes between Guangzhou and Shandong are not very smooth. Highwaymen run rampant on these routes, and merchants are always at risk of being robbed or killed. This has led to very few salt merchants traveling from Shandong to Guangzhou. With few salt merchants, the price of salt remains high. Though I want to transport salt from Shandong, both the green salt mines and sea salt extraction methods are controlled by powerful Shandong families. I am powerless in this matter. Although Longxi and Longdong also have salt mines, they are poisonous salts containing deadly toxins. Edible coarse salt is extremely scarce. This coarse salt barely meets military needs and cannot be sold to the common people. Salt is as precious as gold. Coarse salt costs 300 to 400 copper coins per gene, green salt as much as 500. As for refined salt, it is rarely circulated. Not only commoners, even I can't bear to eat it, only using it for daily mouth rinsing. Chingo asked in puzzlement, why is your majesty telling me this? I'm not a salt merchant. Changsun Wuji said, son-in-law, you don't know. After the Turks were defeated and His Majesty sent troops to eliminate bandits, the highwaymen along the Shandong trade route became terrified and hid in the mountains, so the route is now fully open. Considering the people's difficulty in obtaining salt, His Majesty wanted to negotiate with Shandong salt merchants to lower the price, but salt is the foundation of the big Shandong families. They not only rejected His Majesty's proposal, they even raised the price of sea salt. Li Er's face darkened. These greedy salt merchants, just to make more money, don't put me in their eyes at all. Chingo asked, so what is your Majesty's purpose in summoning me? Li Er gave a bitter smile. You have a talent for business. I want to hear your opinion, to see if you have a way to lower the price of salt. My request is not high, just enough so that ordinary households can eat slightly cleaner salt. Salt is too expensive. The salt people eat is brown lumps with a pungent smell and deadly toxins. Eating too much causes purple sickness, weakness, diarrhea, and strong men are worn out by their 30s or 40s. But people can't live without salt, sigh. Li Er continued, when you were in Sona village, you must have seen how poor people ate, soaking pickled vegetables in vinegar-soaked cloth to make vinegar cloth, squeezing out a little juice to mix with dry food. Over time, who can stand it? Seeing Chingo silent, Li Er patted his chest. Duke of Zhen, my request isn't high. If you can make Shandong salt merchants cut the price in half, I can even give you 20% of the money I spend on buying salt. Chingo quickly shook his head. Your Majesty, I dare not touch a penny of such national crisis profits. But to have the price of salt at once, has your Majesty not woken up yet? He gave a bitter smile. Li Er rolled his eyes. In the whole world, the only one who dares joke with me is you. Chingo said, I'm not joking. As the saying goes, cutting off a man's livelihood is like killing his parents. Those salt merchants are not afraid of your Majesty's authority, and even raised prices for more profit. That means it's impossible to persuade them to lower prices willingly. Li Er said worriedly, what should we do? Duruhue's health was ruined back then from eating too much poisonous salt, now he struggles to walk a few steps. I don't want to see, after opening the salt trade, that the commoners still can't afford salt. Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling looked gloomy. After thinking for a moment, Qingxiu said, Your Majesty, I do have a way to make all Tang people able to eat clean, hygienic, and healthy salt. Li Er's tiger eyes widened as he jumped up. Are you serious? You're not lying to me. Qingxiu nodded. Of course. Li Er was excited. Duke of Zhen, if what you say is true and all the people can eat clean, healthy salt, I can abdicate and pass the throne to you. Qingxiu's face changed, and he shook his head quickly. Absolutely not. I don't want to be emperor, getting up earlier than the chickens and sleeping later than the dogs. Such a tiring job is not for me. Changsun Wuji and Fang Xuanling's mouths twitched. Li Er muttered, up earlier than chickens, sleep later than dogs? Crude words but true. Since becoming emperor, I really haven't had a full night's sleep. Tell me, what do you want? Li Er stared at Qingxiu. Qingxiu smiled. I don't want 30 or even 10% profit. If I can make all the people afford safe salt, just give me 5 copper coins for every gene of salt sold. Li Er's eyes widened, his breath quickened. That's it? Yes, just that little request. Li Er slapped his thigh, his face flushed. If you can do what you say, forget 5 copper coins, I'll give you 10. Qingxiu smiled faintly and shook his head. No need for 10, 5 is enough. Haha, fine, deal. Li Er laughed heartily, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Come on, Duke of Zhen, let me understand your idea. Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling also pricked up their ears. Qingxiu said seriously, I can extract clean, hygienic fine salt from poisonous salt, finer and cleaner than any salt on the market. What did you say? Li Er shouted, suddenly feeling his vision go black and the world spin. This news was so shocking to him, it was even more explosive than the news of the Turks' defeat. Changsun Wuji shivered and said, Son-in-law, you can't speak carelessly. For thousands of years, no one has ever extracted fine salt from poisonous salt. Generations of wise men have failed to do it. Don't take on too much. His face was full of worry. He was truly afraid that if Qingxiu failed to extract edible salt, he would be beheaded and put on display, leaving his own daughter a widow. Even if the punishment wasn't that severe, at the very least it would mean losing his title, being dismissed from office, and exiled to Lingnan. Qingxiu smiled. A gentleman's word is as hard to take back as 4 horses chasing it. Extracting salt, this is a small matter to me. Li Er also shivered and said, Fuji, rest assured. Even if the Duke of Zhen fails to extract edible salt, I won't make things difficult for him. Duke of Zhen, when do you plan to extract the salt? Qingxiu said, right now. Right now? Li Er exclaimed in surprise, his face full of disbelief. Qingxiu nodded. I need a large iron pot, gauze, an iron hammer, a millstone, several wooden buckets, and items for heating the pot. Oh, and several buckets of water, plus several dozen gene of poisonous salt. I'll have people prepare them immediately. Li Er, excited, immediately sent people to gather everything. Then they went to a secluded spot in the Taiji Palace, arranging many guards nearby. When everything was ready, Qingxiu used the iron hammer to crush the fist-sized brown salt lumps, then put them into the millstone to grind into powder. When about 10 gene of poisonous salt had been ground into powder, he poured it all into a water bucket. Then he covered another wooden bucket with several layers of gauze, stirred the poisonous salt water well, and poured it into the bucket with the filter. The brine in the filtered bucket instantly became much lighter in color. Seeing this, Li Er, Changsun Wuji, and Fang Xianling all gaped, their breathing quickening. Fang Xianling said excitedly, Your Majesty, I think this will work. Changsun Wuji said, Take out the word, think, I say it will work. Li Er rubbed his hands and nodded, his voice trembling. I also think it will work. Qingxiu had made salt no less than 10 times before, so his operations were smooth and practiced. After filtering the poisonous brine several times, it turned pure white, even faintly transparent. That's about it. Light the fire under the pot, Qingxiu ordered. He then poured a bucket of the filtered brine into the large iron pot and began boiling it down over a high flame. After finishing, Qingxiu clapped his hands and smiled. That's it. In about an hour, when the water has fully evaporated, the refined salt will be ready. Li Er said in disbelief, It's that simple? Yes, just that simple. Li Er opened his mouth and, after a long while, said with frustration, Heavens, such a simple process has troubled our people for thousands of years. I never thought making salt could be so simple. Suddenly, Li Er grabbed Qingxiu by the collar, eyes red, gritting his teeth. You brat, if you had this method of making salt, why didn't you hand it over earlier? When did you start making salt? Qingxiu looked innocent. Your Majesty, you wrong me. I only figured it out yesterday. The villagers in Sanha asked me to make some brine for a small business, and while tinkering with it, I happened to stumble upon it. Li Er released him reluctantly, straightened his clothes, and said apologetically, I got a bit too excited. Changsun Wuji quickly said, Doesn't your Majesty know him by now? How could our son-in-law be the kind of man who hides things? Yes, yes. Li Er nodded quickly. I misunderstood you, son-in-law. I apologize, truly. Qingxiu chuckled. Instead of apologizing, it's better to think about how to get this salt into the hands of the people. Yes, yes, you're right. I want to hear your thoughts. Faced with the three men's eager gazes, Qingxiu stroked his chin and said, In my opinion, households have limited money. An ordinary family that farms earns only a few strings of coins a year. It's impossible for them to spend a year's income on 1 jin of salt. And your Majesty can't count on selling salt to fill the state treasury. For a family of 3, 2 liang of salt a month is enough. I suggest setting the price at a level that everyone can afford. Li Er asked urgently, What price do you think is appropriate? Qingxiu raised 2 fingers and waved them. 20 copper coins per jin at most. 20 copper coins? Li Er's whole body trembled with excitement. Qingxiu smiled. And at 20 coins, there's still plenty of profit. Your Majesty controls nearly all salt mines in Tang territory. With only labor costs, we can produce huge quantities of edible salt. The cost per jin is at most 1 coin. Even if you sell salt for 5 coins a jin, it's still a sure profit. In fact, the revenue from salt at 5 coins a jin would exceed the total tax revenue from all the people. Li Er's eyes widened. No wonder you asked for a 5-coin commission per jin. Qingxiu asked nervously, Your Majesty won't go back on that, will you? Li Er thought for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. 5 coins it is. I'm not a petty man. Besides, this salt-making method came from you, 5 coins is actually little. And the main profit still stays with me. Haha. Suddenly, Qingxiu's expression turned sly. Your Majesty, since the black-hearted Shandong salt merchants are so ungrateful and maliciously raised the price of salt, such despicable behavior shouldn't be left unpunished. Li Er's eyes lit up, smiling. Duke of Zhen, what do you suggest we do? Qingxiu gave a mysterious smile. Quickly make salt and stockpile tens of millions of jin. Sell it to those salt merchants for 3 coins a jin. After taking their money and delivering the goods, Your Majesty should immediately order the sale of official salt and set a law that the price cannot exceed 30 coins a jin. What do you think? Li Er's mouth twitched nonstop. Fang Xianling sucked in a sharp breath. Changsun Wuji's eyes widened. You're trying to ruin those salt merchants completely. Li Er came back to his senses, displeased. Fuji, how can you call that ruining? Those Shandong merchants control the salt supply and have been making a fortune for years, earning who knows how much black money. What we're doing is taking from the rich to give to the poor. Exactly. Qingxiu nodded. This is called a business tactic. Li Er asked eagerly, Duke of Zhen, make a detailed plan. Qingxiu thought for a moment, then smiled. First, find a frontman to establish contact with the Shandong salt merchants. Once contact is made, sell them the salt. After the deal is done, immediately move to the next step, make sure the high-priced salt they bought rots in their hands. As he finished, Qingxiu looked at Changsun Wuji. Li Er reflexively looked at Changsun Wuji too. Changsun Wuji's heart skipped a beat, the corner of his mouth twitched, and a bad premonition welled up inside him. Shoot the bird that sticks its head out, and I'm the bird, aren't I? Changsun Wuji pointed at his own nose in disbelief. So, I'm the one who's going to be the public face for this? At that moment, Fang Xianling deliberately looked away, as if silently telling Li Er, You can't see me, you can't see me. This kind of thing came with very high risks. Once the powerful clans of Shandong bore a grudge, it would be terrifying. Going out would mean facing constant targeting and assassination attempts, the danger no less than being on Li Er's bad side. Li Er smiled warmly. Fuji, in my eyes, you are the most suitable candidate. Changsun Wuji said bitterly, Your Majesty, this is no small matter. Those salt merchants are blinded by greed. If I offend them all, just going out will be a problem in the future, I might even lose my life. Let's find someone else. Li Er nodded. All right then. I was originally planning to give you a 3-coin profit per jin of salt, but if you're not interested, forget it, I'll find someone else. Changsun Wuji's eye twitched a few times, then he immediately put on a solemn expression. Your Majesty, I am not someone who covets petty gains, but I do understand the principle of serving loyally when taking the ruler's pay. Since Your Majesty trusts me, I will dedicate myself to the task and only die after my duty is done. Fang Xianling sniffed, shuffled 2 steps away, and even rolled his eyes. Li Er, moved, grasped Changsun Wuji's hand. To have such a virtuous minister as you, Fuji, is truly my fortune. Remember, you're not doing this for me, you're doing it for the people of the world. Qing Xiu, watching from the side, almost gagged. They were all born actors. But Li Er looked at Qing Xiu with a sly smile. This 5 coin per gene commission isn't so easy to take. Fuji's ability alone is limited, but the Duke of Zhen is highly capable. Why not assist Fuji in handling this important matter? Qing Xiu opened his mouth, then shook his head decisively. Your Majesty, I am still young. In dealing with people, how could I compare with my father-in-law? Better not. Li Er gave a sinister smile and sighed. Ah, if I give Fuji a 3 coin profit, won't all my effort be for nothing? Here's what we'll do. I'll contribute 1 coin to support Fuji's work, and Duke of Zhen, you should also make a small gesture, otherwise outsiders will say you're stingy. Qing Xiu stared at Li Er as if seeing a ghost, then suddenly cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, as the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This salt-making plan was proposed by me, and the idea of, not cheating, not tricking, well, of doing business with the salt merchants also came from me. For me not to be involved wouldn't make sense. Besides, I'm already getting a 5 coin commission for nothing. For the sake of that commission, I'm determined to wade into these muddy waters. Since father-in-law is joining in, it would be too stingy of your Majesty to give him only 1 coin of profit, wouldn't it? Li Er's mouth twitched, then he smiled. Then I'll take 3 coins from my 15 coin share and give them to Fuji. Qing Xiu smiled in return, also with a sly look. In that case, it's settled. Now, let's talk about how to split the profit from selling salt to the merchants at 300 coins per gene. Li Er's face immediately darkened. Didn't we just agree? Qing Xiu feigned confusion. Yes, we just agreed on who would be the public face. Now that's decided, we should talk about how to split the 300 coins. Veins bulged on Li Er's forehead, and he laughed in exasperation. Baron of Lantian, Qing Xiu, are you serious? Qing Xiu was furious. Was Li Er threatening to strip his title? He waved his hand. Forget it, Your Majesty. We're going to great lengths to provide the people with safe salt, and it's a thankless job. Better to teach people how to fish than give them fish. I suggest we just announce the method of extracting salt to the whole world, so people don't have to buy it at all. This would be a great act, and I think when the decree is issued, the people will all praise Your Majesty's glorious achievements. Li Er glared at Qing Xiu, breathing hard, his nostrils almost spitting fire. After a long pause, he kicked over a wooden bucket and cursed, Both of you, the old one's got his eyes on money, the young one's got his eyes on money too. 20 coins, not a coin more. Qing Xiu grinned and bowed. Many thanks for Your Majesty's kindness. Then he smirked at Changsun Wuji and motioned toward Li Er. Changsun Wuji's eyes lit up instantly. He bowed to Li Er and said, Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. A commission of 20 coins per gene for both me and the Duke of Zhen. Your Majesty is truly generous, I thank you. Li Er almost tripped, his nose nearly twisting from anger. Fuji, Ino. I never said 20 coins for you, don't flatter yourself. Changsun Wuji looked aggrieved. Li Er, seeing no way out, waved his hand. Fine, 30 coins, no more. Fang Xianling first looked envious, then sighed. So I'm just extra here. Coming here was a waste of time. What did you do? Li Er, Qing Xiu, and Changsun Wuji all said in unison. Fang Xianling blushed and waved his hand. Just sighing, that's all. Salt's ready. The guard tending the pot shouted in surprise, and everyone quickly gathered around. Inside the large iron pot, most of the water had evaporated, leaving a thick layer of white crystals at the bottom. Seeing this, Qing Xiu ordered, simmer it dry over low heat. The guard quickly adjusted the fire. After another half hour, the water had completely evaporated. Qing Xiu used an iron spatula to scoop out all the dried salt blocks, then ground them into fine granules with a small millstone. In no time, he had a large basin full. Weighing it, they got 26 gene of fine salt. Hearing the number, Li Er was so excited he jumped high, slapped his thigh, and said, Heavens! 26 gene of fine salt from 30 gene of poisonous salt? Fang Xianling trembled as he picked up a pinch and put it in his mouth. Even though the saltiness twisted his expression, he couldn't bear to spit it out, not caring if he turned into a bat. Changsun Wuji and Li Er also tasted it. Changsun Wuji's eyes lit up. Your Majesty, this fine salt is truly refined, purer than any on the market, without any strange taste at all. Yes, refined salt. Li Er said excitedly, holding a handful. I'll send people to Longxi and Longdong to mine poisonous salt and form a special force to refine edible salt. With the salt-making method, it was like having the code to wealth. Even at a set price of only 20 coins, the number of people in the realm was enormous. And since salt was a consumable, it would be an enduring business. Yearly salt profits could even surpass the state treasury's revenue. Li Er, after obtaining the salt-making method, remained excited all the way until nightfall. When Empress Changsun saw him grinning foolishly, she looked at him with some distaste and said, "Why is your majesty smiling so strangely? Could it be that something great has happened?" "Great? It's an earth-shattering event." The empress asked curiously, "If it can make your majesty so happy, then it must truly be a great event. But what exactly is this great event? Could you share it with me?" Li Er's face flushed with excitement. "Empress, I came to you precisely to tell you this. I have solved the problem of the people's difficulty in obtaining salt." "What?" the empress exclaimed in surprise. "Has your majesty discovered a natural, clean salt mine?" Li Er shook his head. "Not a salt mine, a salt-making method. Today I obtained a method to extract clean salt from poisonous salt, and it has already been tested. 30 gene of poisonous salt can produce 26 gene of clean salt." The empress was completely stunned. After a while, she wept with joy. "Thank heaven, this is truly a great event. Heaven bless the Tang. I congratulate your majesty and congratulate the Tang. But, how did your majesty obtain this salt-making method?" Li Er looked somewhat displeased. The one who offered the salt-making method was none other than our imperial son-in-law. The empress was shocked. "The Princess Xiangqing's husband? That is indeed a great thing. But why does your majesty still seem unhappy?" "Ha!" Li Er slapped his thigh and said, "That brat is completely obsessed with money. After handing over the salt-making method, he still insisted on taking a 5 copper coin commission per gene of salt." The empress gaped in disbelief. "Only 5 coins per gene, and your majesty is upset? Your majesty, aren't you perhaps being too stingy?" Li Er's mouth twitched, and he shook 2 fingers. "Each gene of salt will only be 20 copper coins, and I even gave Fuji 3 coins from that." "Hiss!" The empress drew in a sharp breath. "Your majesty, did I hear correctly? A gene of salt will sell for only 20 coins. Li Er said, "If all the people are to eat clean, safe salt, a high price will make it unaffordable. 20 coins per gene is just right." "Heavens," the empress said in amazement. "The Shandong salt merchants have raised the price of green salt to 600 coins per gene, coarse salt to 400 coins, and fine salt to at least 800 coins per gene. 20 coins per gene is unheard of. Such cheap salt, will it kill people?" Li Er chuckled. "How could it? The method provided by the son-in-law produces salt from poisonous salt that is even purer than Shandong fine salt. If this salt fell into the merchants' hands, they could easily sell it for a tael of silver per gene." The empress thought for a moment, then smiled. "Your majesty's care for the people, reducing fine salt to 20 coins a gene, is a great achievement. This alone is enough for your majesty's name to go down in history." Li Er grinned from ear to ear. Then the empress frowned. "Your majesty, I have something to say, I'm not sure if I should." Li Er said, "You may speak freely." The empress said seriously, "I think your majesty is being too petty." Li Er frowned. "What do you mean by that?" She explained, "Think about it. Not long ago, Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng calculated that the imperial son-in-law carries the fate of the nation. How did your majesty try to keep him? You personally held his horse and helped him mount. All of Chang'an saw and praised your majesty's love of talent." Li Er's body trembled, and he fell into thought. The empress said earnestly, "If the son-in-law had not given you the salt-making method, the people would still be unable to afford salt, and the merchants would still be selling it at sky-high prices. This method was given to you by the son-in-law. Even if out of 20 coins profit per gene he took 15 coins, it would not be excessive." Li Er opened his mouth but didn't speak, then slowly nodded in agreement. The empress continued, "If he hadn't given it to you, and instead mined and made salt himself, even if he sold it for 200 coins per gene and kept all the profit, that would still be a great fortune for him. You've picked up a bargain for nothing, and you still get the credit for solving the people's salt problem. Yet your eyes are fixed on 5 coins, such short-sightedness is unworthy of an emperor." Li Er trembled again, suddenly standing up. "Empress, you are right. I have been narrow-minded." Seeing him suddenly enlightened, the empress breathed a sigh of relief and went on, "If he becomes disheartened by your majesty's pettiness and decides to leave the Tang again, would you allow him to take the nation's fate with him?" Li Er's face changed, and he grew anxious, pacing in the hall of establishing virtue. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and said regretfully, "I'm such a fool. I'll go to the Qing residence right now and apologize to him. Even if I give him the full 20 coins profit, I'd work for him for free." The empress quickly stopped him and pointed to the pitch-black night outside with a wry smile. Does your majesty not see the time? It's so late, the son-in-law must be resting. Besides, I heard that today is his concubine taking day. The concubine is the legitimate daughter of the Chui clan of Qinghe. Your majesty should remember, she's the niece of Chang Yaojin's second wife. Li Er slapped his forehead with a wry smile. Right, I was too impatient and confused. Ah, I truly am muddle-headed. He said self-reproachfully, if I had known today was his wedding day, I wouldn't have summoned him to the palace. Well, tomorrow I will prepare generous gifts and go to the Qing residence, pretending to celebrate and also sounding him out. If necessary, I'll give him all the official salt profits. Empress, come with me tomorrow. The Empress nodded. Meanwhile, in the bridal chamber of the Qing residence, Qing Xiu gently removed Cui Yuran's bright red wedding dress and laid her down on the bed. Her eyes were tightly shut, her cheeks flushed, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Her fragrant shoulders were round, her skin smooth as jade, the fine lines of her collarbones delicate and clear. She hurriedly opened her eyes, gazing at Qing Xiu with watery eyes, and said in a trembling voice, "Husband, please be gentle." Qing Xiu smiled slightly and said softly, "I will." A moment later, Cui Yuran pushed him away, her eyes shy and evasive. Please wait, husband." "What is it?" Qing Xiu asked. Then, to his shock, Cui Yuran slowly leaned down. Damn, she knows how to do that. Qing Xiu was a man who knew how to repay kindness. Cui Yuran, after being given a few pointers by Yunyang, had already become enlightened and had grasped the basic essentials. Suddenly, Qing Xiu inhaled sharply. Cui Yuran lifted her head, blinking her innocent large eyes in shy confusion. "Husband, why did you inhale?" Qing Xiu replied, "Your tone is too heavy." Cui Yuran said in a trembling voice, "Skill comes with practice, please give me more time." Qing Xiu gave a faint smile and nodded. "Already much better than that girl Ping Ting." Cui Yuran's pretty face flushed red, she bit her lip and smiled, then spent the night in deep conversation with Qing Xiu by candlelight. They talked happily all night. The next morning, after breakfast, a servant came to report that Li Er and his wife had already arrived at the residence. Qing Xiu did not understand why Li Er had come so suddenly, so he quickly went to the front hall to greet them. "Your subject greets your majesty, and greets the empress." Li Er hurriedly smiled and said, "Marquis Qing, there's no need for such formality, please rise." Qing Xiu asked doubtfully, "Why has your majesty come to visit so suddenly?" Li Er, somewhat self-reproachful, said, "I didn't know yesterday was your joyful day of taking a concubine, yet I summoned you to the palace for court affairs. You don't blame me, do you?" Qing Xiu shook his head with a smile. "How could I? Your majesty didn't know, and besides, it didn't delay my happy occasion." Li Er continued, "Yesterday I was a bit stingy. I know you were not entirely pleased. Last night I thought it over and felt that 5 coins profit per gene of salt was indeed a bit little. How about this, I'll give you 3 more coins. What do you think?" Qing Xiu looked stunned. Your majesty, 5 coins is already quite a lot. 8 coins profit. I couldn't swallow that much." Li Er asked excitedly, "You really think so?" Seeing Qing Xiu nod, Li Er finally breathed a sigh of relief, glancing sideways at Empress Changsun as if to say, "See, the Duke of Zhenghua is not as petty as you imagined." The Empress also felt she had been too sensitive and found an excuse to go to the rear courtyard. Of course, the imperial couple stayed for a meal, and at noon they feasted heartily on the delicacies of the Qing residence before returning to the palace. Currently, the trade routes from Shandong to Guangzhou were open and unimpeded, and salt merchants coming and going had begun to increase. Early that morning, the gatekeeper, Old Lu, came to Qing Xiu with several visiting cards. "Master, there are a few people outside claiming to be salt merchants from Shandong, here to seek an audience. These are their visiting cards." Qing Xiu took the cards but did not look at them. Instead, he frowned and muttered to himself, "What are Shandong salt merchants visiting me for?" "Where are they?" he asked. Old Lu replied, "They're all waiting outside." Have them wait in the front hall. I'll be there shortly." A moment later, Qing Xiu entered the front hall, where several middle-aged men of varying appearances were seated. Upon entering, he went straight to the main seat, took a sip of tea, scanned the room, and asked, "I have never had dealings with you Shandong salt merchants. Why have you come to visit me?" The 5 middle-aged men were a bit surprised. They had not expected the famous Duke of Zhenghua to be such a young man. One short, round salt merchant squinted his eyes into slits and put on a fawning smile. "The great name of the Duke of Zhenghua has long been like thunder in our ears. We merchants have admired you for a long time. Today we came specially to pay our respects, but did not expect you to be so young, truly admirable." Another, tall and thin with a goatee, smiled and said, "Early this spring, the Duke of Chingo stood against all opposition to make timely proposals to His Majesty, greatly elevating the status of us merchants. Due to Turkic raids and rampant banditry, it was extremely difficult for us to travel to Guangzhou, so we were delayed in paying you a visit. We beg your forgiveness. Now that the Turks have been destroyed and His Majesty has sent troops to wipe out the mountain bandits, the trade routes are smooth again. We merchants are grateful for the Duke's efforts to improve our lowly status, and so we have come to visit, bringing humble gifts as a token of respect." As he spoke, the goateed man opened a wooden box he was holding and presented it. Inside was a finely crafted jade piece of obvious high value. The other four also opened their gift boxes, some contained jade, others calligraphy and paintings. "Your Grace, I have heard you are a man of great talent and a lover of poetry and books. This is a work by Wang Xianji, son of the famous Jin dynasty calligrapher Wang Shiji. I specially brought it for you, hoping you will accept it. This is a pearl from the Eastern Sea." Qingxiu merely glanced at their gifts, then calmly looked away and asked, "Tell me, what is your real reason for visiting me? I don't believe you came just out of admiration. I dislike beating around the bush, speak plainly." The chubby lead merchant stepped forward, cupping his hands with a smile. "We dare not deceive your Grace. We have come with a request." "Oh?" Qingxiu sneered. "I don't even know who you are, yet you dare to ask me for something?" The fat man put on a bitter face. "Your Grace may not know, although we salt merchants appear to live in glory, in truth our days are quite poor. Though salt prices are high, little of it actually reaches us." Qingxiu's mouth twitched, and he said coldly, "How so? Salt merchants not making money? Who would believe that? Salt is the most profitable business under heaven." The fat man explained, "Because acquiring green salt is extremely demanding, we must invest a great deal of manpower and resources. In mining, transport, distribution, the profits are heavily diluted. Out of hundreds of coins per gene of green salt, we only keep a few dozen at most." "And then?" Qingxiu asked. The fat man went on, "We are grateful that the Duke, like a god of war, destroyed the Turks in just a few days, allowing trade between Shandong and Guangzhou to flow freely. We salt merchants then had the chance to sell salt here. Though we are far away in Shandong, we have heard the Duke was once a merchant and that your tea and wine businesses now cover all of Tang. Your connections far surpass ours. We came to Chang'an to seek a long-term partnership with you." "Oh?" Qingxiu asked with interest. "And what kind of partnership?" The fat man, smiling ingratiatingly, said, "First, we want the exclusive rights to sell tea and wine in the Shandong region. We hope the Duke can supply us, and we will use top-grade green salt to trade in exchange." Qingxiu asked with a half-smile, "Top-grade green salt? How good is it?" The fat salt merchant said nothing, but took a small paper packet from his chest. Opening it, he revealed pale green salt, with distinct granules. He presented it with both hands, smiling obsequiously. "This is top-grade green salt. Apart from natural fine salt, it's the best salt in the market. Its selling price is as high as 500 coins per gene. If the Duke is willing to trade tea and wine for green salt, we can offer it at 300 coins per gene. This is our greatest sincerity." Qingxiu's mouth twitched. 300 coins? 300 coins for this? The non-toxic fine salt I produce costs only 20 coins, and this poisonous green salt, they want 300? Just for this lousy salt, you're asking me for 300 coins? Qingxiu glared angrily and kicked the fat salt merchant, sending him tumbling. The fat merchant was startled, rolled over, and knelt on the ground, trembling. "Duke of Chingo, please calm down, please calm down. The price can still be negotiated, we guarantee we can make you earn a huge profit." Qingxiu said coldly, "Then tell me, how exactly will you make me earn a huge profit?" The fat man scrambled up and quickly said, "Right now, over 90% of the salt circulating in Guangzhou's market is supplied by our 5 families. If Duke Chingo is willing to discuss this long-term deal, we can guarantee you exclusive rights to sell salt in Guangzhou. Think about it, this kind of green salt sells for 500 coins a gene. We'll give it to you for 300. You turn it around and make 200 coins per gene. This is just flipping goods, the money is as easy as picking it up off the ground." Qingxiu sneered, "And what do you want in return?" The fat man flattered him, "Before coming here, we already learned that the profit from your tea and wine business is even more outrageous than salt. Wine that costs 4 taels of silver can be sold for a profit of 1 tael. We can offer you top-grade green salt for 200 coins a gene, if you could also lower the purchase price of tea and wine for us a bit, hee." The tall, thin, goateed man added, "Almost all commerce in Shandong is in the hands of the 8 great clans. If Duke Chingo wants to open the tea and wine market there, it won't be easy. We salt merchants thrive in Shandong only because we rely on those powerful families. If you let us handle your tea and wine business in Shandong, we can create enormous wealth for you, and at the same time, you can control the profits from salt sales in Guangzhou. After he spoke, all of them looked at Qingxiu with eager eyes. Qingxiu was unmoved. He tossed the small paper packet of green salt onto the table and said with disdain, "This green salt is of terrible quality. Compared to my premium fine salt, it's like heaven and earth." Premium fine salt? The fat man and the goateed merchant exchanged a look of disbelief. The goateed man asked, "As far as I know, all the salt mines in Guanlong are poisonous salt mines. The salt dug up is black and inedible. The premium fine salt you speak of, could it be that a premium fine salt mine has been found in Guanlong?" When he finished, the other merchants all widened their eyes in disbelief. Qingxiu only smiled without answering. The more he acted like this, the more convinced they became that there really was such a mine in Guanlong, and they grew increasingly restless. Qingxiu, seeing through their thoughts, calmly said, "Even if I don't expand my tea and wine business into Shandong, it doesn't stop me from making plenty of money. The output of tea and wine is limited and can barely supply my current agents. Expanding into Shandong would mean taking stock from others, which wouldn't benefit me. And even if I don't do business with you, I can still get rich from premium fine salt in Guanlong. Frankly, a few hundred coins profit per gene of salt isn't worth my trouble when I can make several strings of cash per gene of wine." Though Qingxiu seemed to be showing them the door, in reality, he was just dangling bait. The salt merchant's main goal in coming to Chang'an was simple: to seize the salt market. Trading green salt for tea and wine was only secondary. Qingxiu glanced at them and sneered, "Don't think I can't see through you. You're here to seize the Guanlong salt market, and the tea for salt idea is just a cover. If I'm not mistaken, you're selling two kinds of salt in Guangzhou, the higher quality sea salt and the slightly inferior green salt. Yet you only talk about trading green salt for tea and wine, and don't even mention the refined sea salt extracted from seawater. Do you think I'm easy to fool?" The merchant's expressions faltered at once. The fat man forced a stiff smile. "Duke Xingua, what are you saying? You're a noble of the realm, how could we dare deceive you? That would be like bringing a lantern to the latrine, asking for death." Qingxiu snorted coldly. "Say what you like. While I'm still calm, get out." The goateed man hurriedly said, "Duke Xingua, please don't be angry. If we can't do tea and wine business, perhaps we could do some salt business. Could you let us see this premium fine salt?" Qingxiu thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right, wait here." He left, and when he returned, he was holding a clay jar filled with pure white fine salt. Placing it on the table, the merchants immediately crowded around. The fat man tasted a pinch, his face changing instantly. "It's fine salt, premium fine salt. Heavens, I've been in the salt trade for decades, and this is the first time I've seen salt so fine. Yes, it's even purer than the sea salt we extract from seawater. No strange taste at all, truly premium fine salt." Qingxiu lowered his voice. "To tell you the truth, I've discovered a salt mine full of this kind of premium fine salt. Conservatively, there are tens of millions of gene, and I've already secured exclusive mining rights." The merchant's eyes burned with greed. Qingxiu smiled and asked, "What price do you think this premium fine salt could fetch in the market?" 800 coins, at least 800. 900, premium sea salt sells for 800, so this should go for even more. I think at least one string of cash, 1,000 coins. They all spoke at once, guessing the price. Qingxiu said mysteriously, "In fact, I'm planning to sell it in Shandong. The price is already set, 600 coins a gene." "What? 600? This kind of premium fine salt, only 600 coins? Heavens, that's a crime against such quality. Duke Xingua, you can't do that. If this sells for 600, who will buy our sea salt at 800? One merchant even began to wail in protest. Qingxiu chuckled. "What do I care what you sell it for? I'll sell mine at 600 a gene." The fat man's breathing quickened, his face flushing. "How about selling this premium fine salt to us for 600 a gene?" The goateed man added urgently, "Yes, sell it to us at 600. Let us take it to Shandong for you, you won't have to leave Chang'an or worry about a thing, and the salt will still sell. What do you say?" Qingxiu frowned. "But I have far too much of this premium fine salt. Can you handle it all?" The fat man thumped his chest in excitement. "No problem, absolutely no problem. I, Zhao Qian, will take an initial order of 10 million gene. If you don't trust me, I can pay part of the deposit up front. I hope you'll consider me first." Looking at Zhao Qian's eager face, Qingxiu nearly couldn't hold back his laughter. The 600 coin price was just a probe, he hadn't expected them to take the bait so quickly. But then again, the fine salt he had shown them was simply too good. Chingo did not think this fat salt merchant was asking too much, because a family that had been selling private salt for generations for over 100 years would have far more than 10 million in assets. At 600 coins per gene, 10 million gene would be worth 60 million strings of cash. That kind of wealth was already astonishing. Even after working hard for over half a year, Chingo had only managed to accumulate about 30 million in assets himself. The imperial treasury at present might not even have 60 million. These salt merchants truly were rich enough to rival a nation. 10 million gene? Chingo asked. That much, can you really take it all at once? Zhao Qian replied with some pride, my Zhao family has been selling salt in the Shandong area for generations, with 100 years of foundation. 60 million strings of cash is indeed a lot, but if we pool our resources, we can come up with it. Chingo smiled faintly, nodded, and said, good. Boss Zhao is straightforward, so I won't waste words. As long as you deliver the deposit, in 3 months, the 10 million gene of premium fine salt will be shipped on time. One merchant muttered under his breath, could there be some trick in this? Chingo's expression chilled. Zhao Qian's face also darkened. He turned and scolded, what nonsense are you spouting? Duxingwa is a noble of the realm, famous in court, how could he be the petty sort you imagine? Chingo curled his lips, covered his mouth, coughed, then said, I am a businessman. In business, credibility is everything. If Boss Zhao doesn't trust this batch of premium fine salt, you can inspect the goods freely when they're delivered. If you're still not reassured, we can add a clause to the contract. If the goods are not premium fine salt, the contract is void. When Zhao Qian heard this, he was instantly relieved, and with a flattering smile he bowed. No need, I trust your grace's character. I will go to the courier station right now to prepare the deposit and deliver it to your residence this afternoon. The goateed man quickly added, Your Grace, my assets can't match Boss Zhao's, so I can't take 10 million gene of fine salt, but 1 million gene is no problem. I just don't know if Your Grace has that much fine salt available. Of course, Chingo said firmly. The goateed man's face lit up. Then I will also bring my deposit this afternoon to order 1 million gene of premium fine salt. I will order 1 million gene as well. I'll also take 1 million gene. The other 3 also rushed to speak, afraid that if they were too slow there would be none left. After Zhao Qian and the others left Qing's residence and returned to the courier station, they gathered together, each still showing an excited expression. Zhao Qian looked around with a serious face and said, Gentlemen, this is no small matter, we absolutely cannot let word get out. Duxingwa salt can be called the finest of the fine. With just a quick resale, we can make 300 to 400 coins profit per gene, and with such premium salt, sales will never be a problem. We can sell it to Gogurio, to Dvaravati, to Japan. One salt merchant frowned and said, Duxingwa clearly only needs to move a bit of manpower to make 300 or 400 coins more per gene, yet he promised 30 million gene of salt all at once. It's hard not to be suspicious. Zhao Qian narrowed his eyes. Zhang Tao, are you worried Duxingwa is cheating you? Zhang Tao said, the sum is huge. 1 million gene of fine salt costs 3 million strings of cash. That's the wealth my family has built over 3 generations, if anything goes wrong, it's total ruin. Better to be cautious. Zhao Qian curled his lip. Relax. Didn't Duxingwa already say we can put it in the contract that if the goods don't match, the contract is void? The goateed man nodded. Exactly. We'll inspect when the goods arrive. If they don't match, we cancel. But if it really is premium fine salt, then we'll make a fortune. Zhao Qian smiled. I think the same as Brother Yang. Let's deliver the deposits to Duxingwa's residence this afternoon and read the contracts carefully. Once they agreed, they brought bank drafts from the Tang Bank to Qing's residence that afternoon. After several months of growth, the Tang Bank had already expanded into Shandong, with only a few small towns left to cover. Having experienced the convenience of the bank, these merchants also trusted it greatly. After checking the contracts and confirming no issues, they each signed and sealed them. Once the 5 merchants were sent off, Chingo hurried to the palace. When Li Er heard that 30 million gene of fine salt had been sold in one go, he stared in disbelief. I always thought salt merchants were rich enough to rival a nation, but I didn't expect it to be true. Just 5 merchants ordered 30 million gene of fine salt, that's 900 million strings of cash. Chingo's expression grew strange as he said to Li Er, Your Majesty, how shall we split the profits from this 30 million gene of fine salt? Li Er was stunned. Didn't we agree before? You get 50 coins per gene, Changsun Wuji gets 30 coins per gene, and the rest is mine. Chingo, you're not saying that's too little, are you? Li Er looked a bit troubled. If you think it's too little, I can give you more, but don't push it too far. Chingo shook his head and smiled. We agreed before, 600 coins per gene, meaning your majesty gets 220 coins per gene, correct? Lier nodded, puzzled. Correct. Chingo smiled. Good, then it's simple. For 30 million gene of fine salt, I just need to pay your majesty 660 million strings of cash, right? Yes, wait, no, you brat, what are you getting at? Lier was completely confused. Chingo shook his head repeatedly. Nothing, nothing. I'll deliver 660 million strings of cash to your majesty on time, not a single coin less. You just wait to collect. I'll take my leave. Watching Chingo's back as he left, Lier was baffled. In the end, he still couldn't figure it out, and shook his head with a bitter smile. That boy, why is he acting so strange today? Afterward, Lier quickly organized a team to mine salt and created a special department to extract edible salt under his personal supervision. In just 1 month, they produced around 20 million gene of fine salt, far purer than sea salt. It took only a month and a half to gather the full 30 million gene. Once the salt was ready, Lier and Changsun Wuji hurried to Qing's residence to ask about delivery. Seeing their excited faces, Chingo chuckled. What's the rush? Your money isn't going anywhere. We still have a month and a half until delivery. Changsun Wuji urged, let's deliver early, to avoid trouble later. Chingo looked at him strangely. Lord Yu, you're usually a smart man, how are you being so muddle-headed at a time like this? Changsun Wuji was a bit stunned and showed displeasure. Seeing this, Chingo said, we now have the full 30 million gene of fine salt, ready to deliver to the salt merchants at any time, but what about after delivery? Lier and Changsun Wuji exchanged a glance, as if they had both realized something. Chingo continued, after delivery, we'll have no extra fine salt in our hands. All the salt will be in the merchant's hands. How will we push the price down then? We should wait until we've stockpiled a large amount ourselves before making delivery. Both men thought about it and realized they had been too impatient. So be it, we'll wait a while longer. After that, Lier left with Changsun Wuji. Night fell. Chingo lay with eyes closed, lecturing Ashinayu, who nodded repeatedly. After a long time, Chingo finished. Ashinayu, after tidying her mouth, nestled in Chingo's arms and whispered, Husband, when will you arrange for me to see father? Since Jieli had been captured and made lead dancer in Chang'an, father and daughter had never met. Chingo thought for a moment and said, tomorrow. I'll take you to see your father. Now, as a duke of the realm, he needed no one's permission to visit someone in the official music house. So the next day, after Ashinayu once again busied herself with oral service and they had breakfast, Chingo took her to the music house. Jieli's life was now quite comfortable. In just over a month, the imperial bearing of the former Turkic Khan had faded, and due to the abundant food, his figure had grown quite plump. Aside from not being allowed to leave Chang'an and always being watched when going out, his days were easy. Seeing her father in such a state, Ashinayu breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes reddened and she rushed forward, choking, Father, you've suffered these days. Seeing his long-lost kin, even the nearly 50-year-old Jieli couldn't help but shed tears. Ashinayu, my daughter, I never thought I'd see you again. Are you doing well? Jieli looked her over and saw her belly slightly swollen. His heart sank and he suddenly looked angrily at Chingo. You treated my daughter like this? Is the child in her belly yours? Chingo smiled. Khan Jieli, no need to bare your fangs. Ashinayu is now my concubine. I'm Duke Xingui of Tang. Your daughter, a Turkic princess, being with me is no loss of honor. Ashinayu quickly tried to calm him. Father, things have come to this. The Turks have fallen. We're living well now. The Tang emperor didn't order your death, that's already great fortune. Jieli raised his fist and pounded his thigh, then glared fiercely at Chingo. If you ever mistreat my daughter, I won't forgive you, even as a ghost. Ashinayu quickly explained, Father, husband treats me well. He's never bullied me. His other wives haven't ganged up on me for being from another tribe. On the contrary, they're all kind. I live well with husband. Jieli was surprised. The Tang women didn't insult you? No, Ashinayu smiled slightly. They certainly wouldn't insult me. Even the servants treat me with respect. You don't need to worry for me. Jieli looked to the sky and sighed, seeming relieved. He nodded with satisfaction. Good, good. From now on, you are a Tang wife. Living in Tang, you must follow Tang's rules. He then looked at Chingo, his expression easing, before turning to leave. Father, where are you going? Jieli waved his hand. Go back. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Ashinayu watched his back, choking again. A fallen emperor, she couldn't imagine how her father must have felt. Since Su Xiaochun was about to give birth, Qingxiu spent most of the next month at home with his wives and concubines. Jiang Yener, after over 3 months of recovery, was in good health, thanks to the herbal tonics provided by Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan. Both from Miao villages, the two not only had great martial skill but were also highly skilled in medicine. One day at the table, Su Xiaochun set down her chopsticks, looked at Qingxiu and Jiang Yener, and said, "Husband, Sister Yener's health is fully restored. When do you plan to marry her properly?" Qingxiu was startled. He hadn't expected Su Xiaochun to bring this up suddenly. He glanced at Jiang Yener, whose face was already red as she lowered her head. In beauty among his women, Jiang Yener ranked second, with no one in first place. She was about 1.7 meters tall, weighing around 90 jin, with curves as pronounced as Ashina Yu's, if not more so, full and graceful. Slender smoky brows, clear pure eyes, phoenix-shaped eyes with a unique charm, and skin delicate as snow. "Yes, husband," Li Yuqing said with an ant-like smile. "Sister Yener even asked me to remind you a few days ago. You can't keep her waiting, she's practically pining away." Jiang Yener flushed deeper, flustered, and hurried to protest, "I didn't, you're making that up. I didn't, I really didn't." She looked at everyone, cheeks crimson, hands waving. Her flustered denial was quite adorable. Ever since Jiang Yener had chosen to shut herself away in the brothel, Qingxiu had let go of his earlier misgivings. Even though she was the product of close-kin marriage, her self-seclusion had left her infertile. For this love-struck little girl, Qingxiu still felt some pity. He cleared his throat. "Marriage isn't for me alone to decide. After lunch, I'll go to Sanha village to ask her brother. If Jiang Huai has no objection, we'll pick an auspicious day." Everyone agreed, and Jiang Yener's heart began to race. That afternoon, Qingxiu went to Sanha village, spoke with Jiang Huai, who happily agreed, and even came back to Chang'an with him to talk to Jiang Yener before returning. Jiang Huai set the date, 3 days later. 3 days passed quickly. Early this morning, 2 festive red lanterns hung at Qing's gate, the mansion decorated with lights and banners. Townsfolk began talking again. Of course, Qingxiu marrying was nothing new, the people were long used to it. Qingxiu's wedding seemed to have become a unique and beautiful sight of the Qing residents. Not only had the townsfolk grown used to it, but even the guests invited to the banquets were long accustomed. Attending such a wedding was not only a chance to strengthen ties with the Duxingua, but also an opportunity to taste the rare delicacies of the Qing residents. The small gift of money for the occasion was hardly worth mentioning. That night, the wedding feast at the Qing residence was, of course, lively to the extreme. The guests came and went, all well-known figures of Chang'an. As for our protagonist Qingxiu, he had long been used to such scenes. After so many weddings, he was thoroughly familiar with the entire ceremony. "Duxingua, congratulations, congratulations. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Congratulations on yet another wedding." From those words alone, he could tell it was an old guest come to enjoy the feast again. Qingxiu handled them with practiced ease, cupping his hands with a smile. "Everyone, eat and drink your fill. Tonight we don't go home until we're drunk." The guests all agreed cheerfully. When the wedding ceremony ended, Jiang Yener was first escorted to her bridal room, while Qingxiu stayed behind to drink and chat with the guests. After a long while, the guests dispersed. Slightly tipsy, Qingxiu returned to the bridal room. Jiang Yener was already seated on the bed, waiting. Lifting her red bridal veil, her breathtakingly beautiful face came into view. "Husband, it's late at night," she said shyly. Even on this joyful day, being stared at like that made her blush. The bright red wedding dress only enhanced her beauty, making Qingxiu's heart sway. He stared for a moment, then said with deep affection, "Yener, you are so beautiful." As he spoke, he unceremoniously embraced her, his hands starting to wander. Hearing his words, Jiang Yener grew even shyer, though her face also carried a strong look of anticipation. "Husband, you're too bad." Qingxiu laughed heartily. This bashful and adorable Yener was exactly to his liking. He suddenly blew out the candle, and the room dimmed. With a soft cry of surprise, Jiang Yener became fully a part of the Qing residence. A month later, Li Er impatiently summoned Qingxiu, and upon seeing him, said excitedly, "The fine salt is ready. You can go deliver it to those Shandong salt merchants." Qingxiu was surprised. "It's all ready? So fast? Faster than preparing the salt merchants 30 million jin? Father-in-law, don't let the small slip for the big. Our real goal is to let the common people have cheap fine salt. If our reserve is less than what the merchants have, the risk will be too great." Changsun Wuji and Li Er exchanged a glance and smiled. "Prince Consort, no need to worry. In this past month our reserves are more than enough. The fine salt in the merchants' hands is nothing." Their words were full of confidence. It was no wonder, to stockpile for the later phase, Li'er had ordered his men to work day and night. Even selling at just 30 won a jean, purifying coarse salt still earned plenty of profit, and selling cheap fine salt to the people was part of strengthening the country and benefiting the people. With both that and enough profit to fill the treasury, everyone was satisfied. Just go handle the delivery. Leave the fine salt reserves to me, no need to worry, Li'er said confidently. He smiled at Qingxiu. Don't tell me you don't trust me? Qingxiu shook his head and relaxed. I naturally trust my father-in-law. In that case, I'll summon the merchants for the delivery. Li'er nodded eagerly. In just 1 month, production had doubled. With 40 million jean of fine salt in hand, he had nothing to fear. Back at the Qing residence, Qingxiu summoned the merchants. Before they even saw him, the goateed merchant whispered to the others, have you found out where Duxinggua's fine salt comes from? What kind of mine could produce so much high-quality salt? The fat merchant shook his head regretfully. I sent people to investigate, but there's not a single clue about that salt mine. No trace at all. The others agreed. Such high-quality fine salt, they naturally wanted more than 30 million jean. If they could control that mine, the profits would be mouth-watering. The goateed man sighed. As he had expected, the Duke had means, and the mine was well protected. It seemed they could only keep working with him. In truth, they didn't know that the mine Qingxiu had mentioned didn't exist at all, and with Li'er backing him, the salt extraction was a secretive process. They'd never be able to find out. Soon, Qingxiu received them. I'm sure you know why I summoned you, he said calmly. Even without hearing their conversation at the gate, he could guess. Seeing their faint disappointment, Qingxiu sneered inwardly. The merchant's eyes lit up. This was about huge profits, of course they cared. 30 million jean of fine salt meant big gains, and breaking into the Shandong salt market was even more crucial, but only if they really made a fortune from it. Qingxiu smiled. The 30 million jean of fine salt is ready. It's time for you to deliver. You haven't changed your minds, have you? The goateed man quickly said, rest assured, Duke. Since the fine salt is ready, we'll keep our word. The final payment for 5 million jean will be delivered immediately. The fat merchant, more excited still, stepped forward. Duke Xinghua, you haven't forgotten my 10 million jean, have you? Seeing his eager look, Qingxiu smiled kindly. Of course not. Please rest assured, Boss Xiao, since we agreed before, I won't break my word. For this man who had rashly ordered 10 million jean, Qingxiu felt a touch of sympathy. When he found out he would lose money on it, would he regret his impulsiveness? But there was no time to think. The others quickly claimed the remaining 15 million jean, afraid to miss out. Money in one hand, goods in the other, 30 million jean for 18 million guan. If not for the Tang Bank's notes, the cash alone could have filled his courtyard. Once the deal was done, the merchants eagerly took their leave, and Qingxiu happily saw them off. From their view, they had surely made a huge profit. Of course, Qingxiu and Li'er thought the same. Holding the banknotes worth 18 million guan in his hand, Qingxiu was, of course, too excited to hide it. With all his profitable businesses, the Iwei residence that made money by the bucketful every day, the thriving tea houses and wine shops, in the past 6 months he had only earned around 3 million guan. Now, in a single deal, he had made 6 times that. No, this wasn't just like picking money up off the ground, it was faster than robbery. Though it wasn't all his, between his own share of the profits and the price difference, more than half would go to him, and he already had uses in mind for that difference. Standing at the gate of the Qing residence, watching the 5 gods of wealth leave with their salt convoys, Qingxiu couldn't help smiling. That affectionate smile startled old Lu, the gatekeeper. He couldn't help asking, Master, why are you smiling? It's nothing. Qingxiu reined in his smile and shook his head slightly, then said meaningfully, Old Lu, do you believe me when I say, the way they carted it out is the way they'll have to cart it back? Old Lu didn't understand, but from that familiar smile, he knew someone was in for trouble again. Master, whatever you say is right. No sooner had Qingxiu seen off the Shandong salt merchants than Li'er eagerly summoned him. As soon as they met, Li'er couldn't help asking, well? Was the deal smooth? They didn't back out, did they? 30 million jean of fine salt, even at 300 won a jean, the state treasury couldn't afford that. Surely they didn't actually regret it. Changsun Wuji looked equally tense, rubbing his hands nervously. Son-in-law, stop keeping us in suspense, we old folks don't have strong hearts. Knowing how to handle elders, Qingxiu didn't tease them. He spread out the banknotes in his hand with a confident smile. I have lived up to expectations, all 30 million jean of fine salt have been sold. At his words, both men relaxed completely. Then they looked at the thick stack of banknotes in Qingxiu's hand, eyes widening. They were visibly thrilled. This is the profit from the 30 million jin of fine salt? Chang Sun Wuji took them with both hands, staring at them without blinking, his throat dry. Before he could count them, Li Er snatched them away with an air of disdain. Fuji, calm down. It's just a mere 9 million guan, no need to get so worked up. Chang Sun Wuji curled his lip. Yeah right, your legs are shaking while you say that. Qingxiu wasn't surprised. That much in banknotes was more than the national treasury, of course they were excited. Your Majesty, you said before we were a team, Qingxiu said, coughing lightly. He'd almost said gang. As agreed earlier, Qingxiu would get 1.5 million guan of the 9 million. Li Er came to his senses, laughing and patting Qingxiu's shoulder. Duke Xingua, you think too much, how could I forget? Here, this is yours. Your Majesty, and mine too, Chang Sun Wuji quickly added. Li Er frowned, as if suddenly remembering. Fuji, what are you doing here? Chang Sun Wuji squinted at him. Your Majesty, I've been here the whole time, don't forget my share. Qingxiu covered his face. The harmony boat of monarch and minister could capsize at any time. Ahem, of course I wouldn't forget, Li Er said awkwardly, handing him 90,000 guan, though looking pained. Chang Sun Wuji quickly tucked the notes into his sleeve and stepped aside. Skipping over the awkwardness, Li Er put away the rest and said seriously, since these Shandong merchants have taken the bait, now we roll out the cheap salt. Humph, I hope this teaches them a lesson. It would be more than a lesson, some would likely go bankrupt. Qingxiu knew it well. He smiled meaningfully. Then I'll leave it to my father-in-law. Chang Sun Wuji smiled slightly. This is my duty. 40 million jin of fine salt is already prepared. We must hurry, the people have eaten coarse salt long enough. Time for them to have fine salt. Qingxiu sighed. Most importantly, they couldn't give the merchants time to haul the salt back to Shandong, or it would be much harder to bring it back. Suddenly remembering something, Qingxiu said quickly, oh, right, Your Majesty, please finalize the laws. That's our last step. Of course. Li Er waved his hand and chuckled. No time to lose. Duke Xingua has finished the prelude. Fuji, the burden's on you now. The notes in his sleeve made Chang Sun Wuji brimming with confidence. He bowed and said, I've already given the order, starting today, it'll be sold directly at 21 a jin, no price increases. Hearing this, Qingxiu and Li Er exchanged a glance, one little fox and two old foxes, and all three laughed. At the same time, in a modest inn in Chang'an, the 5 Shandong salt merchants who had earlier left Qingxiu's residence separately were meeting again. They hadn't taken the salt back to Shandong or sent it to their shops for resale, instead, they had gathered here in secret. Their salt convoys were parked behind the inn. Well, Yang Gong, why call us together again? Don't tell me you have objections to the fine salt, the plump Xiao Qian asked with a puzzled look, though whether real or feigned was unclear. Yang Gong stroked his goatee with a kindly smile. Boss Xiao misunderstands. Since we've already bought the fine salt from the Duke, of course there's no problem. Oh? Then let's be frank. Why exactly did you call us? Zhang Tao said casually, though everyone knew he was not simple. He had been the first to suspect Qingxiu earlier. Heh, drop the act, Yang Gong said bluntly. It's just us here, let's speak openly. Before we resell this fine salt, we should first agree on the price. The other 4 weren't surprised. Of course, Zhao Qian said, patting his belly with a Buddha-like smile. We all know our real purpose in visiting the Duke wasn't tea and wine, but the salt market. Now that we've got what we wanted, and with this bonus of high-quality fine salt, we should discuss pricing, so no one breaks the rules later. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the others at the surrounding tables, his meaning was clear without words. There might have been only 5 of them here, but they were the biggest salt merchants in the entire Shandong salt market, controlling the largest share. The rules he referred to were their unspoken agreement to secretly set salt prices together and jointly control the market, the practice they had followed for years. What price do you think we should set? Zhang Tao looked at Yang Gong and tested the waters. How about 800 won a jin? For such fine salt, we can't price it too low. As soon as he finished, one of the merchants snorted dismissively, 800 won? Are you trying to fob it off like scrap? At least 900 won a jin. Clearly, a profit of only 200 won per jin did not satisfy him, so he raised it by another 100. Yang Gong smiled, took a cloth bag from his sleeve, and spread it on the table. Inside was the fine salt they had bought from the Qing residence. He pinched a bit and put it in his mouth. As he chewed, his goat-like beard moved up and down. The others watched without speaking. After a moment, Yang Gong glanced at them and said, 1200 won. They were all startled, Zhao Qian included. 1,200, the man who spoke first questioned. That's an unusual price. Even fine salt has never been that high. Isn't it too much? The others clearly shared the doubt. Yang Gong chuckled with a self-satisfied smile. Too high? No, not at all. They looked at each other, unsure of his meaning. Suddenly Zhao Qian spoke up in support. Good. 1,200 it is. This. Meeting the others' eyes, Zhao Qian explained leisurely, this is salt bought from the Duke of Zhengua. Our purchase price was high, so naturally the selling price must be high. We salt merchants have no choice, don't you agree? At that, the others' expressions changed, they instantly understood. Their doubts vanished, replaced with knowing smiles. If the price was too high, what did it have to do with them? Let people complain to the Duke himself if they dared. Yang Gong added proudly, since the Duke of Zhengua has given us his name as a shield, we'll gladly accept it. If there's resentment, it's not our problem. Besides, we decide the market price. That's right. If they can't afford it, then don't eat salt. Zhang Tao laughed heartily, full of agreement. 1,200 won a jean is hardly expensive. Don't say otherwise. It's been this price for years. If they can't afford it, they should look at themselves. Has their income increased? Have they worked harder? Agreed. 1,200 it is. I agree as well. They all voiced their approval. To them, doubling the price was nothing new, only this time the doubling was a bit higher than usual. In that case, it's settled, Yang Gong said with a mocking smile. Since the Duke handed us the handle, we'll gladly take it. With this push into the Guangzhou salt market, there's plenty of profit ahead. And then we'll make him pay dearly for those tea and wine businesses of his. Ha ha ha, and here I thought the Duke was so clever, skilled in both war and trade. But today it seems he's just a youngster making us a wedding dress. We'll own the salt market. Yes, and we won't spare his tea and wine trade either, Duke or not. Before long, they were discussing how to make a huge profit and later take a big bite out of Qingxiu, even dividing up the shares in advance. The room filled with a cheerful mood. At dawn, the rising sun shone on a sudden change in Chang'an. It began with the government salt shops across the city. Somehow, a rumor spread that the official salt shops had lowered their prices. Those who heard it got up early to line up at the shop doors, motivated by the prices written on the signs. Is this true? 21 a jean, what kind of salt is that cheap? Some people doubted it, clearly unsure. In all of Chang'an, in any dynasty, anywhere, there had never been official salt sold for as little as 21 a jean. It's written right there. They wouldn't trick us, would they? Someone pointed at the price sign on the shop. Even though it wasn't open yet, the line stayed put. While the people waited with suspicion and hope, the shop finally opened. The shop assistant was startled by the crowd, he had never seen so many people at the door. Is your salt really 21 a jean? Someone shouted. While calling for the shopkeeper, the assistant eyed the crowd warily. He didn't know where they had heard about the price drop, but he replied, the salt that came in yesterday really is 21 a jean. The crowd erupted. Even for coarse salt lumps, 21 was extremely cheap. What's more, the shop wasn't selling the roughest kind. The shopkeeper soon came out, startled at first, then understanding immediately. After decades selling salt, he knew exactly what was going on. Shopkeeper, give me 10 jean. I want 20 jean. And me, 20 jean too. Before he could speak, the crowd surged forward. The shopkeeper quickly told his assistants to hold them back and shouted, don't push, there's plenty, it just arrived last night. Before seeing the salt, the people had held back somewhat. But when they saw the first buyer leave carrying a fine, white bag of salt, the crowd went wild. They had never seen such fine salt. Some even tasted a pinch on the spot, and were moved to tears. This quality of fine salt, they had never even seen it before, let alone eaten it. Don't grab. There's plenty, tens of thousands of jean in the storeroom. It'll be this price from now on, don't grab, the shopkeeper kept shouting, but no one listened. Poor shopkeeper, after only a few shouts, he was swallowed up by the sea of people and vanished from sight. Once they knew they could get such high-quality salt for 21, the crowd went completely mad, pushing into the shop. As for why the same fine salt eaten by nobles could now be so cheap, that was none of their concern. The only thought in their minds was to buy as much as possible while they could. On the street, many people were hurrying along carrying heavy cloth bags. Others, surprised and puzzled, asked, what are you carrying? Why so rushed? It's salt, fine salt at 21 a jean. 21? What kind of salt is that cheap? Only 21? You're not lying, are you? Someone questioned. Believe it or not. The man opened the cloth bag in his arms, revealing fine, white, delicate salt. As people gasped in surprise, he looked smug, then quickly closed the bag with a wary glance. If you want some, go buy it yourself. People around immediately asked, where did you buy this salt? At the salt shop on the street corner. I heard other salt shops are selling it too. Really? I want some too. Hurry, hurry, if you're late there won't be any left. In an instant, the whole street began surging with people. And it wasn't just that street, the same happened everywhere. Some shops even closed directly, their owners rushing to buy salt. All over Chang'an, crowds were pouring toward every salt shop, official and private alike, until they were packed to the doors. Even though the authorities had somewhat anticipated this, they were still shocked by the overwhelming excitement of the people. Yongzhou Prefecture urgently sent officers to maintain order, and the salt shops rushed to move in the fine salt that had arrived in the warehouse only hours earlier. 40 million jin of fine salt was being consumed at a frightening, frenzied pace, and this was just Chang'an. Not to mention that great clans and nobles were buying salt in units of tens of thousands of jin. Even they usually couldn't bear to eat such salt. Now, at 21 a jin, the whole city had gone mad. It was no joke. What's happening outside? In a certain inn, Yang Gong came out of his room into the main hall. It wasn't just him, the other salt merchants had also been alarmed by the noise outside and came to see. But the hall was empty, even the innkeeper and his assistants had gone out to grab salt. Boss Yang, what on earth is going on out there? The usual kind smile was gone from Zhao Qian's face, replaced by a sense of dread that had been growing since last night. Looking out at the street, now almost deserted except for the occasional passerby hurrying by with a tense expression, the merchants frowned deeply. Even if the Turks had invaded the city, it couldn't be worse than this was Chang'an. Exchanging glances, they hurried outside, following the flow of the commoners. Before long, they found where the crowd was gathering. What's going on here? Why are you all so worked up? Zhang Tao had someone stop a man carrying a large cloth bag and grinning broadly. The man eyed them warily, but couldn't hide the smile at his lips. If you want salt, buy it yourselves. 21 a jin, it's very cheap. Hurry and buy, or there'll be none left. Without caring about the change in their expressions, he left in a hurry. After stopping several people and asking, the salt merchants finally understood what was happening, and their faces changed drastically. What is this? Why is so much fine salt suddenly being sold at such a low price? Why so cheap? Zhao Qian stared blankly, muttering in disbelief. Yang Gong tore at his own goat beard in pain, gritting his teeth. The thought that the same salt they had bought at a high price yesterday was now being sold cheaply nearly stopped his heart. We've been swindled. My 5 million jin of salt. No sooner had he spoken than he fainted. Fortunately, his men caught him, or he might have fallen for good. The others were pale as well, watching the joyful crowd with a creeping chill inside, decades of accumulation ruined in a single day. Zhao Qian, realizing how much he was about to lose, felt the world spinning. His plump body collapsed, knocking down 2 of his men. Before fainting, he shouted, I bought 10 million jin. 2 million guan. Ah! Their misfortune didn't affect the frenzy at the salt shops in the slightest. Even the officers had no time to notice, they were either maintaining order or had joined the crowd themselves. Bai Weiju, second floor. In a private room by the window, the table was covered with fine dishes. A young man leaned against the window frame, calm and casual, in sharp contrast to the excitement in the street below. Beside him, the proprietress of Bai Weiju, Li Yuchan, personally poured his wine, smiling. She seemed unsurprised that the man beside her had caused such a stir in Chang'an. In fact, her expression carried pride and admiration. They've probably already noticed something's wrong in the streets, Qingxiu said with a smile, taking a sip of Xinghua village wine. He looked up to find Li Yuchan gazing at him affectionately, and he suddenly pulled her into his arms. Caught off guard, she feigned a little resistance before resting against him with a smile. Husband, this must all have been in your plans. The lure of cheap fine salt is far stronger for the people than food and wine. Those salt merchants will be miserable this time. I honestly didn't expect it to cause such a huge scene, Qingxiu admitted, setting down his teacup. His left hand wandered restlessly, making Li Yuchan shy but helpless, her body twisting like a water snake and her face growing redder. Then he added with gloating in his voice, those Shandong salt merchants probably haven't even left Chang'an yet. When they wake up this morning, they'll cough up 3 liters of blood. He truly hadn't thought the whole city would erupt like this, but it didn't matter, the merchants would find out soon enough. Husband, I wonder if 40 million jin of fine salt will be enough. At this rate, it won't last long, Li Yuchan calculated quickly. Qingxiu smiled confidently. Don't be fooled by the rush now, it's just the peak of the buying frenzy. Give it some time and it will calm down. Honestly, our salt is just too good, and the price too low. Suddenly, he paused and said meaningfully, besides the 40 million jin His Majesty prepared, aren't there still 30 million jin more? Li Yuchan froze for a moment, then understood, looking at him with admiration. Husband, you're too bad. Let's see when they come knocking. Qingxiu nodded with a smile. They will, it won't take long. In the dim room, the candles had long gone out. The sound of several people breathing could be clearly heard, yet no one lit a flame. From the hall downstairs came some noise, likely the shopkeeper and workers returning from the salt shop, counting the stock in the salt storeroom. Mixed in were their cheerful, lively conversations. The joys and sorrows of people are never the same, and at this moment, that saying fit perfectly for the 5 people present. 5 salt merchants from Shandong who had arrived full of enthusiasm and ambition. Ahem, come on, let's talk. What should we do next? At last, after a long silence, someone broke the stillness. But from his tone it was clear he was deeply desperate and pessimistic. They had come in high spirits, but they couldn't leave now. More precisely, the fortunes they had brought with them couldn't leave. To break into the Guangzhou salt market, to make this deal with Duke of the Nation Qingxiu, they had paid heavily. In just 3 months, they had even mortgaged part of their ancestral property. Some lost more, some less, but the worst off was the fat man sitting by the window. His losses were the greatest, and his ability to bear risk the weakest. It was entirely possible that in the future there would no longer be a Shandong salt merchant named Zhao Qian. Zhang Tao seemed to have recovered somewhat from the morning's chaos and blow. His voice was hoarse, his tone full of anger. No, we must have an explanation. I bought 5 million jin of salt, 3 million guan. I can't just let that vanish into thin air. You only bought 5 million jin, huh? I still have 10 million jin in the wagons in my backyard. For those 6 million guan, I mortgaged my whole family estate. Zhao Qian's voice followed. When the others looked over, the once shining, greasy-faced fat man was pale and colorless. It was obvious the blow from this Chang'an salt market upheaval had hit him harder than the rest. Grinding his teeth in fury, Zhao Qian slammed a fist onto the table under their gaze. He was burning with rage and disbelief. How could this be? The salt market wasn't supposed to work like this. Why was such fine salt selling for only 21 a jin? Where had they gotten so much fine salt? Could there really be people in this world who didn't want money? At this moment, Zhao Qian's mind was full of unanswered questions. Of course, the same questions were in the minds of the others, maybe even more so. That included Yang Gong, who had just woken from fainting and still looked weak. Yang Gong had always been confident in his ability to control the market and its changes, but this time, they had completely miscalculated. One of the men took a deep breath and said uncertainly, How about we report this to the authorities? We've lost so much money, there should be some explanation for us. What's the point of reporting it? That Qingxiu is a duke of the nation, granted title by the Tang Emperor. Do you think the Yongzhou prefecture would dare handle our case? Besides, from beginning to end it was voluntary, no one forced us. We'd be better off thinking about how to stop those salt shops from selling so cheaply. Another merchant spoke, his tone heavy with helplessness and resentment. I don't believe they really have that much salt. Once they run out, we can sell ours at high prices again. For now, that seemed like the only possible plan, but reality hadn't yet reached that stage. They still held on to certain hopes, even illusions, which made the atmosphere in the room even heavier. Ahem, stop hoping. Those salt shops have more salt than we ever imagined. A lot more. After a bout of coughing, Yang Gong's face looked older, full of bitterness and helplessness, with a faint trace of hatred in his eyes. He looked around the table and asked firmly, Haven't you noticed? How much salt has flowed out of those shops today alone? Has the Yongzhou prefecture sent anyone to stop them from disrupting the market? The other 4 fell silent at those questions. Today the Yongzhou prefecture had been unusually calm. Even when the salt shops started selling such fine salt at rock-bottom prices, they had shown only some initial confusion, but no sign of stopping it. And since morning, with the salt shops opening one after another, countless commoners had been hurrying home carrying full bags of salt. At 21 a jin, it was so cheap that even beggars could afford half a jin or more. By now, at least 10 million jin of fine salt must have gone into households across Chang'an, right? Thinking it over, everyone present couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Hiss. At least 10 million jin gone and still no sign of supply running out. And earlier they had just delivered 3 million jin to them. Where did those shops get so much salt? Why set the price so low? Were they trying to leave us with no way to live? Just how much salt did they have in their hands? This had been the question they'd been unable to figure out all day. Yang Gong let out a deep sigh, his voice filled with a meaning hard to fully express. This is a trap. A trap set especially for us. The mastermind is that young, wet behind the ears Duke of the nation we look down on, and even His Majesty is involved. At those words, the old salt merchant with the goat beard seemed even older. This was a deal we entered willingly. The profit or loss is on us, our own greed to blame. He had to admit it, and he looked utterly dejected now. But we can't just let them take our money for nothing. If we refuse, they won't sell a single grain of salt to Shandong. Zhang Tao stood up angrily, his tone hard and ruthless. Unless he's willing to buy back the salt at the original price, and let us make our share too. Zhao Qian too seemed to have dropped any pretense, speaking viciously. Right. No compromise. If salt prices are this low, how are we supposed to make money? It shouldn't be this low. That's all money. Just thinking about such good salt being sold for 20 when a gene made their hearts bleed. Humph, you were the ones who begged to do business with the Duke of the nation in the first place. Now you want to back out? Life isn't that easy. Don't even think about it. Yang Gong was far more realistic than they were. Then what do we do? Zhang Tao pointed toward the backyard and said coldly. Sell at 20 when a gene? I'd rather dump it in the water. Selling at a cheap price? Not a chance. Someone's voice softened then, almost in tears. What if we go to the Duke of the nation ourselves and ask him to spare us a way out? 3 million guan, that's what I've saved in half a lifetime of selling salt. If it's gone, what will I do? Humph, if you want to go, then go. I'm not going, another man said stiffly. Just thinking about how confidently he had bought the salt back then, even mocking Qing Xiu's short-sightedness and timidity, now felt unbearably ironic. But even such a hard tone couldn't change the fact that they would have to compromise. They couldn't sell their salt now, unless they agreed to sell it at 21 per gene. Obviously, that was impossible. The atmosphere gradually sank again, with only Yang Gong's cough echoing in the room. Whether it was compromise or impulsive thoughts, all fell silent. These salt merchants were still weighing gains and losses. If no decision came today, their small interest group would fall apart. Either they would foolishly try to stop the changes in the salt market now, or they would go and compromise, and maybe the other side was just waiting for them to come to the door. After a long time, it seemed a certain understanding took hold among them again. Someone let out a deep sigh, and after brief hesitation and in defeat, Yang Gong said, Tomorrow we'll visit the Qing residence again. Let's hope we can take back whatever we can. Zhang Tao, unwilling, started to speak but hesitated. If we do this, won't it expose our weakness? If we keep hesitating, the salt in our hands will only lose more value. Yang Gong's voice sounded in the dark room. The later we act, the worse it gets. In this contest with the Duke of the nation, we've already lost. It was still uncertain whether the change in the salt market was just a temporary tactic against them, or a trend that would continue in the future. The next day. To the salt merchants, that night had felt especially long. In contrast, with Ling Yuchan serving him, Qing Xiu felt the night passed in a flash. After all, he was still young, a little exercise, followed by some leisure time after certain exhaustion, and the sky was already bright. At the Qing residence, he welcomed several old friends. These were the same old friends who had left the day before full of joy with loads of salt, and were now returning dejectedly, still carrying salt. Master, they've arrived. Qing Xiu nodded, waved the gatekeeper old Lu away, rubbed his face, and thought about what expression he should use to greet these old friends. It was time to play this scene. Soon, he saw the salt merchants he hadn't met since yesterday. They looked much more haggard now. Understandably so, in just one day they had experienced great highs and lows. Life was hard and full of twists, and it felt as if a single day had been like 3 long years. Their eyes toward Qing Xiu were full of mixed emotions, anger, helplessness, confusion. For some reason, Qing Xiu's face also seemed to carry displeasure, though at whom, they couldn't tell. Duke of the nation, we want an explanation. Why has the salt market changed so much? After brief hesitation, Yang Gong chose his words carefully, stood up, and cupped his hands. That fine salt of the same quality you sold us for 200 won per gene, yesterday the market price was 21 per gene. We're not here to accuse you, just to ask for an explanation. Putting themselves in the victim's seat now? Qing Xiu sneered inwardly. These salt merchants were no different from ordinary businessmen. With a frown and sharp gaze sweeping over them, he asked, a hint of displeasure in his tone. What, are you blaming this duke? As he spoke, Qing Xiu's eyes roamed over their faces. The merchants, alarmed, quickly said they wouldn't dare. Aside from Qing Xiu's noble title, the fierce glares of house guards Guzi and Xuanzi, who had appeared silently nearby, kept them from acting rashly. The murderous looks around them made their hearts pound. They had to force flattering smiles, realizing the Duke of the nation was not someone they could easily push around, especially here on his own turf. Chingo nodded with satisfaction, as if magnanimously forgiving their impertinence, then waved the guards away. Only then did his expression soften. This time was an accident. Not just you, even I couldn't do anything about it. His tone was full of helplessness, and even from his gritted teeth, they could sense much frustration. The salt merchants, of course, didn't believe him, but they still listened as he continued. Actually, this was a great conspiracy, unrelated to my trade with you. The merchants' hearts stirred, but they stayed silent. Chingo seemed unconcerned and continued. His Majesty has long been aware of my contact with you. You know salt and iron are both under the court's control. Entering the Guangzhou salt market isn't easy. But later, I discovered a fine salt mine, which made trade with you Shandong merchants possible. Originally things were going smoothly, but somehow, news of the mine leaked, and His Majesty found out. Here, Chingo's face showed resentment. No one expected His Majesty to send men to take over the mine. I had no choice. The court then sent labor to mine it, and in the end, I had almost no fine salt left to supply you. Otherwise, who would turn away from money? Sigh. This excuse, whether they believed it or not, they had little choice but to accept. After all, it was hard to imagine anyone truly rejecting such huge profits just to sell fine salt cheaply. Zhao Qian's eyes moved, and he asked suspiciously, Duke of the nation, do you mean you're also a victim? Chingo spread his hands confidently and nodded. Obviously, I can't stay untouched by this either. Then, in these 3 months, you didn't notice anything unusual? We're just small traders after all. His Majesty wouldn't pay us any mind, right? Zhang Tao asked, his face somewhat gloomy. Small traders? Chingo's brow twitched, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. Just the funds from your trade exceeded the state treasury. Even Li Er had been so excited he couldn't sleep all night, and that was just half the money from the deal. And you call yourselves small traders? In broad daylight, burning paper at a grave, trying to fool ghosts. Yes, Boss Zhang is right. Another merchant quickly agreed. We're just small salt sellers, nothing more, surely that's beneath notice? Chingo smiled faintly, appearing to agree but making no comment, as if not seeing them at all. Chingo spread his hands and shook his head helplessly. No matter what, the changes in the salt market are not something we can change anymore. As he spoke, he let out a sigh, deliberately tinged with unwillingness. The salt merchants present naturally sensed this. They exchanged glances, and then Yang Gong couldn't hold back. Duke of the nation, may I ask, is the change in the salt market temporary, or will it be like this from now on? If the salt market stayed at this price in the future, they truly would have no chance to recover. Yang Gong stroked his goatee and probed with a tone of nervousness and hope. It's impossible for the salt market to always be like this, right? That salt mine can't produce only fine salt forever? Hearing this, Chingo couldn't help laughing to himself. It seemed they had really believed the earlier story about the fine salt mine. Setting aside his stray thoughts, Chingo spoke helplessly, a single sentence that crushed their last hope and pushed them into despair. I'm afraid so. That fine salt mine is still producing fine salt without end, and will likely produce even more. The fine salt in the shops will probably stay at this price forever. His face showed deep regret, as if he too had suffered a great loss in all this. It had to be said, Chingo was truly talented at acting, at least enough that these salt merchants seemed to believe him. And with that, it was time to lure them further into the trap. What about the salt in our hands? Zhao Qian panicked completely, his former boldness in ordering 10 million jin of fine salt gone. Now, all he felt was crushing pressure and heartache. His eyes pleaded. Duke of the nation, you can't just stand by and watch. The salt in our hands was bought from you, after all. I sold off my property just to scrape together 600,000 guan in silver. The plump man before him was on the verge of tears. Just thinking of the freshly bought white fine salt in his hands that could no longer be turned into silver filled him with regret. What does that have to do with me? I'm not standing by to watch you die. Chingo waved his sleeve, his face stiffening, clearly irritated at Zhao Qian's tone, which carried a hint of blame. He looked coldly at the others in the room and said bluntly. Since our deal was made, it was all open, fair, and voluntary. I never forced you. Now that you've lost money, don't put it on me. At worst, haul it back to Shandong and sell it there. See them out. Seeing that the Duke of the nation truly seemed in a bad mood, the merchants quickly apologized. Zhao Qian bowed low in fear. Duke of the nation, please don't be angry. My earlier words were offensive, I was muddle-headed, I never meant to blame you. Yang Gong also stepped forward, bowing even lower. Please calm your anger, Duke of the nation. He gave Zhao Qian a discreet glance, and Zhao Qian returned it. They had no choice, Chingo was the only hope they could think of. As for hauling salt back to Shandong, By the time they sold it there, news from Chang'an would already have spread, and they'd have wasted transport costs too. They weren't fools. Humph. That's better. Qingxiu eased his tone, refraining from throwing them out, mainly because he feared that acting too harsh might scare them off. Exhaling slightly, he looked at their pleading faces and showed a tangled expression, as if weighing something. After a long pause, he said slowly, "It's not that I'm being heartless. Those 30 million jin of fine salt were indeed sold to you by me. Naturally, I bear some responsibility." The merchant's eyes lit up. This was exactly what they wanted to hear. Ahem. Qingxiu cleared his throat, spread his hands, and continued. "You know the market price, 21 per jin. At that price, even many black market salt shops have closed. Of course, with the court stepping in, there's nothing that can be done about it." At this, the merchants were deeply disappointed. His words had confirmed the current price for fine salt. Even if they had half expected it, it still stung. Zhao Qian pleaded again. "Then, is there really nothing that can be done? Duke of the nation, perhaps you could speak to His Majesty." "Boss Xiao, say no more. The Duke of the nation has his own difficulties, don't put him in a hard spot." Yang Gong cut him off. Qingxiu, for his part, felt no sympathy. These salt merchants had been insatiable in their greed when making money, yet when faced with loss, they acted pitiful. It didn't change his view. In his mind, they were profiteers, not worth pitying. "What I've said is the truth. His Majesty has been watching for a long time." Qingxiu shook his head helplessly, then added, mixing truth with falsehood. "Even I am struggling to protect myself now. The little fine salt I have left must be sold for under 31. As he spoke, he waved outside. Soon, Urguzi brought in a document and handed it to Qingxiu, glaring at the merchants on his way out, making them flinch. Qingxiu unfolded the paper and openly showed them. "This is the law His Majesty just revised yesterday. It has already passed the review of the 3 departments and 6 ministries. Even though the news hasn't been made public yet, I think it's the same for you." At this news, the merchants' faces instantly turned ashen. Whatever faint hope they'd had was gone. Before seeing high-quality fine salt sold at such a low price, they wouldn't have believed it. The law's conditions weren't enough to justify it. Even the lowest quality coarse salt had never been priced this low. But they had to accept the fact, fine salt really was that cheap, and the court really was controlling salt prices. "Don't lose heart, things haven't reached the worst yet." Just then, Qingxiu's voice rang out again, to them, like the sound of heaven itself. In their eyes, his face even seemed to shine with the light of hope, if such a thing could be said. Qingxiu waved casually. "I know your losses are great. I also bear some blame for this. Duke of the nation, you are overthinking it. Qingxiu raised a hand to stop the words, shaking his head carelessly. "The salt market can't change again. His Majesty has already drawn up the new law. The 31 price for salt is fixed, it won't change." His firm tone struck the merchants like a thunderclap. If that was true, their family fortunes, built over generations, would be wiped out, and their coffers would be emptier than a maiden's backside. But Qingxiu's mouth curved in a faint mocking smile. "If you want to get back some of your capital, there's only one way." "What way?" The few of them instantly turned eager eyes toward him. Qingxiu was their last straw to grasp. Unfortunately for them, Qingxiu had no intention of saving them. He didn't even plan to part with the 9 million guan difference he had pocketed. He had earned it with his own skill, naturally there was no reason to give it back. Qingxiu nodded slightly and said in a very indifferent tone, "While there are still people willing to buy your salt, hurry and sell it. Maybe you can recover some of your capital." Once the court fully mastered the technique of extracting fine salt and expanded production, everyone would be able to eat top-quality fine salt. As for the 30 million jin of fine salt they were hoarding, it would rot in their hands. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Before Qingxiu had even finished speaking, Zhao Qian stood up with his fat body, flinging his sleeve angrily and shouting with absolute determination. "Even if I have to dump this salt into the water, I will never sell it at such a cheap price." As a salt merchant used to making huge profits by buying cheaply, there was no way he would sell the 10 million jin of salt he had bought for several million guan at a price worth only 200,000 guan. The same was true for the others, their faces were full of firm and agitated resolve. "Then it has nothing to do with me," Qingxiu's tone cooled. "That fine salt is now in your own hands, not mine. Whether you can sell it is not my concern. When there was money to be made, you fought to buy. Now that you're losing, you come begging? There's no such thing. Please don't be angry, Duke of the nation. It's just that this price is truly beyond what we can bear. When we bought from you, it was at 100 yuan per jin." Yang Gong paused, glanced carefully at Qingxiu sitting in the main seat, and then said with a hint of pleading, Could the Duke of the Nation give us a way out, perhaps buy our salt back at a slightly higher price? Chingo sneered inwardly, cutting him off. Then what price are you planning to sell your salt to me? Yang Gong exchanged glances with the others. Even Zhao Qian quietly sat down to discuss with them in low voices. After a short discussion, Yang Gong showed a slightly confident smile. We've discussed it, how about 500 won per jin? As for the previous 100 won price we paid you, think of it as our tribute to the Duke of the Nation. We and the Duke are always on the same side. Zhao Qian and the others nodded in agreement, acting as if Chingo would be getting a great bargain. Seeing this, Chingo smiled, his eyes full of mockery. Heh, 500 won, what a great bargain indeed, he refused flatly. Yang Gong's face changed slightly, but before he could speak, Chingo went on. Salt, that's 21 a jin, and you want me to buy it at 500? Do you take me for a fool? The merchants' faces darkened. Zhao Qian frowned and asked. What do you mean, Duke of the Nation? Don't forget, this salt was sold to us by you. We're only taking back the money that already belonged to us. Now Chingo stopped pretending altogether. From the moment you carted away that salt, there was no your money here. Whether you profit or lose has nothing to do with me. If you keep pestering me, don't blame me for being rude. He gave a cold snort and stared at them intently. You. Zhao Qian was shaking with rage, his fat body trembling. The others also looked grim, but the looks from the guards who had poured in at the doorway brought them back to their senses. They dared not act rashly. The Duke of the Nation is right, we have been offensive. Suddenly, the embarrassment on Yang Gong's face melted away like snow, replaced by a smiling expression as he cupped his hands. We were rude earlier. Please forgive us, Duke of the Nation. Yang Gong, you. Zhang Tao looked at him in disbelief, reaching out to tug him, but Yang Gong ignored him. Instead, Yang Gong's smile deepened, and he said in a calm tone. The Duke of the Nation speaks the truth. As merchants, we should have a merchant's mindset. Whether profit or loss, we should have been prepared. Chingo looked at him silently, suspicion in his heart. Had this old man been driven mad? Just moments ago he was ready to fight to the death, and now he was all smiles. Feeling Chingo's odd gaze, Yang Gong knew this shift seemed too abrupt. He gave a small cough. Ahem, earlier was all a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart, Duke of the Nation. Of course. I also feel guilty that things have come to this, Chingo said with a straight face, though he didn't believe a word of it. In that case, we'll take our leave today. Yang Gong ignored the looks the others kept throwing at him and smiled as he cupped his hands. Please, Duke of the Nation, give us the chance to host a banquet as an apology for our rashness today. We hope the Duke will give us small merchants a chance to put aside our differences. He looked sincere, though who knew how much gritted teeth lay beneath that expression. They hadn't completely torn their faces with each other yet, so Chingo casually nodded without saying more and called outside. See the guests out. He watched them leave, their faces full of unwillingness, confusion, and hatred. Chingo didn't care. Whatever schemes they had, they could try. Some distance from the Qing residence, the merchants walked in silence. Zhao Qian was the first to break. Yang Gong, what did you mean just now? Why bow your head to that brat? Wasn't it him who cheated us out of our money? Our money? No, where is our money? That's Chingo's money now. Yang Gong gave a cold laugh, glanced at the others, and sneered. From beginning to end, it was a trap set by His Majesty and Chingo. We were stupid enough to step right into it. If I hadn't said what I did just now, do you think we'd have walked out of the Qing residence alive? Zhao Qian fell silent. Zhang Tao and the others looked like they wanted to speak but hesitated, finally saying. So, we just let it go? Let it go? Of course not. We can't just let it go. Yang Gong's eyes were full of malice, his face twisted in ferocity as his voice rasped. No one cheats us out of our money. I'll make Chingo pay the price. Zhang Tao was startled, instinctively lowering his voice. Are you crazy? That's a Duke of the Nation personally appointed by the court. If the court finds out, we'll all be dead. Zhao Qian gave a cold snort. So what if he's a duke? No one takes our money for free. If we're careful, no one will trace it back to us. Another man interjected. But, will Chingo really come? We can't deal with him inside his own residence. Yang Gong said viciously. Then we'll lure him out. Zhang Tao saw that their talk was getting more and more outrageous, so he knocked on the table and glanced around. Stop talking nonsense. You know Chingo's ties to the royal family, moving against him would mean extermination of our clans. No matter who you send to act, they won't be able to bear the charge, and they won't keep our secret. Once they give us up. Everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Tao. Yang Gong then asked. Then how can we swallow this anger? Even if Chingo died right in front of us now, our losses wouldn't be one coin less. Zhang Tao shook his head. So, the most important thing now is to reduce our losses. Stop stirring trouble in Chang'an, quickly unload the fine salt you have, and find anywhere else to sell it. Zhao Qian sighed. It's too late. News has already spread beyond Chang'an. Who will still buy expensive salt? Then we look beyond the Tang. Sell as much as we can. Zhang Tao was still the most clear-headed. Right now, dealing with Qingxiu was not the priority. If they wasted more time, the salt price would be fixed across the realm, and their stock would be truly stuck in their hands. While there was still time, they could cheat whoever they could. In fact, they could still block news from reaching Shandong, including to the north, Gogurio, and the Silla Beaked region. Zhang Tao lowered his voice. To the east, there's also Wa, Japan, to the south, Kampa. Sell to them, or trade directly for goods. If they don't have goods, then trade for people. People? That's right. I've been collecting for years and have many Silla slave girls. This is another profitable business. The others looked at Zhang Tao and nodded. Yes, trade could be flexible. They would find every way possible to get rid of the fine salt piling up in their hands, trade for minerals if they had minerals, trade for grain if they had grain. Though it might be a bit demeaning for salt merchants, the losses had to be recovered somehow, even if it meant trading for Kunlun slaves or Silla maids. Brother Zhang, can keeping Silla girls really make a profit? Yes. Silla, Beaked, and Gogurio have been at war for years. Many girls have been displaced. To them, girls are a burden, they can't farm or fight when grown, so it's easy to trade them away. Zhang Tao lowered his voice. This method wasn't mine originally. But once the girls are brought back, you still have to train them, teach them to sing, dance, and serve their master. They're all hardworking and obedient, and can be sold for a high price. The most important thing is, they have no ties and can even be trained into death warriors. You know what a man's weakness is, don't you? The few of them nodded slightly, with an expression of understanding. Yang Gong asked curiously. But wouldn't it be too late to train them now? Do you have any ready to use, Brother Zhang? Yes. Don't worry, I'll choose the best for the Duke of the nation. Brother Zhang can't bear this burden alone. Whatever money or resources are needed, we'll contribute our share. They were shrewd indeed, men understood men. The Silla maids weren't Tang subjects, and Silla was still in an age where human lives were treated like grass. A little money could buy a life. And as salt merchants, they already had fine salt to barter with. So there was no need to worry about who would bear the guilt. If witnesses had to be silenced, they would be silenced, they weren't Tang citizens after all. Meanwhile, in the palace, Li Shimon's plan was not yet finalized. Qingxiu continued giving advice during a private audience. Your Majesty, to prevent a run, official salt sales should be tied to household registration, at least temporarily, no large hoarding allowed. What's a run? It's when the price drops so sharply it's like giving it away, and the people rush to buy, draining the stockpiles. Later, they can sell at high prices when hoarding. If a run happens, the fine salt supply won't be enough. Li Shimon nodded slightly, he understood. The salt price drop was extreme. Even if the intention was good, the people's instinct to prepare for hard times would lead to everyone hoarding. No matter how large the stores, it wouldn't be enough, and in the end the price would have to rise again, dealing a heavy blow to the emperor's prestige. Reasonable. Draft the decree accordingly. Qingxiu, should I assign you some guards? Why? You've taken so much of their money, won't the salt merchants be furious? Surely not. Under your Majesty's rule in Chang'an, the very heart of the empire, what could happen? Besides, as a duke of the nation of Tang, I can still keep a few merchants in line. In any age, merchants had low status. In the Tang, it was a bit better, but still not high. Qingxiu truly didn't believe a few merchants would dare to harm him, they weren't at the point of desperation yet. Better to guard against trouble before it happens. If something happened to my imperial son-in-law, my face would be lost. Your Majesty, they haven't reached the corner dog jumping over the wall stage yet. Corner dog jumping over the wall? Interesting phrase. But with so much money, will they really be willing to let it go? Your Majesty, their urgent task is to unload the fine salt in their hands. The longer they wait, the more they lose. Qingxiu was confident in this. Although, wasn't corner dog jumping over the wall from Tang-era literature? How did Li Shimon not know it yet? Li Er asked again. Then how will they unload it? They'll sell it wherever the price hasn't dropped yet. You mean? Silla, Beaked, and the like? Yes, those vassal states not bordering Tang. They have to seize the moment now. Li Er shook his head. Can those little states consume 30 million jin of salt? Qingxiu smiled. 21 per jin is their bottom line. Anything above that, even by 1 won, is profit to them, sell as much as possible. Then where will those small states find the money to buy fine salt at high prices? Even a mosquito is still meat, Your Majesty. And they might not pay in money, they can trade local products, which can then be sold in Tang for good profit. Li Er wondered what local products those small states might have. They weren't great steppes, but they still had plenty of cattle, sheep, and fine horses, all things scarce in the Central Plains. At that moment, Fang Xianling came to request an audience. Your Majesty, the Silla mission has arrived in Chang'an. Shall they be received? Qingxiu found it strange, such a small matter, and the Prime Minister himself came to inform the Emperor? If they came, let them come, wasn't the Honglu Temple hosting them? But Li Shimin actually thought for a moment and asked Fang Xianling. What does their state letter say? It says, they have brought several hundred young, beautiful women, requesting marriage ties. And they are also asking for aid, saying that Gogurio has blocked their tribute route, and their envoys have been attacked multiple times. Qingxiu immediately understood, this was about sending troops against Gogurio. No wonder they were giving advance notice. It was a sensitive subject, the previous dynasty's war to destroy Gogurio had dragged on disastrously. With that lesson in mind, if Li Er suddenly brought it up in open court, the officials would certainly object. Was he planning to imitate the Sui Emperor Yang? The question now was, did Li Er actually want to attack Gogurio? Qingxiu would not analyze so much, he only looked at the outcome. Gogurio, later called Gogurio, had been under Han rule since its founding, as a tributary under loose control. That peninsula had been fighting non-stop, vying for dominance with Silla and Beech. In fact, Gogurio had once dominated the peninsula, Silla and Beech had both been in a subordinate position. When Silla appeared in the Sui period, it began to seek help. The Sui fought, and in the early Tang, every emperor fought, until finally the state was destroyed and its population relocated inland. From this trend, it seemed Li Er wanted to fight. The problem was, with the example of Emperor Yang of Sui right there, if Li Er brought this up in court, there would be an uproar. If an army of 1,000,000 couldn't win back then, better not stir things up now. The Tang still needed to build a solid foundation. What does my minister think? Your Majesty, do not act rashly. Fang Xuanling's answer was so cautious it was meaningless, to fight or not fight. He knew Li Er wanted to fight, and persuading him would be useless. Besides, Fang himself thought they should fight, but he couldn't be the one to say it. If it failed, he couldn't bear the blame. So Li Er turned to the scapegoat present. Duke of the nation, you tell me what should be done? Your Majesty, I think the marriage proposal is no problem. Anyway, later even the Japanese will send women, plenty of them. They only crave our Tang bloodline. Blessing the nations is something Tang men should do. I'm not talking about that, boy. I know you're slippery, no way you didn't understand. Ah? Then you mean, the Silla Queen's request for aid? Qingxiu looked as if he had just realized. As for Silla's plight, I've heard of it. The Gogurio people are indeed not decent. But they've fought plenty among themselves, big and small battles endlessly. Li Er was furious. I already know that, I'm asking your stance. My stance? Our great celestial empire loves peace. Ah? A ruler must not start a war in anger, a general must not fight out of wrath. A wise sovereign is cautious, a good general is alert. Well now, you're lecturing me like Wei Zhang? Qingxiu's words were cheap, easy to say without cost. But such sayings often had no real meaning. Yes, Suanzi's Art of War said it, so what? Did it match the present situation? He'd given an empty, lofty answer, and Li Er still insisted Qingxiu give something concrete. I ask you, since the king of Silla seeks aid, can we just watch and do nothing? Of course not. If Silla's tribute route is blocked, that's disrespect to Tang. Since Silla yearns for Tang, the tribute road must not be cut, otherwise how will the other vassals see it? How will your Majesty win the hearts of all nations? Then say it, how to respond? Your Majesty should send envoys with an imperial edict to Gogurio to condemn them. Qingxiu said it with righteous indignation, and in the end it was a diplomatic solution, just sending envoys to scold them? That was as good as saying nothing, not scratching the itch. Should they bring in Changsun Wuji instead? Duke of the nation, just send envoys to rebuke them? Of course. Tang follows rules, don't say you weren't warned. Li Er's eyelid twitched. Oh? So the Duke of the nation means we need a pretext. Qingxiu shook his head. Your Majesty, you speak too bluntly. This isn't a court meeting, be frank. How do we get the officials to agree? Of course your Majesty will say it, and the timing will come. Don't be impatient. What the officials oppose is nothing but wasting manpower and resources. As long as we avoid that point, they'll have nothing to say. But your Majesty must be patient. Li Shimin's war against Gogurio was not like Emperor Yang of Sui's, there was no massive mobilization. Fewer troops, lighter logistics, better quality soldiers. It could be said Li Shimin mobilized a volunteer army from Chang'an. No one was assigned, soldiers went willingly. This was the key to persuading the officials later. But Qingxiu still felt it was hasty. Although there were victories, the problem was not solved in Li Shimin's reign. Li Er was still annoyed. This kid was still playing Tai Chi with him, giving no definite answer. Well, you two have an understanding then. I'll bring the state letter to court for discussion. Qingxiu left the inner hall with Fang Xianling, not expecting the Silla envoy to be waiting at the palace gate. Go rest at the Honglu temple first. His Majesty is busy, you'll be seen at court. Fang waved to shoo him away. This was the Ministry of Right's business, not his. He'd only come to check in so he'd be in sync with Li Shimin at court. He wasn't Wei Zheng. Then he greeted Qingxiu. Duke of the nation, I'll take my leave. You're too polite, Chancellor Fang, please. The envoy didn't dare say much, but his small eyes fixed on Qingxiu as he approached. Are you the Tang Duke of the nation? Qingxiu frowned at him. You know me? Your name is like thunder in my ears. Nonsense, his accent was strange, and his country was across the sea from Tang. By land, he'd have to pass through Gogurio territory. Did he really know Qingxiu? Qingxiu didn't believe it, it was just flattery, hitting or missing. Still, he had some sense, a duke this young clearly had a bright future. What do you want? My mission brought Silla's finest maids, would the duke like to choose a few to try? What would I want your people for? They have been trained in court singing and dancing, and can do chores. They could serve as maids, surely that's useful. He hadn't caught Qingxiu's meaning. These were people, being offered like slaves. Qingxiu wasn't used to it. Tang did have slaves, but they weren't ordinary citizens, they were either captives or criminals. These were women brought by an envoy, surely not Silla's slaves? It seemed the later, Silla made, trend was started by them. With barren land and no real local products, they could only select beauties to use for diplomacy, it fit their later habits. I'm not interested. Find someone else. Then, please give me a chance to host a banquet for you, so you can watch our Silla beauties perform? Qingxiu hesitated, not because he couldn't resist the mention of beauties. Rather, Li Shimin would definitely send troops eventually. Could they settle the Gogurio issue cleanly this time, without leaving it to the next emperor? Better to act directly. Since Qingxiu had this in mind, he couldn't avoid contact with the Sillans. Li Shimin needed a pretext, they had to create one for war. There would be many times later they'd need Silla's cooperation, so it was necessary to interact. This is Chang'an of the Tang, and you want to host a banquet for me? Tang may be the superior state, but my Silla has its own unique charm. This time we've brought not lowly slave girls, but some of sacred bone lineage. Sacred bone? Qingxiu looked puzzled. What on earth was a sacred bone? Holy bone? Qingxiu paused slightly. The so-called holy bone referred to the three noble bloodlines of the three Han lands. These three noble families were Kim, Park, and Suk. The current Queen Kim Sungman of Silla was herself from the Kim clan. So, to cling to Tang's power, Silla had actually sent a true noblewoman from its royal family to serve as a maid? Even when later on the Eastern barbarians sent princesses for political marriages, they would casually promote a palace maid and give her the title of princess. The Silla envoy, seeing Qingxiu's slight pause, thought he was about to act. He quickly stepped closer and lowered his voice. Our Queen of Silla admires the great Tang Empire so much that even if she is a royal noblewoman, if she can enter Tang to serve as a maid or servant, it is considered a blessing for 3 lifetimes. And if she can serve someone as important as you, Duke Qing, that would be a fortune not attainable in 10 lifetimes. Qingxiu knew the Silla envoy was not lying. The Sillans tried desperately to ingratiate themselves with Tang, there was no way they would dare to falsify something like this. If they said holy bone, then it must truly be holy bone. Your Queen of Silla certainly knows the times, Qingxiu said casually. But inwardly, his interest was piqued. If she were a royal princess of Silla, her appearance must surely be of the highest beauty. Please, Duke Qing, come with me to take a look. If one catches your eye, even if it's just to spend one spring night together, then in the future I have other matters, and entertaining foreign envoys is not my duty. Before the Silla envoy could finish, Qingxiu rose and left. Please wait, The Silla envoy felt a bit annoyed. He didn't know how many times today he had been turned away. Just then, a servant came over, looking troubled, and whispered a few words into his ear. They can't endure it after such a short while? Useless little hoof things. I went through so much trouble, suffered so many indignities, just to send them off, tell them to endure it. The Silla envoy vented all his pent-up anger on the servant. Yes, yes. The servant didn't dare say more and retreated quietly. Outside the palace, the maidens from Silla had been waiting a long time. They had endured several hours without food or water, still having to maintain perfect posture under the scorching sun. How could a group of delicate young women in their late teens endure such treatment? As Chingo exited the palace, he spotted the pitiful girls. Though tired, their beauty could not be concealed. Their forced smiles, delicate and pitiable, stirred one's compassion. Especially those trying to stand straight despite their fatigue, their slender bodies trembled slightly. It was difficult to look away. Originally, Chingo had intended only to glance at them, with no plan to get involved. But among them was one girl whose beauty outshone all others, seizing his full attention. Not only was she the most striking among the 100 or so beauties, but her graceful figure bore clear signs of training. Beneath her smooth shoulders, her muscles subtly shifted in a steady rhythm. While the other girls looked weak, she remained full of vitality, her gaze occasionally sweeping the palace ahead. This girl was highly skilled in martial arts, perhaps on par with Li Yingqi. Why would the Queen of Silla hide such a powerful woman among tribute maidens for Li? If this was meant as a bodyguard, even the Queen wouldn't believe it. Has she drunk too much bad wine and wants to play out an assassinate the king of Qin drama? But Qingxiu quickly dismissed the thought. The Queen was a capable ruler, seeking alliance with Tang was meant to counter Gogurio. Why would she travel thousands of miles to cause trouble? And since only this one girl had martial skills, it was more likely someone had defied the Queen's orders and slipped her into the marriage tribute group. He didn't know the motive, but he decided he'd better warn Li to be careful. Back home. By the afternoon, the Silla envoy was finally received by the Ministry of Rites before nightfall. Even so, it was just a few low-ranking officials casually arranging their lodging. These girls, well, since they're tribute for marriage, send them to the harem to await orders. The officials glanced at the beauties, quickly lowering their heads and swallowing nervously. Joking aside, these girls were to enter the imperial court. Looking too long could mean charges of disrespect. Please wait. These Silla girls don't yet know Tang court etiquette. How about letting them stay outside the palace tonight? I'll personally teach them the proper manners so they don't break protocol. The Silla envoy smiled eagerly. Do as you wish, but remember, if even one of them isn't a virgin and the emperor finds out, you know the consequences. The petty official, uninterested, left after the warning. Wait, heh! Once the officials left, the Silla envoy dropped his fawning look and ordered sharply, bring her here. Soon, a graceful figure draped in a black robe entered with a subordinate. Inside, she removed the robe. It was the same girl who had caught Qingxiu's eye earlier. Now, she had no trace of her earlier gentle smile. Instead, her face was cold and indifferent. That stunning beauty paired with an icy expression gave her a unique allure, less of a fragile damsel, more of a challenge to conquer. Plans have changed. I didn't get that blind duke to come today, so you won't enter the palace with the others. Stay by my side and wait for another chance to get close to him. The girl replied coolly, as you command. She changed clothes, disguising herself as one of the envoy's attendants. Since the envoy hadn't submitted the name list and none of the girls had entered the palace for inspection, no one would notice one missing. Jin Gong, give me that man's portrait. I want to test him tonight. After changing into casual clothes, a hint of cold light flashed in the woman's eyes. The Silla envoy hesitated for a moment, but still complied. Kim Rujin, I trust you, but remember, caution above all, do not be impatient. This matter is directly tied to our master's great plans, there must be no slip-ups. It doesn't have to be done in one night. Handing over the portrait, the Silla envoy still repeated his warnings over and over. Don't worry. The woman spoke little, answering coldly. This is that blind duke? Seeing the portrait, Kim Rujin slightly raised her fine willow brows, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. Earlier today, when Qingxiu left the palace, she had seen his figure while glancing around. Even though Qingxiu wore a black blindfold, it could not hide his extraordinary bearing, nor his strikingly handsome face. Covering his eyes instead added a touch of mysterious uniqueness to him. Even Kim Rujin, cold as ice, couldn't help but look at him twice. His steps are firm and quick, striding with large steps. He doesn't look like a blind man at all. The Silla envoy snorted, a person who's been blind long enough becomes like that, just a habit. What a pity, such a man, yet blind. Kim Rujin's delicate hand couldn't help but stroke the face on the portrait, murmuring with regret. But she quickly realized her own behavior and returned to her previous cold expression. Blind is fine, makes it easier to act. I'll go and be back quickly. Throwing down the scroll, Kim Rujin turned and left. Night fell, the full moon shone through the clouds, its silver light spilling over the residence. Qingxiu and Cui Yuyan sat together in the courtyard, letting the moonlight bathe them. Since she had just married into the household, Cui Yuyen still enjoyed the rare privilege of being alone with Qingxiu for a short while. Of course, the other wives in the residence wouldn't allow such moments to last too long. Cui Yuyen knew this well, but still savored tonight's moonlight. Under the silver moon, they spoke softly. Qingxiu's hands roamed freely over her delicate figure, making the beauty in his arms let out soft calls, like a small creature nuzzling its mate. Husband, even heaven favors us, it's rare for the two of us to have such. Cui Yuyen suddenly realized what she'd said. Praising the moonlight before Qingxiu, who could not see, wasn't that hurting him? Before she could get flustered, Qingxiu chuckled. Indeed, the round moon is like a jade plate. But pity those immortals living on the moon, they themselves cannot see such a sight. You can see, husband? Cui Yuyen was shocked. Perhaps my eye disease is getting better, I can vaguely make out general outlines. I can see a round moon in the sky, though sometimes it's clear, sometimes blurry. Husband. Hearing this, Cui Yuyen still felt sad. She believed he was only saying this to spare her guilt. The more she thought so, the more ashamed she felt, burying her face in his chest. Husband, it's all my fault, how could I be so clumsy with my words and bring up your pain? You won't blame me, right? But if you don't, I'll feel even worse. Cui Yuyen was both ashamed and happy. If you truly feel guilty, why not work a little harder tonight, surpass all your elder sisters? Qingxiu lightly patted her jade-like back, making her full curves tremble slightly. Tonight I'll serve husband well, to make up for it, she said seriously. Her earnestness made Qingxiu's heart itch strangely. Exactly, since you misspoke, I must punish you tonight. Why not punish her by not letting her sleep with husband tonight? I can take her place to atone. At some point, Chang Sun Pingting had appeared behind them, bending slightly with a mischievous smile. No. Cui Yuyen refused instinctively, she hadn't had enough time with her husband yet. You're good at making your presence felt, disturbing me. Let's see how to punish you. Qingxiu tapped her forehead with a smile. She stuck out her tongue playfully. Why not punish me tonight, husband, hee. You really find every opening. Hee, Sister Yun asked me to say, if Sister Cui isn't attentive enough, she can come teach personally tonight. Qingxiu glanced at Cui Yuyen with a half-smile. Her pink jade-like face flushed red as blood, and she quickly lowered her head. If not for Qingxiu's iron body, he might not withstand the lady's enthusiasm. All right, you two go wait for me, I'll be there soon. Cui Yuyen grew nervous. Husband doesn't want to watch the moon with me. Of course not. I just want to take a walk alone, His Majesty gave me some matters to consider. At this, the two women, though reluctant, had to leave. After they left, Qingxiu tapped the ground with his staff sword and smiled. Newly married, my wife is naturally a bit clingy, sorry to keep you waiting. Now it's just the two of us. Care to come down and watch the moon together? His voice wasn't loud, but enough for the hidden person to hear clearly. On the wall, the lurking Kim Rujin's heart skipped a beat, a chill surged through her body. She had hidden so well, without even the sound of her own breathing, how had Qingxiu found her? Seeing her shock, Qingxiu smiled. Under his perception, no one could hide perfectly. He had sent the two women away precisely for this reason. And he had already recognized her as the highly skilled Scylla tribute girl he'd seen in the palace yesterday. This woman was clearly not here to watch the moon with him. You didn't sneak into Tang to assassinate me, did you? Who is your master? Under the silver moonlight, Qingxiu held his staff blade with a calm smile. The pure light made his handsome features seem almost immortal. Even Kim Rujin, at this moment, was slightly dazed, her lips parted, standing frozen, her eyes filled only with the radiant young man before her. Is he really just a blind man? His perception is far too sharp. Kim Rujin quickly snapped out of her brief daze. Amazed as she was, she also instinctively sensed that the man before her, Qingxiu, was extremely dangerous. Even though she had no idea what his martial skills were like. Without hesitation, she leapt into the night, not lingering another moment. If she only disturbed one man, it would be fine. But if his household guards were also alerted, that would be trouble. Qingxiu gripped his staff blade, then suddenly hurled it into the air. The shaft shot across the sky like a streak of light. Clang! With the sound of metal striking stone, Kim Rujin saw the staff blade. She didn't even know when it had been thrown. Land right in front of her feet, perfectly blocking her way. It pierced 3 inches into the stone tiles. It was hard to imagine that such force had come from a single throw. Next time you come, there's no need to sneak about. Just walk in through the front door. Qingxiu's smile had already faded as he spoke slowly. Kim Rujin, both flustered and afraid, didn't think twice. She skirted around the staff blade and fled into the night. This time, Qingxiu did not pursue, but let her leave freely. He had never intended to capture her, though it would have been easy for him. He wanted to keep watching her and later follow the trail to whoever was behind her. Even if he caught her now, he wouldn't get any information from this killer for hire. She might even make up lies, and he would have no way to verify them. She would certainly come back again, so there was no rush. Not bad skill, she could be considered one of the top assassins in Tang. Qingxiu murmured to himself. Of course, her beauty and curvaceous figure were no less impressive than her martial arts. A woman who trained in martial arts had an even firmer, tighter body. If he had the chance? Yes, he was thinking of her kung fu. In every sense of the word. Husband, what just happened outside? It sounded like the clash of weapons. Are you all right? Cui Yuyen, who had left earlier, came rushing back. Hearing the sound of arms, she was naturally worried for Qingxiu's safety. She circled around him, checking. And only after confirming he was unharmed did she relax. And, your staff blade. She noticed it was gone from his hand. It's nothing, just now, a pesky fly kept buzzing around, so I threw my staff blade to drive her off. Qingxiu smiled lightly. I'll help you find it, eh? Just as she was about to get up, Qingxiu pulled her into his arms from behind. Most men's hands rested on shoulders. His seemed to grow from her chest instead. Cui Yuyen let out a startled cry, then quickly realized her reaction, lowering her head with a blush. Husband. Just help me back, don't forget we still have an appointment tonight. Let the servants fetch the staff blade. Don't waste a rare beautiful night. Qingxiu pulled the young beauty into his arms, his hands roaming ceaselessly, making her cry out in soft protest again and again. He had no intention of letting such small matters spoil his mood for a night's hard work. Under the moonlight streaming through the window, the two did not know how long they spent, drenched in sweat, until Cui Yuyen could no longer endure Qingxiu's wolf-like attack, drifting into sleep. Only then, satisfied, did Qingxiu pull her into his embrace and slowly fall asleep. In the next few days, the salt merchants did not come to Qingxiu again to plead. They were not fools. They knew it would be pointless. Instead, they used the time to quickly ship out their hoarded refined salt from Chang'an in batch after batch. To outsiders, it seemed they were foolishly racing against time, trying to sell the salt outside the city before it reached other markets, even at high prices. But people outside Chang'an already knew about it, and few were willing to buy. Why pay more now, when waiting a little longer would mean buying cheap once Chang'an salt flooded the market? Only an idiot would take over at the peak. But Emperor Li Er's first goal had already been achieved. He held the advantage in the first round. Next, he needed to get the refined salt beyond the passes quickly, dump it across Shandong, and then send it rapidly down to Jiangnan. Duke Qing, everything has gone just as you predicted. Given time, the people of the realm will eat refined salt cheaply. I'd say you deserve the highest credit. Highest credit? Your Majesty really knows how to talk. Qingxiu yawned lazily. Li Er could say this with a straight face, even though the whole plan had been possible only because of Qingxiu. All Li Er had done was push the flow along. Yet he shamelessly took the praise. Heh, don't mind the details. Li Er's smile spread across his face like a blooming chrysanthemum. I heard these past few days they've rented every carriage and horse in Chang'an, even paying extra express fees for some. Even so, if they manage to sell some salt outside the city, it won't cover the transport costs. Qingxiu spoke calmly. Seems they really are confused by your move. It's rare to see such shrewd merchants act so foolishly. Li Er did not hide the pride in his words. It wasn't that he had forgotten Qingxiu's earlier warning, that the salt might be sold to Gogurio or Silla. He simply didn't believe it was possible. The distance was great, and those tiny states, how much could they take? But Qingxiu was not smiling. He tilted his head slightly and said, Does your Majesty truly believe that? Of course not. Ahem. Li Er's smile froze and he forced himself to change his words, quickly putting away his proud look. Looking around, he saw that Changsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the others were also frowning. Who else but him had been grinning like a chrysanthemum? Li Er cursed himself inwardly for being too pleased. Fooled by the simplest appearances. These merchants, who never moved without profit. Could they really all have miscalculated? Even if one acted foolishly, would all the rest follow? Qingxiu said, I've already learned from outside sources. The salt leaving Chang'an has not been sold along the way. Instead, it has gone east beyond the passes. Still in transit, though the destination is unknown. Li Er hadn't expected Qingxiu's work to be this thorough. A task that should have been his as ruler. Truly, one must always take others as a mirror. Duke Qing, you've been thoughtful. Li sighed. Changsun Wuji asked, Can you guess why they're doing this? I'm not a worm in their stomach, how would I know so much? If not for his blindness, Qingxiu would have rolled his eyes. I'm not even good at business, so how could I figure out the route? When the others heard this, they couldn't help but twitch their faces. If Duke Qing wasn't good at business, then no one in the world could dare call themselves a merchant. Regardless of what these salt merchants are planning, even if they're just going beyond the passes to offer birthday congratulations, we can't let them do it smoothly. Li Er spoke bluntly. His thinking had shifted. These merchants were so blinded by greed that they'd probably even dare to sell the rope to hang themselves. Who knew if they might really find buyers in those small three-han states? My ministers, I think these merchants have been hiring carriages and horses far too easily. Just in time, the court has a batch of supplies to send past the Hushi trade route. We'll need to requisition some carriages and horses, right? At these words, everyone present knowingly agreed. If they could block them, they would. If they couldn't, then at least they'd stir up some trouble for them. At this point, Li Er glanced at Qingxiu beside him. The man completely ignored the hint, looking around casually as if the whole matter had nothing to do with him. Gentlemen, that's all for today, dismissed. Li Er waved his hand, signaling the end of the meeting. Only Qingxiu remained seated. Even after everyone else had left, he didn't move. Duke Qing, what's this? Li Er asked in confusion. Your Majesty, I heard that this morning the maidservants from Silla entered the palace? Li Er frowned at the thought. The Queen of Silla sent them from so far away, sending them back without accepting them would be improper. However, I didn't agree to the Silla envoy's request. I only gave him some return gifts. Qingxiu asked. Yesterday, did your Majesty notice anything unusual among these women? Li Shimin instantly understood what he meant. Duke Qing, rest assured. Yesterday all the maids were thoroughly checked. None were found to possess martial skills or concealed weapons. Qingxiu was slightly surprised. So, the woman he had secretly observed last night, Kim Rujin, had not entered the palace with the others? That only confirmed his suspicion that she had come specifically for him. I understand. Your Majesty should still be careful. Qingxiu took his leave and left the palace. But as soon as he stepped out of the imperial city gates, he heard a loud call from behind. Isn't this Duke Qing? What a coincidence. The Silla envoy, looking delighted, came up and bowed. Qingxiu didn't even want to acknowledge him. He had already noticed in the palace that this man had been secretly tailing him for some time. Qingxiu only gave a slight nod and was about to leave. Duke Qing, please wait. Yesterday we didn't have time to talk. Today I'd like to invite you to sit down for a drink. I hear the Buweiju restaurant here in the capital is a must-try. Buweiju is one of Duke Guo's establishments, Qingxiu cut in calmly. The Silla envoy's face flushed red. Hee, I'm new here and didn't know Duke Qing's businesses were so many, how shameful. In that case, please come instead to the residence I'm sponsoring. It will be more convenient to show you something. At this, the envoy smiled suggestively and lowered his voice. With the few trinkets from your three Han lands, what could possibly catch my eye? Hee, Duke Qing, do you remember what I said yesterday? About the maid among them with the holy bone? Qingxiu inwardly smirked. After yesterday's events, he was already highly suspicious that this envoy was involved in plotting against him, deliberately swapping the maid and keeping her outside the palace. His intentions were clear. That so-called holy bone woman. Qingxiu could guess who she was with his eyes closed. That maid was tribute to His Majesty. You dare give her away as a gift? If His Majesty finds out, do you think you envoys could still walk out of Chang'an alive? The envoy didn't look scared at all. Instead, he grinned lewdly. Duke Qing, why speak like that between us? I've long heard that in Chang'an, you are fond of admiring beauties. I went to great trouble to keep the finest one behind, just to give her to you. If you saw her, I'm sure you would praise me, hee. His obscene grin disgusted Qingxiu. Even the palace guards at the city gate who caught sight of it looked nauseated. How could anyone smile so lecherously? Qingxiu decided to play along. A woman was the least of it. If she's not one of the tribute maids for His Majesty, then seeing her once wouldn't matter. Feigning reluctance, he gestured for the envoy to lead the way. I've been waiting for those words. This way, please. The envoy, excited as a brothel keeper getting a prized client, fawningly led ahead. Qingxiu assumed the woman would be hidden in some upscale restaurant in the city. But as they walked, the route grew more remote, almost leaving the busy district. Clearly, these Silla envoys were short on funds, and couldn't afford luxury lodging. It was understandable. The travel expenses for a visit like this might drain a tenth of their kingdom's treasury. He'd even heard that envoys from Hua country, before entering the palace, had stayed in a shabby inn on the outskirts of Chang'an, and still owed several days' rent until the Ministry of Rites paid it off. The Silla envoy kept glancing around nervously, as if afraid someone was following. Just as they were about to leave the market district, A group of people swaggered out of a nearby tavern, blocking the street. Drunk, they shouted loudly, spewing crude, filthy words like a machine gun. Korean. Gogurio envoys. Chingo frowned slightly. These people's public manners were as bad now as in the past. From the way they acted, one might think the street was their own living room. The Scylla envoy noticed them too. He immediately lowered his head, afraid they might recognize him. Gogurio and Scylla were currently enemies, with frequent wars large and small. The envoys naturally hated each other, never letting the other side save face. If they were in the imperial city before the Son of Heaven, he wouldn't yield an inch. But now, alone, he preferred not to invite trouble. Wait, wait! Suddenly, one of the Gogurio envoys shouted, "Stop! I'm talking to you, stop right there!" A Gogurio envoy, face flushed red and wearing a tall official hat, rudely pointed at the Scylla envoy's back and shouted. This drunkard, completely intoxicated, even took off his own hat and threw it straight at the Scylla envoy's head. Rude and arrogant to the extreme, his loud shouting made the passers-by on the street look on with disgust. Were all the people of the Three Han like this? Scoundrel! The Scylla envoy's head was struck hard by the hat, and anger immediately rose in his heart. If it weren't for the other side having so many men, he would have lost his temper already. Is this how you people on the Korean peninsula greet each other? Chingo said indifferently. The Scylla envoy, Kim Gong, gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. Forgive the sight, Duke Ching. These Gogurio thugs aren't worth paying attention to. Gogurio and Scylla had been blood enemies for generations, with countless skirmishes on their borders. And because Gogurio was much larger in strength, they often left Scylla utterly defeated on the battlefield. As a result, Gogurio people looked down on Scylla, even believing that one day they would annex the entire kingdom. Don't let them spoil our business. Please, walk faster. Kim Gong just wanted to get Chingo away quickly to avoid further conflict. But Chingo thought otherwise, who disliked a lively scene. Oh my, envoy, they're practically riding on your neck. You're just going to let them be this arrogant? Chingo feigned surprise. Don't let them act so outrageously. I'll back you up, reason with them. Kim Gong nearly spat blood on the spot. This guy really wanted to watch him make a fool of himself. Oh? Reason with us, huh? Come on, come on. We've been itching for a fight, let's see if your mouth can out-argue our fists. You Scylla people not only get beaten until you drop your armor on the battlefield, but when you meet us on the street you can't even fight back or talk back. As they spoke, the noisy Gogurio men directly blocked Kim Gong's path, cracking their knuckles and glaring at him with ill intent. Kim Gong's body tensed. But suddenly he had an idea. He quickly stepped back to Chingo's side. What are you trying to do? Do you know who's beside me? Tu! A tall Gogurio warrior spat right in Kim Gong's face, cutting him off. What are we doing? You walk past without a word, obviously you're asking for trouble. You want to avoid a beating today? Huh. Have that half-old queen of Scylla serve us for one night? And we'll forget about this, hick. The warrior burped drunkenly, blasting Kim Gong's face with reeking wine breath. You Gogurio act like this and aren't afraid of disgracing your national etiquette? Hearing this, Kim Gong actually didn't get very angry, he really started reasoning with them. Insulted to this degree and yet, as a state envoy, he's not furious? Chingo was surprised. Was this man overly calm, or was there another reason? You can endure such a humiliation? Chingo said with a smile. Kim Gong couldn't spare the effort to answer Chingo's provocations now. He saw the foul-mouthed Gogurio warrior drawing closer, looking ready to strike him. Chingo noticed his sleeve trembling slightly. In his cuff, he was gripping a sharp awl. In that instant, killing intent flashed in his eyes, ready to act. He was clearly trained, and at this distance, if he struck suddenly, the Gogurio warrior would surely die. But Chingo didn't want the show to end too soon. Master Kim, don't be rash, this is under the Son of Heaven's rule. Even as a foreign envoy, if you kill here, you won't escape Tang law. And even if I wanted to help you plead with His Majesty, I couldn't persuade him. Chingo pretended to be extremely troubled, making Kim Gong's face turn black. If it weren't for his mission requiring him to curry favor, he would never have lowered himself so much in front of this man. But just as he hesitated, the Gogurio warrior's fist smashed straight into his face. Completely unprepared, Kim Gong took the blow head-on. With a cry of pain, he fell to the ground, several teeth flying out along with a spray of blood. His face looked like a dye shop had exploded, white, red, and purple all mixed together, unrecognizable, completely ruined. Hey! A gentleman uses words, not fists. Why do this? Harmony is precious. Chingo stepped back just in time, he had no desire to be splattered with blood. And spoke with mock surprise, pretending to mediate. You think you're somebody? The drunken Gogurio warrior, still riled up, raised his fist to hit Chingo too. These low-ranking warriors truly had a death wish. Chingo sighed, gripping his staff, ready to give the fool a quick end. But suddenly, the warrior's fist froze mid-air. Ah! The arrogance on his face twisted into agony. And he let out a pained scream. Chingo saw a sharp awl pierce through the man's wrist, buried so deep in his arm that without Chingo's heightened senses, he wouldn't have detected it. Who ambushed me? Clutching his bleeding wrist, the warrior staggered back, his face contorted. His companions quickly rushed to help him, shocked at the sight of his injury. None of them had seen who threw the awl. Chingo tilted his head slightly, as if looking around, and turned toward a distant rooftop. Though his eyes couldn't see, he sensed a figure swiftly retreating from there. The one who had thrown the awl, seemingly to help him just now. But Chingo quickly turned back, his cold expression facing the flustered Gogurio warriors. Seems you've truly never traveled far, never taken a real beating? He had only wanted to watch. But now that they dared to target him, even if they left alive, he wouldn't let them keep their limbs intact. That's Duke Qing. Are these Gogurio people insane? Daring to provoke Duke Qing in Chang'an. Teach these bastards a lesson, Duke Qing. They don't know how high the heavens are, I've long had enough of them. The crowd nearby immediately recognized Chingo's identity, and shouts rose one after another. Duke Qing enjoyed enormous prestige among the common people. Almost everyone knew he was the one who had let them taste refined salt, something they had never even dreamed of eating in their lifetimes. To most of them, Duke Qing's status was like that of a life-saving god. Naturally, they could not tolerate these drunken Gogurio louts acting arrogantly toward him. This man is Duke Qing. When the Gogurio warriors heard this, a chill surged through their whole bodies. Their hair stood on end. They had long heard of his fearsome reputation, though few had seen him in person. But all knew he had single-handedly wiped out the envoys in Chang'an. Neither his status nor his martial skill was something they could afford to provoke. They regretted it so much they wished they could slap themselves several times. Before Chingo even made a move, the surrounding passers-by had already closed in on them, glaring fiercely, fists clenching until their knuckles cracked. What are you doing? We're envoys. Gogurio envoys. Even your emperor has to give us 3 parts courtesy. The fool didn't finish his words before a rotten egg smashed right into his head, splattering across his face. The people were already angry at their disrespect toward Chingo. Now this only added fuel to the fire. A tiny country, yet overflowing with superiority? Who cares what kind of envoy you are? This is Tang. Even your emperor must bow his head and submit. That's right, hit them. Too arrogant, hit. Count me in. The crowd roared in unison and rushed forward, knocking the sturdy Gogurio warriors to the ground. The warriors instinctively reached for their swords, but quickly remembered the punishment for killing in Chang'an. No one dared actually draw their blades. But that hesitation was enough. In seconds the people were on top of them, pummeling with fists and feet in chaotic fury. The warriors howled in pain, but still dared not draw their swords. They could only shield their heads and try to protect their vital spots, which only made the crowd hit them harder. Scoundrels! Brothers, hit this one harder. Damn it, I'll put all my skill into this today. If I don't beat the shit out of you, it means you've already shat clean. In the heat of it, some even grabbed tables and chairs from the street, swinging them wildly with bloodshot eyes. Seeing the envoys beaten until blood sprayed, Chingo, holding his staff blade, was momentarily stunned. Wasn't he going to personally cripple their limbs? Instead, his identity had roused the people to fight on his behalf. Well then, I guess I don't need to act myself. Chingo sat back in satisfaction, watching the scene and occasionally calling out directions and cheers. Kim Gong, face ruined and limping, came over almost ready to faint. If Chingo had revealed his identity earlier, he wouldn't have suffered that vicious punch. Duke Qing, if you had said something, I wouldn't have. Kim Gong looked utterly miserable. You should be glad you held back just now. Look at their fate. Chingo pointed with his staff at the Gogurio warriors in the crowd, so badly beaten they couldn't even scream. Foreign envoys in Tang who don't restrain themselves will have a hard time surviving. First the country, now Gogurio. You should thank me for not letting you follow in their footsteps. Hearing these kind words, and looking at the Gogurio's miserable state, Kim Gong shivered. Thinking it over, it really did seem Chingo was right. His resentment instantly turned to gratitude, and he bowed deeply. Thank you for the guidance, Duke Qing. If I act improperly again in the future, please correct me. Chingo put on a look of deep concern. It's best you realize it early, so you don't end up like those fools, beaten until your own mother wouldn't recognize you. By now the Gogurio men were barely alive, blood staining the street. Yet the people showed no sign of stopping. Spare us. We won't dare again. Their weak pleas for mercy were completely ignored. Stop! All of you, stop! A shout came from the other end of the street. A group of Gogurio envoys, gripping sheathed swords, rushed in aggressively. Led by none other than young Geisaman. He had just learned his envoys were in a street fight, and hurried over, only to see this bloody mess. His men on the verge of being beaten to death. Even then, the crowd ignored him, still shouting to keep hitting. A bunch of insolent commoners. Young Geisaman's fury burned. A battlefield veteran who had killed without number. How could he tolerate a crowd of unarmed civilians flaunting themselves before him? In enemy cities? He had slaughtered countless commoners. In his rage, he completely forgot he was in Tang's capital, not an enemy city after conquest. Clang! Both swords left their scabbards, the sharp blade singing in the air. The moment he drew, his murderous aura surged, grabbing everyone's attention. As expected of a battlefield demon, his presence alone stunned the townsfolk. None dared move. He clearly enjoyed the feeling of crushing others with sheer force. Pointing his sword at the crowd, he said, "Do you not know who we are? I've long heard Tang has many insolent commoners. Today I see it's true. If not for you, Yun Geisaman." A commanding voice interrupted him. Chingo tapped his staff on the ground, walking slowly through the crowd to face that overwhelming killing intent. Calm and composed, he was completely unaffected by Yun Geisaman's aura. Yun Geisaman, already irritated at being interrupted, looked closely, and his anger froze into shock. Duke Qing? Of course he knew Chingo's name. Not someone to provoke lightly. Our court has decreed, envoys may not carry weapons in the street, and must never draw blades against Tang citizens. Did you really take this place for Gogurio? Where you can swagger as you please in your tiny land? Yun Geisaman said in a deep voice. These insolent commoners are beating my Gogurio envoys in the street. Is this Tang's way of treating guests? The way to treat guests is fine wine for friends, and bows and arrows for jackals and mad dogs. These warriors attacked me in the street with intent to harm. Shouldn't I protect these good Tang citizens from such villains? If it weren't for these common folk, I might already have fallen victim to these scoundrels. And I'd be the one lying on the ground groaning now. If such a crime fell on your heads, would your fate be any better than those Wa envoys? Getting beaten instead of killed is a blessing. You should be thanking these common people. Chingo spoke fluently, placing himself firmly in the position of the victim. He stood on the moral high ground and bombarded Yun Geisaman without pause, leaving him unable to refute a word. You, Duke Qing, are you joking when you say these warriors could harm you? Yun Geisaman gritted his teeth. If that really happened, it would be the biggest joke of all. Chingo raised his brows. Can't I have an off day and be no match for these ruffians? Whether Duke Qing could be hurt or not, the fact that Gogurio warriors dared to attack you in the street is already a grave crime. Kim Gong was happy to see Yun Geisaman take a loss and immediately joined in to help. This, in turn, reinvigorated the commoners whose momentum had been crushed earlier. They began pointing at Yun Geisaman, loudly spitting insults. You started the fight and still act like you're in the right. Keep arguing and your punishment will double. Duke Qing has plenty of ways to deal with you. Hurry up and apologize to the Duke. That's right, if His Majesty pursues this, your petty little country could be wiped out. Hearing wave after wave of curses, Yun Geisaman's expression grew darker and darker. His hands clenched on his hilts until they creaked, and he swept his gaze coldly over the crowd like a hawk. Right now he wanted nothing more than to swing his swords without restraint and start cutting off heads. Debate was not his strength. Slaughter without mercy was what he excelled at. Chingo sensed Yun Geisaman's change and gave a cold laugh. If not for him holding things down here, this man might really lash out and kill someone. Even losing your temper requires the right setting. Chingo tapped his staff blade lightly. No matter how reckless Yun Geisaman was, he had to swallow his anger. Duke Qing, we'll have more chances to deal with each other in the future. I hope you'll give me your guidance. The last word was squeezed out from between his teeth. Chingo was indifferent. This fellow could only vent his useless rage like this. Take them away. At his order, the attendants behind him stepped forward to help up the Gogurio warriors lying in pools of blood. But when they checked, their faces immediately changed. General, they're dead. At these words, Yun Geisaman's flushed, anger-reddened face turned pale. What did you say? He roared the question, veins bulging on his forehead. The attendants hurried to check again. But it was no use. These 7 or 8 strong Gogurio warriors had been beaten to death without ever daring to draw their swords. They had died both miserably and absurdly. The crowd stepped back slightly upon hearing there were dead. But no one felt pity. Acting so arrogantly, did they really think Tang had no one? Insolent commoners. Yun Gaesaman, furious, pointed his long blade directly at the crowd, advancing on them without restraint. Stand down. Suddenly, a strong gust swept past his face, its sharp force making his skin sting. With a metallic clang, in an instant his long sword seemed to take the weight of a mountain, and shattered. The leftover force traveled down the hilt into his wrist, then up his whole arm. With a cry of pain, Yun Gaesaman staggered back, his entire arm going numb and losing all sensation. This is not a place for you to run wild. Chingo held his staff blade against the ground, the tile beneath it already spiderwebbed with cracks. At his feet lay fragments of a snow-white blade, the remains of Yun Gaesaman's treasured sword. Yun Gaesaman's extreme rage turned to shock and fear. He hadn't even seen Chingo move before his sword was destroyed in a single blow. If that strike had aimed for his head instead of his weapon, he would have died without knowing how. Clear out. All of you, clear out. At that moment, a group of patrol guards charged in, surrounding the Gogurio envoys tightly. The townsfolk backed away sensibly, while the envoys gripped their hilts like startled birds. Wake up! Yun Gaesaman's sharp shout brought them to their senses, and they all raised their hands to show they meant no harm. If they drew their swords here against the patrol guards, none of them would leave this street alive today. Even as mad as he was, Yun Gaesaman wasn't a fool. What's going on? I've only been off patrol for a short while and trouble's already started. A loud, rough voice came from outside the crowd. A voice Chingo knew all too well. Uncle Chin, you're here just in time, there's a show to watch. Chingo smiled toward Chingo's voice. Chingo shoved aside the patrol soldiers with displeasure. Rare for me to be in a good mood today, and the moment I step outside, it's a bloody mess. General. Seeing Chingo, the patrol soldiers saluted at once. He waved them off casually, looked down at the Gogurio corpses, and sneered. Not a bloody mess, people's blood. Yun Gaesaman glared coldly at Chingo, but didn't dare explode. General, my men were killed in the street. As an envoy, am I ranked lower here in Tang than some commoners? Chingo looked to the seemingly unconcerned Chingo. What's going on here? Long story short, these ruffians acted wildly in the street, even trying to lay hands on me. Our righteous Tang people couldn't bear it, so they gave them a good thrashing. Chingo chuckled, summarizing the whole thing in a few words. What? Chingo pretended to be furious, pointing straight at Yun Gaesaman's nose. Boy, you think this is your own capital? Yun Gaesaman almost fainted on the spot, bloodshot eyes locked on Chingo, on the verge of exploding. Of course, even if he were stupid, he knew this was not the time to act recklessly. If this were the battlefield and I ran into you, you'd already be unable to stand. Yun Gaesaman could only curse like this in his heart, his only way to feel any sense of victory. General, no matter what, my men did not deserve to die. These people are just commoners of Tang, yet they dared to beat my Gogurio envoys to death in the street. If word of this spreads, it won't look good for Tang. Rubbish. Before he could finish, Cheng Yaojin cut him off with a loud curse. What commoners? Even the people of a great nation won't kneel to the ruler of a small one, let alone a bunch of envoys going mad in the street. And you even dared to lay hands on a duke in public. This is a capital crime. If you ask me, dying here in the street was quick for them. If they'd been arrested, tried, and executed later, who knows how much more they would have suffered. Chingo chimed in. Whether I feel wrong doesn't matter, what matters is you disturbing the people in public. That's right. Instead of locking you up, we're letting you off lightly. You'd better thank Duke Qin for not pressing further. Cheng Yaojin glared and played along with Chingo, completely shutting Yun Gaesaman down. Looking at the soldiers watching him closely, and Cheng Yaojin's bulging eyes, Yun Gaesaman had to take deep breaths again and again just to calm himself a little. Duke Qin, I have greatly offended you, please forgive me. I will personally come to apologize another day. He gave his subordinates a cold look, and they quickly moved to gather the bodies of the unlucky dead. That's better. Cheng Yaojin stroked his beard. Next time you see Duke Qin, remember to keep your tail between your legs. Yun Gaesaman pretended not to hear, only ordering his men to leave quickly. He didn't want to see Cheng Yaojin's big face for another second. Wait! Chingo suddenly spoke, stopping Yun Gaesaman and his men in their tracks. I wonder, Duke Qin, what more do you want? Yun Gaesaman nearly ground the words out from between his teeth. Chingo spread his hands. I haven't even agreed to forgive you yet, isn't your apology a bit early? Yun Gaesaman's face turned dark. Then what does Duke Qin want? It's not what I want. You caused a big commotion in Chang'an, disturbed the order, and frightened who knows how many citizens. Compensating them for mental distress should be the least you do. Without even looking at Qingxiu, Yun Geisaman pulled a few official silver ingots from his robe and tossed them over. Duke Qing, is this enough? Qingxiu didn't even reach for the silver. Smiling faintly. You don't seem to understand what I said. I said you should compensate the people of this street, not me. Yun Geisaman sneered. These people wouldn't earn a tenth of this in years of work, this is more than enough for them. I mean all the people of this street, not just the few dozen here watching. I'm not asking much, 1 guan per person. As mental distress compensation. Qingxiu's smile vanished. His tone going cold. After how arrogant and loud you just were? This is already letting you off cheap. Whoa! The onlookers gasped. They hadn't expected Duke Qing to refuse any payment for himself, and instead fight to get compensation for them. The Gogurio envoys were stunned. This street was busy, between residents and passers-by, there were at least 10,000 people. 1 guan per person meant 10,000 guan, enough to empty the funds for their entire mission. Even selling all of them wouldn't be enough to cover it. For a small country like Gogurio, 10,000 guan wasn't a small sum even in the national treasury. Duke Qing really has a heart. Make them pay heavily. Thank you, Duke Qing. If they don't get taught a lesson, future envoys will only get more arrogant, don't let them off lightly. Duke Qing is generous. The crowd's cheers came in waves. In their eyes, Duke Qing was now a true hero. The envoys' faces, however, were pale and bitter. General Chang. Duke Qing is just making things hard for us. Yun Geisaman looked to Chang Yaojin for help, but he had chosen the wrong person. I don't think it's that expensive. Even if you can't pay, you can work it off here in Chang'an bit by bit. Chang Yaojin stroked his beard seriously. I could even help you arrange to pay in installments. Qingxiu added at just the right moment. Shall I help you find a job? General Chang, we cannot bear such humiliation. I will see His Majesty and demand justice for us. Yun Geisaman cursed himself for not realizing sooner that these two were working together. Good. I was waiting for you to say you wanted to see His Majesty. Qingxiu held up 2 fingers. Then we'll have 2 matters to discuss. 1. Your attempt to attack me in public. 2. Drawing your blade to threaten the citizens. Guess if your fate will be any better than the Hua envoys? That shut Yun Geisaman up completely. He had taken a huge loss and still had no ground to stand on. Even on the battlefield, he'd never felt this humiliated. If this were the battlefield, I'd cut you all to pieces with 1 swing. But for now, he could only think it in his head. Exactly, and if His Majesty orders you to pay even more, you might end up staying here for life to work it off, hee. Chang Yaojin grinned wickedly. He almost wanted to see these envoys stuck in Chang'an as laborers. Maybe, if more unruly envoys came, they could form a whole laborers' guild. What a hilarious thought. We have no money. Please, Duke Qing, forgive us. Let us pay less. Now Yun Geisaman had no fight left in him at all. If they didn't settle this, they might really end up stuck in Tang as refugees. Qingxiu shook his head. I can't decide this, it's not for me. Then, what does Duke Qing want us to do? Qingxiu didn't waste words. He pointed directly at the watching crowd. The people looked at each other, puzzled. What did Duke Qing mean? You have to beg their forgiveness. Qingxiu grinned. They are the ones qualified to decide. Yun Geisaman froze. Did this mean he had to bow and admit fault to these ordinary townsfolk? I, a dignified envoy of a great nation, must apologize to these commoners? Then where is the face of Gogurio? Are you saying that an envoy like me is worth less than a few Tang commoners? Qingxiu countered, just now, in front of everyone, you lost all face, why didn't you think of Gogurio's dignity then? Yun Geisaman was instantly speechless. His eyes almost shot fire as he swept his gaze over the townsfolk in the street. Yet not a single person showed fear, each stared back at him confidently. This was Tang territory, who would be afraid of him here? General, a wise man doesn't take a loss in front of him, let's get past this first. That's right, you are vital to Gogurio, nothing can happen to you. Even if all of us died here, it wouldn't matter, you are a pillar of the nation, you must survive. The envoys all spoke softly to persuade him, with no other choice. Yun Geisaman knew they were right. But from the very start, Qingxiu had been playing him like a fiddle, it was hard to swallow this humiliation. You're right. A wise man doesn't take the loss in front of him. Finally making up his mind, Yun Geisaman faced the townsfolk. We Gogurio envoys have acted offensively today. Please forgive us. We do not have enough funds with us to pay compensation. I hope everyone will be magnanimous and exempt us from it. His men also lowered their heads and admitted fault. These arrogant men had finally been forced by Qingxiu to bow. Qingxiu smiled without speaking, turning to look at the townsfolk. They, in turn, looked at him blankly. These hardworking commoners had never before been treated so politely by such high-ranking envoys. Being treated with respect like this truly gave them a deep sense of satisfaction. But they also knew, this was all because Duke Qing had demanded it for them. Otherwise, these overbearing Gogurio envoys might have made their lives miserable. Although Yun Geisaman was the one apologizing, all eyes were on Duke Qing. After a long silence. "Thank you, Duke Qing. Thank you, Duke Qing." The crowd spoke in unison, making Yun Geisaman and his men look like complete clowns. Qingxiu smiled and said, "Why thank me? You stepped in just now to defend me, I haven't even thanked you yet." Yun Geisaman couldn't hold it in anymore. "Everyone, if you no longer wish to press the matter, can we be excused from paying the compensation?" Excused? The crowd was unsure how to respond. I can see they really can't come up with tens of thousands of guan. Would you be willing to let me handle this matter? Qingxiu spoke up. I will be sure to give you all a satisfactory resolution. At his words, the people felt both respectful and grateful. Duke Qing had not only helped them but was giving them face. Everything will follow Duke Qing's judgment. Naturally, the people had no objections. Qingxiu nodded with satisfaction. On the surface, it looked like he was giving them the decision, but in reality, it was still his to make, while also gaining their gratitude. Good. Let them stay here and work. Who knows how many years it would take to earn tens of thousands of guan. I say, before leaving Tang, they should clean this street every day as atonement. How about that? No one opposed it. With Duke Qing's prestige, even if he wanted them released without punishment, no one would argue. All follow Duke Qing. The agreeing voices rose together. Qingxiu then looked at Yun Geisaman. Well? As Duke Qing says. Even though Yun Geisaman hated the thought of a Gogurio general sweeping streets, he would accept anything to end this trouble. Eh? What kind of attitude is that? Duke Qing helped you so much, don't you know to thank him? Cheng Yaojin shouted angrily. Yun Geisaman thought, if not for Qingxiu, I wouldn't be losing face here at all. But he dared not show any rudeness. Thank you, Duke Qing. Qingxiu laughed and waved his hand. You're welcome. Just keep this place clean. By the way, I'll have patrol soldiers supervise you. If it's not cleaned properly, don't blame me for making you work overtime. Yun Geisaman didn't dare say a word, quickly leading his men away. Hurry off, haha. Duke Qing did great, just the thing to put these people in their place. The townsfolk chattered behind him, looking at Qingxiu with open admiration. A small matter, Qingxiu replied with a slight smile. All of this had been clearly seen by Jin Gong. Even though this was just a glimpse of Qingxiu's methods, it deeply shocked him, winning the people's hearts while thoroughly humiliating the enemy. No wonder he had become a duke at such a young age. And to think he was blind, yet saw clearer than anyone. If Qingxiu is willing to help us, our plan will go much smoother. Unfortunately, he can't be allowed to remain. Despite thinking this, Jin Gong put on a fawning smile. Masterful work, Duke Qing. Enough, if it weren't for you, today's conflict wouldn't have started, Qingxiu said, instantly making him shut up. As the patrol guards dispersed, Cheng Yaojin came over and slapped Qingxiu's shoulder. Do you just not get along with any envoys? Qingxiu looked innocent. I was going to ask the same, why are these envoys one worse than the other? If they insist on throwing their weight around to feel important, it's not my fault. Heh, still, you've done well. If news of them sweeping streets in Tang reaches Gogurio, Yun Geisaman will lose all face. But while Cheng Yaojin spoke, Qingxiu's mind was on something else. He had no intention of letting Yun Geisaman safely return to Gogurio. Letting a tiger return to the mountains was not his style. Huh? Isn't this the envoy from Silla? What are you up to? If it's drinking, bring me along. Cheng Yaojin had noticed Jin Gong and asked casually. Jin Gong instantly turned pale. What he had to do today could not have a third person present. If all of Chang'an learned that a Silla envoy had done something like a brothel keeper to curry favor with Duke Qing. He said he had some specialties from Silla that he wanted to sell in Chang'an to earn some travel funds, but he didn't know how to set the price. So, he asked me to go to his place to take a look and help appraise them. Qingxiu stepped in to smooth things over. After all, he had just recently married Chui Yuan, and in front of the old Cheng, he had to restrain himself a little. But unexpectedly, the old Cheng became interested immediately. What kind of specialties? I love such things, take me along to see. Jin Gong instantly panicked. That wouldn't be proper. My humble place is too shabby, I'm afraid it would be poor hospitality for General Cheng. What's there to fear? I don't care about that. But, Cheng Yaojin's face darkened. What's this? Looking down on me? Jin Gong quickly waved his hands. No. Please don't misunderstand, General, Inside, he cursed nonstop. Why is everyone coming out to ruin my business today? Uncle Chang, that land of the three Han is barren. What decent specialties could there be? Just some pickles and sauces, nothing worth seeing. Qingxiu stepped in again to cover. Old Cheng glanced at the flustered Jin Gong, then at Qingxiu, seeming to vaguely understand something. You're not? Of course not. Uncle Cheng, you know me better than anyone, don't you know what kind of person I am? Qingxiu said righteously. Cheng Yaojin's cheek twitched. If he didn't know how many women Qingxiu had at home, he might have thought otherwise. You'd better keep yourself in check. Cheng Yaojin said meaningfully. Naturally, I'm not one to indulge in women. If not for the Scylla envoy begging me over and over, I wouldn't bother helping him at all. Qingxiu said firmly. He certainly wasn't making this trip for some beauty. After finally sending old Cheng away, Jin Gong at last brought Qingxiu back to his residence. A small courtyard in a relatively secluded spot, definitely a good hiding place in the bustling city. Ruzhen, hurry and come out to greet Duke Qing. Pouring Qingxiu a cup of tea, Jin Gong called out loudly. A sweet, delicate voice answered from outside. Since it's my first time meeting Duke Qing, of course I must prepare properly, sorry to keep you waiting. The door opened, and a tall, curvaceous woman, lightly made up, with a face like peach blossoms, entered smiling. She was about 1.7 meters tall, considered tall among Tang women. She glanced up slightly at Qingxiu, her face oddly flushed, then shyly lowered her head, as if she didn't dare meet his eyes. This little girl's acting is impressive, Jin Gong thought. Even knowing Qingxiu can't see, she still puts on this show, she's really learned how to play men. But he didn't know that her shyness was 70% real and only 30% fake. She was Jin Ruzhen, who had once met Qingxiu before. His martial skill, looks, and bearing were all deadly attractive to a young woman. Otherwise, as a cold-blooded assassin, she would never be able to fake such an alluring appearance. Introducing her, Jin Gong said. Her name is Jin Ruzhen, the woman I told you about with the sacred bone. But rest assured, Duke Qing, she's my adopted daughter, not a tribute maidservant. Qingxiu smiled faintly. They weren't strangers, they had met before. Of course Jin Ruzhen didn't know he had already seen through her identity. Duke Qing cannot see, so why don't you let him feel your face, so he can know your appearance? Jin Gong instructed. Jin Ruzhen's blush deepened, and she carefully stepped forward, bending slightly. Please be gentle, my lord, I? She said in a delicate voice, full of suggestive undertones. Although Qingxiu could see her clearly through his mind's eye, he didn't mind taking the opportunity to explore. Jin Ruzhen had never experienced such a bold and skilled touch before. She trembled, her face flushed as if blood might drip from it, biting her lip to stop herself from making sounds, yet still, little soft noises escaped her lips. It was enough to make anyone's blood run hot. Miss Jin is indeed a rare beauty, Qingxiu said with satisfaction, withdrawing his hand. Jin Ruzhen looked at him with a complicated expression. Although his touch had been utterly unreserved, she felt no resentment, on the contrary, a strange feeling rose in her heart. Was she actually falling for this strikingly handsome man? Lost in thought, she realized Qingxiu's face had been turned toward her all along. Even knowing he couldn't see, she still felt shy. As long as my lord is satisfied. Jin Gong laughed. Duke Qing, I can tell my girl likes you very much, she's never shown this side before, not even to me, her adoptive father. If she's a noble's daughter, how did she become your adopted daughter? Ah, that's a sad tale. Her father committed the crime of privately dealing with foreign merchants in Scylla and was beheaded. Ruzhen herself was sold as a servant. I knew her father slightly and couldn't bear to see her suffer, so I bought her and adopted her. Lowering his voice, he added. Even so, she is still untouched, my lord, no need to worry. Qingxiu, knowing this was nonsense, still said casually. Then she really is pitiful. Ruzhen spoke softly. Meeting my lord today makes all my past suffering worthwhile. Jin Gong immediately chimed in. Haha, it seems my girl has decided on you at first sight. Let her follow you, it would ease her late father's worries. Ruzhen, hurry and thank the duke. Thank you, my lord. I haven't agreed to take you with me yet, Qingxiu said lightly. Both of them were struck speechless. Duke Qing, take her in, it's a good deed. She's all alone, and it's rare for her to like someone at first sight, don't let her down. Qingxiu didn't rush to answer, but thought for a moment. Miss Jin, you know I can't see, but my hearing and sense are sharp. I feel like I've met you somewhere before. Jin Ruzhen's face instantly changed. She exchanged a quick look with Jin Gong. They thought he couldn't see and nervously used lip movements to communicate. But Qingxiu caught it all. He didn't bother to expose them, curious to see what they would do next. My lord must be mistaken. Since arriving in Chang'an, I've never left this house, Ruzhen said with a forced smile. Jin Gong looked even more tense, cursing her silently. You never should have secretly tested him that night. If that's so, Qingxiu's expression became unreadable, making their hearts pound. Could it be, he really recognized me? Perhaps it's just my imagination. I must have met someone with a temperament very similar to Miss Jin's, Qingxiu said calmly. Haha, no matter, no matter. It's a misunderstanding then. But speaking of it, my lord, surely you wouldn't want to see a weak girl alone and helpless in a foreign land. Just take it as doing a good deed. I'm no living saint, where would I get so many good deeds to do? Qingxiu ignored Jin Gong completely, stood up, and prepared to leave. My duke's manor is already quite crowded, and I've only just taken a wife. I have no time to take in another. Better find her another household, Lord Jin. Farewell. Duke Qing, wait. Even if it's not through formal marriage, you could at least keep her by your side as a warming maid. Jin Gong hurried to stop him, but Qingxiu strode straight out of the courtyard, giving him no chance to speak further. Of course, it wasn't that Qingxiu had no interest in Jin Ruzhen. Her beauty was on par with his wives and concubines. But he had already tested enough to know these people's goal was to get close and strike at him. Jin Ruzhen was almost certainly trying to use this chance to approach and harm him. He wasn't going to plant a time bomb at his side. Even if her martial skill was nothing to him, if she harmed his wives or concubines, that was something he would never allow. This woman could not be taken in, at least, not now. It would be a pity to waste such a beauty, but for the moment, no. Is this guy really blind? The way he walks is so steady and fast, faster than me, and I'm trained in martial arts. Jin Gong knew he couldn't stop him, and cursed in annoyance. But Jin Ruzhen, unlike him, felt an odd trace of loss watching Qingxiu leave. Could it be, he doesn't want me? Her expression was complicated, like a woman abandoned by her lover. Jin Gong thought she was just unwilling to give up because the mission had failed. Don't worry. Compared to the wives and concubines Duke Qing already has, your looks are no worse. He must have some other concern. What other concern could he have? She asked. Jin Gong paced the room with a dark expression. We just brought a group of maidservants to Tang. If Duke Qing were to take in a beautiful Silla maidservant now, wouldn't the Tang Emperor think he took one that actually belongs to the crown? No matter how bold he is, he still has to avoid suspicion. Then doesn't that mean our plan won't work? Not necessarily. In 5 days our official visit will be over. At that time, you'll stay behind. Without the mission here, Duke Qing should have no such worries. As long as you can get close to him without tying the matter to us Sillans, that's a success. Jin Gong spoke without the slightest regard for her life, and she didn't mind. After all, in their plan, she was unlikely to live to return anyway. Since he shouldn't be far, why don't I take the chance to? She made a throat-slitting gesture. No. Jin Gong refused instantly. But no one knows this residence is used by us Sillans. Jin Gong's face went cold. When we came back just now, we happened to meet Cheng Yao Jin. He knows I was with Duke Qing. If the news of Qingxiu's death spread through Chang'an tomorrow, Cheng Yao Jin only needs half a brain to know who did it. Jin Ruzhen could only give up reluctantly. Fine, besides, his martial skill is strong. Even if I attacked from behind, I might not succeed. Li Er had been quite troubled recently. He had been keeping a close eye on the salt merchants, but to his surprise, these men, once shameless profiteers, had overnight turned into model citizens. They no longer mentioned the huge sums they'd been cheated of earlier, and their guild still ran as usual. Although Li Er knew from intelligence that the guild was already an empty shell. No matter how you looked at it, their good days were numbered. When the debts came due, they'd all be in deep trouble. Yet their calmness was unnatural, which made Li Er uneasy. He was a ruler who rarely grew complacent. No matter how strong his position seemed, the calmer the opponent, the more suspicious he became. Chang Sun Wuji also noticed that while Li Shimin appeared to be discussing another matter with him, he kept bringing up the salt merchants, intentionally or not. Your Majesty, rest assured. From what I know, they've even started hiring carts on credit. Within half a month at most, creditors will be breaking down their doors. Li Er nodded slightly. Perhaps they're just putting on a brave face. What does Duke Qing say about this? Chang Sun Wuji gave a wry smile. My fine son-in-law says, the salt is sold by the court, the matter was handled by you, I know nothing. This boy, haha. Li Er was briefly taken aback, then laughed. So he takes the benefits, then pushes all the trouble to us. Clever fellow. Just then, a eunuch hurried into the hall. Your Majesty, the Silla envoy, Lord Jin, requests an audience again. Li Er's brows rose, he had almost completely forgotten about the Silla envoy. No surprise, compared to the pile of other matters before him, Scylla's request for marriage alliance was barely worth mentioning. Let them wait. I still have a basketful of issues to handle, no time for them now. Your Majesty, they've already submitted requests nearly 10 times in the past few days. After all, they are foreign envoys. The eunuch said, looking uneasy. Li Er glanced at Changsun Wuji, who hesitated, then nodded slightly. Let's deal with them. I've also heard there's enmity between Scylla and Gogurio, maybe we can make use of that. Moments later, the eunuch emerged from the palace to where Jin Gong was pacing. Sir Eunuch. How is it? Jin Gong rushed forward, discreetly slipping a silver ingot into the eunuch's hands. The eunuch beamed. Rest assured, I won't take your money for nothing. I put in a word for you, His Majesty will see you. Thank you, Sir Eunuch. Thank you. Jin Gong let out a long breath of relief. But mind your words and behavior. From what I see, His Majesty seems troubled about something, you'd better not annoy him. Jin Gong wanted to ask more, but at the eunuch's glance, he wisely kept quiet. What shouldn't be asked, mustn't be asked. If a single wrong word angered Li Er and ruined things, what would the Scylla Queen do to him when he got back? Just thinking about it made him shudder. No matter what today, he had to persuade the Tang Emperor to agree to the marriage alliance. Greetings, Your Majesty. Jin Gong performed the formal rites and kowtowed, his movements smooth and precise, almost like a Tang court official. Clearly, he had practiced this many times in private. Scylla envoy, coming such a long way, I truly appreciate your earnestness, Li Shimin said, setting down the state letter, his tone distracted. He knew perfectly well that the man's real purpose was marriage alliance. Li Shimin did not object to using this kind of core diplomatic tool to draw in small surrounding states, especially since the princess sent was never his real daughter, but usually a palace maid granted the title of princess, along with some gold and silver dowry. In exchange, they gained a vassal state. Later, with this nominal monarch-vassal relationship, he could control them as he pleased. At the same time, the small state could use its status as the Tang Emperor's in-law to make others wary. It was a win-win. Your Majesty, our Queen of Scylla has long admired the majesty of the Tang. Though far away, she always keeps the Tang in her heart, regretting only that she cannot come herself. For this reason, the Queen sincerely requests that a prince of the royal bloodline of Tang be wed to a Tang princess. Let Tang and Scylla be bound in blood for generations, so that from monarch to the common people, we may be united as one family, and we will offer tribute to Tang for all generations to come. To show our sincerity, the princess has sent over 100 beautiful maids to serve your Majesty and bring you joy. From the first sentence, Jin Gong laid on flattery thick and fast, trying to make Li Shimin feel elated. Unfortunately, Li Shimin was long immune to such empty flattery. He listened patiently to the end, then said lightly, if the Queen of Scylla sincerely wishes to accept the Tang way, I am willing to grant the marriage. Your Majesty is wise. The assembled ministers all voiced agreement. Grant the Queen of Scylla an official seal, robes, and an investiture decree, naming her King of Scylla under Tang. As long as Scylla never defies Tang's will, it shall be a country we will never conquer. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jin Gong immediately bowed again, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, Li Shimin was an enlightened ruler. He hadn't needed to work too hard, and the matter was settled smoothly. But just as Jin Gong was about to leave, Li Shimin suddenly stopped him. I forgot to ask, your Scylla Prince Kim Yong-sun is only 8 years old? Why come so early to ask for a marriage alliance? Jin Gong smiled. Your Majesty misunderstands. The Queen's request is not for her direct son, but for another member of the royal family, named Kim Yong-jin. At these words, the ministers were shocked. Li Shimin's expression shifted from warm to dark. You want my princess to marry a collateral prince? Jin Gong, seeing the emperor's change in tone, grew flustered. Your Majesty, this man is, apart from the princes, the most noble among our royalty. Ridiculous. He's not even a prince, what right does he have to marry my princess? In a marriage alliance, the key was the merging of bloodlines. If the princess married a crown prince, their son could inherit the throne, making him Li Shimin's vassal in title and his grandson in blood. This would give Li Shimin both public and private authority over him and reduce the chance of future conflict. But if Scylla married her to someone without succession rights, they could avoid Tang blood in the royal line while still gaining Tang protection, a way to take all the benefits without giving anything in return. Your Majesty, if this is the alliance, it is most improper. The Queen of Scylla is not sincere, she only wants protection. If Scylla submits on such terms, they will betray us later. Please rescind the marriage. Before Li Shimin even spoke, the ministers were already condemning the idea. Some criticized politely, others bluntly urged outright refusal. Jin Gong was stunned. He hadn't expected trouble to arise so quickly. It wasn't even his fault. Originally, the plan had been for the true prince. But Gogurio had suddenly intervened, threatening the Silla queen with war if she did not arrange a marriage with their royal family. Against Gogurio's army, which could reach them in a single day, Silla was powerless. Changing the marriage partner was a reluctant compromise, but the queen still hoped to gain Tang's support through it. Silla envoy, marriage is no small matter. I must consider carefully, Li Shimin said coldly. Return to Silla. If I approve, I will send word. Your Majesty. Please. But before he could finish, a eunuch stepped forward. Please, envoy, the eunuch said coolly. His Majesty has matters thousands of times more important to deal with. You will have your answer later. Yes. Jin Gong had no choice but to leave, looking like a fool. The ministers watched him go with cold expressions. It was exactly as they had expected. As expected, the Sillans are short-sighted. After this, His Majesty will likely never permit another marriage alliance with them. And they still think they can play both sides. Not only was Jin Gong expelled from court, but his envoy pass was taken back. The court's meaning was clear: he was forbidden to enter the palace again. It was the complete failure of the mission. Enough, Jin Gong sighed. He knew he had to leave Chang'an by tomorrow night at the latest. Still, if Ruzhen handles the matter well, this trip might not be for nothing. His mind was in turmoil. The next day, Jin Gong and the remaining Silla envoys departed Chang'an. They had arrived over 100 strong, but now only a handful remained, carrying bags and looking utterly dejected. The others hung their heads in shame. We couldn't even manage this one thing. When we return, who knows how the queen will punish us? At those words, the others shivered and began to imagine the worst. Jin Gong was already upset, and when he heard that man complaining, he shot him an unhappy glance. Frightened, the man immediately shut his mouth. This matter is entirely my responsibility. What are you all so nervous about? Afraid that if we fail, you won't get your reward? Even I don't care about that. The others listened to his scolding in silence. No one dared provoke him at this moment. But clearly, their bad luck wasn't over yet. Hey? Brothers, come take a look, aren't these the honored envoys from Silla? A mocking, playful voice sounded. Jin Gong suddenly saw several Gogurio warriors, holding brooms, their faces dirty, blocking their way. They looked them over with malicious amusement. I heard your marriage request was rejected? Not surprising, how could the Tang Emperor marry his daughter to your backwater Silla? You should be glad. Asking the Emperor to marry a princess to some minor royal, lucky you weren't beheaded. What a pity. Even I feel sorry for you. One after another, they sneered, making it hard to endure. Jin Gong's face darkened. His hand instinctively gripped the awl hidden in his sleeve. If not for fear of violating Tang law, he would have killed these idiots on the spot. Gentlemen, you aren't in a better position than me. You're still here sweeping streets. If the Duke of Qing learned you were chatting instead of working, I wonder what would happen. At the mention of the Duke of Qing, they all shivered involuntarily. Clearly, their previous humiliation had left deep scars. Even hearing the name made them afraid. You old man, itching for a beating, aren't you? One of them grew furious, tossed his broom aside, and clenched his fists to strike. Instead of dodging, Jin Gong stepped forward with a smile. Go ahead. I'm just an old man, don't be afraid to rough me up. You old fool. The warrior glared at his infuriating face but hesitated and didn't act. I advise you, once you return to Silla, hide away in some remote place and don't show your face. Otherwise, if we catch you on the battlefield, your old bones won't survive what we'll do to you, heh heh. The malicious grin made Jin Gong uneasy. In fact, he vaguely caught a hint that Gogurio might be planning military action against Silla soon. You'll find out soon enough. The man looked smug, about to say more, when his companion suddenly smacked his shoulder hard. The Duke of Qing is here. At once, the burly man's face twitched in fear. He quickly grabbed his broom and pretended to sweep as if nothing had happened. Husband, these men are actually working hard. The street is much cleaner than before. Why not have every foreign envoy who commits a crime in Chang'an sent to sweep the streets? If that happened, the whole city would be cleaner than our own courtyard, haha. Along with the clear, teasing voice came the sight of Qing Xiu strolling past with Zhang Sun Pingting and Cui Yunan. Recently, Su Xiaochun was close to giving birth and needed rest. Qing Xiu had been preparing for the baby's arrival, buying supplies. Today, the ladies had insisted on coming along, so he brought them. Qing Xiu looked at the spotless street with satisfaction. Looks like the reform is going well. More than well. Husband, with people coming and going here all day, keeping it this clean means they have real potential as street cleaners. Zhang Sun Pingting laughed. Of course. If they slack off even a little, patrol soldiers will report them, and they won't sleep that night. But husband, they are envoys, treating them this way, won't His Majesty think you're being disrespectful? Cui Yunnan asked with concern. Qingxiu smiled. You don't understand, this is me protecting them. Protecting them? The women said in surprise. You see, His Majesty is a wise ruler. If he found out envoys were causing trouble in the capital, the lightest punishment would be 10 years in prison. By letting them sweep for half a month, I'm saving them. Pfft. Zhang Sun Pingting covered her mouth, laughing. I love it when you say such nonsense with a straight face, ah. Before she finished, she felt a certain part of her body suddenly seized by Qingxiu's mischievous hand. Husband. Her cheeks flushed red as she glanced around. Thankfully, the street wasn't crowded. This is a public street, someone might see. Wherever it is, if you say the wrong thing, I must punish you, Qingxiu said seriously. Don't worry, no one will see. But the punishment isn't over yet, you're banned from the bed for 7 days. No. Zhang Sun Pingting panicked. Punish me however you want, but not that. Cui Yunnan fanned the flames. Husband is right. On her free days, why not let me take her place? In your dreams. The women laughed and teased each other, drawing attention on the street. Just then, Qingxiu spotted Jin Gong in the distance, hesitating as if wanting to speak but not daring to. Jin Gong, you're leaving today? Qingxiu left the ladies at a silk shop and approached him. Seeing Qingxiu, Jin Gong grew tense. Duke of Qing, long time no see. We met yesterday. A day apart feels like 3 autumns, haha. Alright, I won't see you off. On your way back, keep your eyes open, those Gogurio people hold grudges. Thank you for your concern, Duke of Qing. I'm not concerned, I just don't want you dying in Tang and causing me trouble. Jin Gong coughed awkwardly, then lowered his voice. Duke of Qing, could I trouble you, for the sake of our acquaintance, to help me with something? Kim Rujian? You mean her? Qingxiu could guess without effort, this old man was still thinking about her. Jin Gong looked embarrassed. Of course you understand me, Duke of Qing, but you don't know. He leaned in to whisper. Speak openly if you have something to say. This isn't some shady business like a chicken thief or a dog robber, so why hide it? Besides, I have other matters to attend to. Let's talk next time if there's a chance. Qingxiu had no intention of having anything to do with Jin Rujian, so he turned around and went straight into the silk shop to look for the 2 madams. I don't believe you're truly impervious to reason. Jin Gong watched Qingxiu's back with resentment in his heart. Let's go. Their group left Chang'an's east gate dejectedly, with only 2 or 3 guards accompanying them. Once outside the city, they had to take care of everything themselves, truly the most miserable envoy group since the beginning of tribute missions. Jin Gong's party was fretting over the few broken pieces of silver left in their bundles when, at that moment, several people with their faces deliberately covered by their clothing followed closely behind them after they left the city. Are you Lord Jin? The master sent us specifically to deliver travel money. The shifty group glanced around, confirmed there were no guards nearby, and then approached Jin Gong. Jin Gong, overjoyed at the sight of silver, hurried forward to greet them. You gentlemen are most thoughtful. Just as he was about to take the package, the man pulled it back, leaving Jin Gong momentarily stunned. What's this about? The master sent us to give you the money, but he also has a small matter to inquire about. I don't need to say more, you should know what I mean, right? Jin Gong's expression instantly changed. He glanced at the guards behind him. The guards tactfully stepped away so they couldn't overhear the conversation. Tell your master to rest assured, I've already done my best. At most, within a month, you'll hear news of Qingxiu's death. Are you joking? You've already been kicked out of Chang'an, yet you still think you can kill Qingxiu? The messenger sneered with contempt. Do you really think the masters are fools? They've been in business for decades and have dealt with more shrewd people than the number of soldiers who've died on your Silla battlefields. Jin Gong quickly replied, how would I dare deceive the masters? Just tell them to rest easy. Although I'm no longer in Chang'an, I've already left my arrangements behind. With Qingxiu's lustful nature, he's bound to fall into the trap. Besides, their promise to me will only be fulfilled after the matter is done, so the masters won't lose anything, will they? The messenger eyed the old fox in front of him with suspicion. Fine. I'm just the messenger anyway. But you must understand, if the matter isn't done, not only will the promised rewards be void, but even our previous deals will be cancelled. At this point, the messenger's voice grew agitated. The so-called masters were the wealthy salt merchants who had been thoroughly swindled by Qingxiu. They hated him to the bone and saw killing Qingxiu as their only chance to turn the situation around. Naturally, they wouldn't act themselves, this foreign Silla envoy group was their ideal partners. They had promised Jin Gong that if the job was done, trade between them and Silla would triple, and that they would sell to Silla even those goods banned from foreign trade in the Tang dynasty, refined salt, mulberry seeds, and even papermaking techniques. At the time, refined salt in Tang was sold as cheaply as cabbage, but under the ban that forbade selling even a grain abroad, its value in foreign lands was equal to gold. Jin Gong, unable to resist the temptation, didn't even inform the Silla queen and agreed on the spot. But things didn't go as he expected. He was even expelled from Chang'an earlier than planned. Now, he could only hope that the little girl Jin Ruzhen would complete the task. At the same time the Silla envoys were leaving, another group of foreign envoys appeared at Chang'an's west gate. Their clothing and manners were strange, garments made of animal skins dyed in bizarre colors, both men and women with oddly shaped braids, their bodies heavy with so many ornaments they could crush a person, and with large patches of unhealthy redness on their faces. Even more absurd, when they tried to enter Chang'an, the guards blocked them without mercy. They had no permission to pay tribute. In other words, they had traveled all the way to Chang'an at their own expense, without prior notice to the Tang court and without official approval. Even the gate soldiers were puzzled as to how these people had gotten past the border defenses. "We are envoys. From the snow mountains. Envoys from the highest city in the world. Please tell your emperor, we want to marry the most beautiful princess of Tang and establish an everlasting friendship song with your emperor." The envoy spoke haltingly in broken Chinese that was even harder to understand than a foreign language. The soldiers had to listen several times before they could make sense of it. The garrison captain ordered that these strange envoys must be watched closely, not allowed into the city, and certainly not allowed to leave. He himself rushed to the palace to report to the emperor for a decision. Meanwhile, the two madams, still unsatisfied after their shopping trip, were chatting happily with Qingxiu when they unconsciously arrived at the east gate. There, a large crowd had gathered in a dense circle around something unusual. "How strange, I've never seen people like this before. Never heard of such a country, what was it? Something too? It's scary, how did they sneak past the defenses?" Lady Zhangsun, curious about the commotion, stepped closer. "Husband, I heard them say some envoys have come. Why don't they go to the Forbidden City to meet the emperor, and instead gather here?" Qingxiu, also curious, moved forward to take a look. "Hey! Isn't that Duke Qing? Make way, everyone, Duke Qing is here." "Greetings, Duke Qing. You're really down to earth. You came at the right time, Duke. Since you're well-traveled, see if you can tell where these people are from." The crowd respectfully saluted Qingxiu and opened a path for him. "Thank you for your kindness." Qingxiu nodded to the crowd and stepped forward, only to see the strange envoys being held at the gate. The envoys looked irritated at the crowd's stares and whispers, but with soldiers' weapons aimed at them, they could only suppress their anger. Taking in their clothes, ornaments, and the red patches on their faces, Qingxiu blurted out, "Oh my, aren't these Tibetans?" The crowd's attention instantly shifted to him. "Tibet, what's that? Yak hides, plateau red faces, and long braids, these people were the Tibetans living on the Tibetan plateau." Before the Tang dynasty, exchanges between the Tibetan plateau and the Central Plains were extremely rare. Even in the official historical records, there were only a few brief mentions and descriptions of that land. Its presence was minimal. No wonder, the land was frozen and barren all year round, with one more deadly condition than even the harsh northern grasslands: lack of oxygen. Even on the northern steppes, a single blizzard could wipe out countless tribes. The Tibetan plateau, with its even harsher climate, needed no further explanation. The barren land simply could not give birth to a rooted civilization. Tibetans were even more backward than the Xiongnu or the Turks. But the climate was not always unchanging. Qingxiu vaguely guessed that in the flourishing Tang era, the world's climate cycle had reached its warmest point. The Tibetan plateau, benefiting from rising temperatures, saw its permafrost thaw completely. What remained was vast fertile farmland, which in turn caused Tibet's population and productivity to soar. Eventually, it became a powerful empire that could constantly threaten the Tang dynasty's northwest. Of course, that was later. Judging from these envoys, it was clear that the plateau had already been unified under their mighty ruler, Songtsen Gampo. After unification, they finally had the chance to communicate with the Central Plains dynasties. Let alone the common people, even the ministers of the current court probably knew little about Tibet. Duke Qing. Seeing Qingxiu arrive, the city guards quickly came to salute. "Have you ever seen people like these? They look a bit like nomads from the northern desert, but there are big differences. They are Tibetans from the northwest. It's normal you haven't seen them before," Qingxiu said calmly. "These people aren't a threat, right? Should we just kill them here on the spot?" If you're not afraid of the emperor cutting off your head, do whatever you want. Even in war, we don't kill messengers. These people haven't done anything, and you want their lives. The soldier laughed awkwardly. That's true. I was being overly cautious. Chingo looked at the Tibetan envoys before him, his expression somewhat complicated. Songtsen Gampo was a ruler of a generation, and under him were ministers rarely seen in 100 years on the steppe. It was precisely because the Tibetan ruler and his ministers worked with one heart that they developed into a threat to Tang's northwest. If among these people there were ministers who posed a serious threat to the Tang dynasty, Chingo truly didn't want to let them go easily. Gentlemen, can you understand my words? Chingo stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. The Tibetans looked at each other, then all focused their gaze on one man wearing the most ornate jewelry. I can understand Chinese. The man, with a heavy Tibetan accent, grinned at Chingo and returned the gesture. My name is Chingo, Dukshan of the Tang dynasty. May I know your name? Chingo asked. Duke? I think I've heard of that. A high rank, is it like our Tibetan great priest or something? Oh right, you asked my name. I am Thonmi Sambhoda, the wise minister before our great king. This name was not unfamiliar to Chingo. This man was a rare Tibetan scholar of the age, fluent in multiple languages, and had directly created Tibet's language and writing system. His status in Tibet was almost equivalent to that of Tsongjia in the Central Plains, single-handedly advancing Tibet from the primitive world directly into an agricultural civilization. Chingo felt a bit disappointed. If he were someone like Gar Tongtsen, who could directly change Tibet's national strength, or a great general skilled in battle, taking him down would deal a heavy blow to Tibet. But Sambhoda. It wasn't that such scholars were useless. They often laid the foundations and heritage of civilization, influencing culture for centuries to come. However, in terms of directly improving a nation's current strength, they contributed little. Their achievements and wisdom required generations or even millennia for a civilization to digest. Though the long-term impact was great, at present it was close to zero. Otherwise, why would Songtsen Gampo send him as an envoy? Aside from his knowledge of Chinese, perhaps Songtsen Gampo thought his presence, or absence, wouldn't greatly affect Tibet. Chingo had intended to exchange a few polite words and leave, but suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Military threats could be solved with force, but there were also ways to win without fighting. Though Sambhoda posed little military danger, his influence in Tibet's theocratic system must still be great. If Chingo could use him to infiltrate Tibet's religious ideology, it might be more effective than killing thousands on the battlefield. His mind worked quickly, and he soon had the outline of a workable plan: erode Tibet's theocracy from within through Sambhoda. He was preparing for the future, knowing that the Tibetan kingdom could one day become an even greater hidden danger than Gogurio. If it wasn't curbed in its early stage, the Central Plains might one day have to pay thousands of times the manpower and blood to resist them. Just then, a messenger arrived, granting the Tibetans permission to enter for tribute. By the emperor's grace, you may enter for an audience. Come, mind your manners and bearing. Sambhoda was overjoyed. He quickly cupped his hands to Chingo. Duke Qing, we may not have much time to talk now. If there's a chance later, let's speak more. No problem. After your audience, you may come to my residence. I also wish to speak with you in detail. Chingo smiled meaningfully. Thank you, thank you. Sambhoda was delighted. If he could befriend someone of such high status in Chang'an, future tribute missions would be much easier. Once the envoys left, Lady Zhangsun said casually, Husband, you really are impressive, even recognizing these savages from who knows where. Tibet. I think I've seen it mentioned in a book, but there was very little about it. I recall it's a tribe even more primitive and savage than the Turks. Cui Yuyen, worthy of being from the scholarly Cui clan of Qinghe, had read enough to at least know a little of Tibet. In this era, records of Tibet were pitifully few. Who knew which rare book she had seen it in? Yes, they are indeed savage. And their threat is greater than the Turks of the northern desert. Thinking of Tibet's cruel human sacrifices, instruments made from human skin, and the possible future threat to Chang'an, Chingo felt a trace of disgust. He had to crush them before Tibet truly became a force. Husband, let's go home. This time I bought the silk in the color and style I've been longing for. I want to go home and see how the clothes will turn out. Zhangsun Pingting was already a little impatient to return. All right, but once we're home, I'm afraid you won't have much time to look at the clothes. Chingo pulled Zhangsun Pingting into his arms, one large hand wantonly exploring everywhere, hinting that soon, he would explore with her the creation and origin of life. Husband, it's only just evening. Her face blushed crimson, and she let out a coquettish protest. Sister, if you don't want to, then I'll take your place. Chui Yuran, standing beside them, had been waiting for this very moment. No way. Seeing her turn about to be stolen, Zhang Sun Pingting immediately refused. What a joke, she had been waiting so many days for her turn. She'd been looking forward to being pampered tonight. Night fell. Once the curfew had passed, the dusty, worn-out Gogurio envoys who had been sweeping the streets couldn't wait to throw away their brooms. This cursed, rotten job. They cursed as they set off to return to their lodgings. After walking along the street for a while, they looked around carefully to make sure no guards were following them. Then they quietly turned into an alley, heading into a maze of remote backstreets. After winding through turn after turn, they finally arrived at the end of a small alley, outside the gate of a secluded residence. Not only they themselves, but all the Gogurio envoys and warriors had already gathered here. No one followed us, right? The leader took off his cloak, revealing his face. It was none other than Yun Geisaman. Unlike the stifled, troubled expression he had shown in front of Qingxiu before, now Yun Geisaman's face was calm and cold. In the darkness, his eyes were like a lurking wolf's, full of ferocity and determination. "We're all here. No tales." He spoke in a deep voice toward the gate. A moment later, faint footsteps sounded from the other side, and then the door opened. "This way, please." A servant led the Gogurio envoys inside. In the main hall, several men had already been waiting. "Apologies, honored envoy. The situation is special, so we couldn't prepare a grand welcome. But compared to what we're going to discuss tonight, I trust you won't mind." These men were the salt merchants ruined by Qingxiu's schemes. Compared to the high spirits they had when they first came to Chang'an, they were clearly much more dejected now. Especially the fat Zhao Qian, this big-eared, chubby fellow had lost quite a bit of weight. At least now he could barely see his own toes. Yun Geisaman sat down casually, feigning puzzlement. "If there's business to discuss, speak openly. The court doesn't forbid merchants from making deals with envoys, does it? Since you came as agreed, why pretend to be confused? We don't have much time. Let's get straight to the point, speak plainly, no need for riddles." Yang Gong really couldn't stand Yun Geisaman, but with cooperation on the table, he had to endure. "I haven't been in Chang'an long, but I've heard about the refined salt trade. That detestable Qingxiu has made you all unhappy." "Well, me too." As Yun Geisaman spoke, anger and killing intent seeped into his voice. One day, he would personally torture that blind man to death. We're all in the same boat. Who could have thought that blind man would have so much power? Leaving him alive is bad for everyone here. Yang Gong paused slightly. Yun Geisaman and the envoys exchanged glances. They understood immediately. "You want a dignified national envoy to kill someone for a few salt merchants? If I reported you to your emperor right now, I could get quite a hefty reward." Yun Geisaman smirked faintly, but his words made the three merchants laugh. "If you really meant to report us, would you be saying it out loud here? Don't worry, we won't let the honored envoy work for nothing." Fat Zhao Qian smiled. "You know about Chang'an's refined salt, right? If we could sell it to Gogurio through you, the profit alone would be enormous. And for the whole of Gogurio, it would be a great blessing. Your name would be recorded in Gogurio's history." Sounds like your salt isn't selling well, so you're eyeing my Gogurio. As far as I know, a caddy of refined salt in Tang costs only 20 coins. Would you sell it to Gogurio at that price?" Yun Geisaman wasn't a fool, he immediately guessed their real motive. He. Even if refined salt in Tang is only 20 coins a caddy, what does that have to do with Gogurio? The three merchants glanced at each other and laughed mockingly. Not to mention refined salt, even coarse salt was absolutely forbidden for export by the Tang dynasty. Selling salt abroad was almost the same as trafficking contraband salt, a major crime. Even if refined salt were given away for free to Tang's own people, no foreigner could so much as touch a grain. "You have a way to sell refined salt to Gogurio?" Yun Geisaman's expression grew complicated. This was extremely important for Gogurio. It was no exaggeration, however much refined salt they could buy, their national strength would grow by the same measure. "You don't think the Shandong Salt Merchant Guild is just the three of us, do you?" Yang Gong smiled. "It's a giant that even the court doesn't dare provoke lightly. If Qingxiu hadn't struck gold by finding a refined salt mine, the court wouldn't have dared touch us in the slightest." At the mention of Qingxiu, even the usually composed Yang Gong grew agitated. "Let me be clear, throughout the entire Tang dynasty, if you don't go through us Shandong salt merchants, you won't get a single grain of refined salt." Yun Geisaman lowered his head in thought, ideas rushing through his mind. Zhao Qian spoke at just the right time. Getting rid of Qingxiu is only the first step. Afterward, we'll have more commercial cooperation, not just salt. In business, there's a lot our Shandong Trading Guild and Gogurio can work on together. At this point, Yun Gaesaman could no longer resist the temptation. If he pulled this off, Gogurio could seize the chance to become a giant power in Liaodong. And he himself would gain unprecedented status at home. Swallowing Silla and Beech, unifying the three kingdoms of Korea, then facing Tang again. The thought excited him, and he clenched his fists. What seemed like fantasy now felt within reach. That may be so, but I am a national envoy. How could I act as a killer at your beck and call? Unless. Ha 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 ha. The three merchants looked at each other and burst out laughing. We understand. It takes money. Gentlemen, you're indeed straightforward. Yun Gaesaman laughed along with them. I like talking to smart people. Yang Gong signaled to the men behind him, and they immediately brought over a tray. Here's some silver. Please, honored envoys, take it and enjoy some wine. Once the matter is done, we'll discuss the refined salt trade again. Yun Gaesaman accepted without hesitation, ordering his men to collect the gold and silver. Wait for our good news. I'll need 2 days to find out everything about this Chingo, 3 days at most. He will definitely end up lying dead in the wilderness. After the Gogurio men left, Zhang Tao, who had hardly spoken the whole time, could no longer hold back. Didn't we already ask the Silla envoys to act? Why do we still need their help? Making too much noise will not be good for us. Yang Gong said coldly, it's been this long, and the matter still isn't done, you still believe those Silla bastards? Even if they can wait, we can't. The sooner Chingo dies, the better for us. Besides, we can use this to tie the Gogurio people to us, a win-win. After all this delay, Yang Gong no longer believed in Silla's promises at all. The next day, Li Er glanced over the memorials submitted to him, picking out the more urgent matters to review. Those few scattered locust plagues beyond the borders, although they haven't caused much harm. We must still work to eradicate them, so no hidden trouble remains. And, lately there are many merchants traveling along the western trade routes, strengthen inspections on them. Don't allow every kind of goods into Tang. Li Er worked for an unknown length of time before Chingo and the others arrived at the palace, at which point he finally set down his work. Unknowingly, it was already near noon. Duke Qing, you haven't been here for many days. I've summoned you so many times, yet you always have some excuse. It's far too hard to see you. Li Er paid no mind to anyone else, his eyes lit up as soon as he saw Chingo. Lately, he had gotten a lot of benefits and advice from Chingo, Tang's walking national fortune. He wished Chingo could live in the Forbidden City, so that every morning, well, maybe not that, but at least he could see him every day and bask in his luck. Your Majesty, I hadn't planned to come today, but the salt merchants have made new moves. As soon as he sat down and spoke, everyone's attention turned to him. Good son-in-law. Tell us in detail. Chancellor Zhang Sun Wuji, being directly involved, was especially concerned about every move the salt merchants made. The Shandong Salt Merchants Guild has learned about the events in Chang'an, why don't you all guess their reaction? Chingo deliberately sold a mystery. AI, this is maddening, just say it. Li Er patted his head, then frowned slightly at Chingo. How do you get news so quickly? Even with all his secret channels closely watching Shandong, he couldn't get information as fast as Chingo did. No need for your Majesty to worry about that, Chingo replied with a mysterious smile. Isn't it obvious? The Shandong salt merchants must have united to resist refined salt. Maybe they're preparing a joint petition to the court, demanding suppression of refined salt. I think they'll quickly cut prices to dump their salt before refined salt leaves the passes and enters Shandong or Hedong. Everyone began offering their own guesses. Chingo simply smiled faintly and shook his head at each suggestion. The truly clever ones stayed silent, they knew things wouldn't be so simple. If those monopolists could really be predicted so easily, they wouldn't have caused the court so much trouble, Fang Xianling said, shaking his head. Duke Qing, better reveal the answer. Wise man. Chingo praised Fang Xianling with a glance. You're all wrong. After hearing the news from Chang'an, the Shandong salt merchants showed no extreme reaction. On the contrary, they declared that since refined salt benefits the country and the people, they will fully obey the court's arrangements. This statement left even Li Er shocked. Zhang Sun Wuji's brow furrowed deeply. That's just two. Not only that. They immediately raised the price of salt threefold. Even the black salt that not even dogs in Chang'an will eat, they're selling it at triple price. To them, this looked like sheer suicide. The refined salt news had already spread throughout Tang, people were just waiting for it to be transported out of the passes and sold nationwide. Everyone was holding their money, ready to buy refined salt. Who would pay dozens of times the price to be a fool? When something's abnormal, there's a reason. I don't believe they've all gone mad, Li Er said. As the supreme ruler, he knew full well how much control and threat this massive group of salt merchants posed to Tang. With so many talented people among them, they would never make such an obvious, fatal mistake. Duke Qing, do you have deeper intelligence? For example, why they're doing this, and what they'll do next? Xiao Yu pressed. No. That's all I know. Those merchants are sly, they leave no loose ends. This is all I could find out. In 2 days, Your Majesty will receive reports on this, and you'll know whether I'm right or wrong. Qingxiu shrugged. That truly stumped everyone. To Li Er, dealing with such a massive internal enemy was far less straightforward than handling the Turks. With the Turks, you just destroy them, no matter how many times they come back, you fight them until none are left. But these salt merchants had been rooted in the Central Plains for many years, towering trees that could never be pulled up completely. Acting against them in some ways was like cutting at the court's own foundations, far more complicated. After a moment's thought, Li Er smiled. Sure, when news from the Shandong salt merchants arrives, respond for me. Be sure to praise them for supporting the court, don't show even the slightest dissatisfaction. Xiao Yu nodded. Understood. If it couldn't be predicted, then just go with the flow and counter as the situation developed. Duke Qing, do you have any clever ideas next? Li Er had only gotten halfway through his sentence when Qingxiu casually leaned back to rest, looking unconcerned. This guy was once again acting like it had nothing to do with him. All right, leave state affairs aside. Focus more on the production of refined salt, Duke Qing. Li Er smiled bitterly, he really couldn't do anything about Qingxiu. Your Majesty, I truly wish to help relieve your worries, but alas, my wisdom is limited. Qingxiu's face was one of deep sorrow, making Li Er's mouth twitch involuntarily. Enough, let's put aside the matter of the salt merchants for now. Duke Qing, if you learn anything else later, let's keep in touch and share news promptly. Qingxiu nodded slightly. Of course. But I really am curious, how is your intelligence network so good? Li Er couldn't help but ask. Actually, I'd like to ask instead, why is your Majesty's intelligence gathering so slow? Qingxiu chuckled. That left Li Er looking embarrassed. After a bit more discussion, everyone dispersed. Just before leaving, Qingxiu suddenly remembered the matter of the Tibetan envoys. Your Majesty, yesterday a group of unexpected envoys arrived, claiming to be from Tibet. What's their situation now? Li Er thought for a moment before recalling. Them. I haven't had time to meet them yet. I just told the Ministry of Rights to arrange accommodations for now. I heard they came for a marriage alliance, but looking at them, forget it. Who knows where they came from, probably some little tribe that might not even have 10,000 people in total. Though a marriage alliance was usually a sure bargain, Li Er was choosy about his partners. For small tribes that could be wiped out by a single natural disaster, trying to win them over was just a waste of money and resources. Li Er was planning to find some excuse in a few days to send them away. Qingxiu was slightly taken aback, then couldn't help but smile. Calling Tibet a small tribe. But it wasn't really Li Er's fault, he didn't have Qingxiu's god's eye view, knowing that on that snowy plateau, a powerful empire had already risen. Tibet is located on the western snowy highlands. They do have some military strength and shouldn't be underestimated. Your Majesty should especially guard against them in the Hehuang region. Qingxiu gave a reminder. Duke Qing, you're overthinking. Tang's borders already have too many enemies to worry about. A little tribe like that isn't worth mentioning. Qingxiu just shrugged at his attitude, any trouble later would be Li Er's headache, not his. Back at the residence, Urguzi immediately brought a letter to Qingxiu. Duke, look, this is a letter from Sona village. Hearing this, Qingxiu's brows rose slightly. It was true he hadn't visited Sona village in quite some time. Who brought the letter? Did they say anything to you? Qingxiu slowly began opening the letter, asking casually. Not much. The messenger just said the people of Sona village miss you very much and hope you can come visit. Qingxiu smiled faintly. I understand. The contents of the letter were not complicated. To make sure Qingxiu could read it, the writer had pressed the characters hard so he could feel them. Of course, Qingxiu didn't need such effort. After one glance with his mind's eye, he knew the contents. Most of it was greetings from familiar villagers, saying they missed him. It also mentioned that some young people in the village had recently married, and they asked Qingxiu to come soon to witness their weddings. They specifically said it was an auspicious date not to be missed, and urged him to arrive on time. Mr. Qing. I heard a letter came from Sona village. Jiang Yen'er hurried over as soon as she saw Qingxiu return. What did it say? Are our fellow villagers doing well? She had wanted to read it herself, but when she learned it was addressed to Qingxiu, she resisted the urge to open it and waited for him to read it first. Nothing complicated, just an update on the village. The harvest was good, and they asked me to visit when I can. Nothing else of note. But honestly, with so many affairs keeping me busy in Chang'an, how could I find time to visit the village? Maybe when the holidays come and I have some free time, I'll go. Qingxiu put away the letter with a slight smile. Alright. If you do go, please take me with you. Jiang Yen'er wanted to see the letter but, seeing that Qingxiu didn't offer it, she didn't ask directly, just spoke softly. First focus on recovering your health. Traveling now isn't good for you. Qingxiu gently stroked her hair and spoke softly. It's fine. I've been recovering well lately. If I just sit still all the time, I feel even worse. Being patted so gently, Jiang Yen'er felt a warm happiness in her heart and answered cheerfully. That's good. Qingxiu took care of a few matters at home, then said he had important business to handle. He ordered a carriage prepared so he could leave the city. Just got back and already going out again, truly a busy man, Guzi sighed. Not only was Duke Qing busy outside by day, but also busy in bed at night, such stamina. By the way, did you notice? After reading the letter, I think Mr. Qing's expression looked a bit off. The sharp-eyed Jiang Yen'er suddenly asked Guzi. Ah? Now that you mention it, maybe it did. Guzi thought back. The carriage passed out through the city gates and was about to speed up when Qingxiu, who had been sitting inside with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke. Stop here. I'll get out and walk. If the madams ask where I went, just say I left the city for business. The driver was puzzled. Duke, we just left the gate, wouldn't it be faster if I took you where you need to go? I like to walk and stretch my legs. Though he found it odd, the driver didn't press further since Qingxiu insisted. Be careful then. But are you sure you don't need me to accompany you? The driver asked again as Qingxiu stepped down from the carriage. Qingxiu didn't reply, just waved for him to leave. Go on ahead. Qingxiu, holding his staff sword, began strolling along the riverbank. This time he didn't stride briskly as usual, but truly walked like a blind man, tapping the ground with his staff sword. Aside from the sound of his steps and the steady tapping of the staff, there was another sound, irregular footsteps following behind, growing closer. By the time Qingxiu had moved far from the city gates, dusk was falling, and he was alone in the riverside forest. Facing the blood-red sunset, he suddenly smiled lightly. Following me for so long without striking, you have patience. As his words fell, a shaft of sunset light shone behind him. In the blood-colored glow, the shadows of 7 or 8 tall figures stood like trees. Each one held blades, faces covered in black cloth, their eyes fixed on Qingxiu with murderous intent. You knew we were following, and still came here alone? The leader, wielding twin blades, casually pointed one at Qingxiu. In his cruel eyes, there was a flash of delight. Isn't that obvious? If I didn't leave the city, how would I lure you out? If I really waited 2 or 3 more days before setting out, wouldn't you be dying of impatience? Qingxiu smiled pleasantly at the man holding the twin blades. The letter was written well enough, seems you really did put some thought into learning about Sanha village. But the excuse you wrote was far too clumsy. Qingxiu had already known the letter was a fake the moment he read it. If such a major event had truly happened in the village, months in advance the elders would have come to the city themselves to tell him. Besides, most of the villagers were illiterate. In the past, any letters sent to him were written in plain everyday speech, never with the stiff, formal phrasing this one had. But I can't really blame you. You've never seen our correspondence before, so to think of such a stupid reason at all is already pushing the limits of your intelligence. The leader snorted coldly. As long as it got you out here, what difference does the excuse make? You still walked right into our trap. Qingxiu couldn't help but laugh. This fool still thought he had only just realized the letter was fake. Enough, Yun Geisaman. We all know each other. Why bother covering your face like a thief? And besides, I can't see anyway, covering your face is only fooling ghosts. Yun Geisaman was shocked. How had his identity been exposed so quickly? Qingxiu had hit the mark. These men were indeed warriors from the Gogurio envoy group. And Yun Geisaman himself had come in person to make sure Qingxiu was killed without fail. Let me guess, the salt merchant sent you? Couldn't wait for the honey trap to work, so you sent killers directly, huh? Qingxiu sounded almost regretful. I was hoping they'd send more beauties. Nonsense! Yun Geisaman roared in rage. Even if those stinking merchants hadn't come to me, I'd still have skinned you alive sooner or later. Making a dignified Gogurio envoy sweep the streets, this humiliation was worse than killing him. With just a few of you. Before Qingxiu finished speaking, Yun Geisaman suddenly sidestepped. The 7 or 8 warriors behind him pulled short crossbows from their waists and fired a volley at Qingxiu. Swish! Swish! The bolt sliced through the air like a storm, but Qingxiu only smiled faintly. Lifting his staff sword casually, he seemed to draw an idle arc in the air. In an instant, sharp white blade light wove into dozens of dizzying circles in midair. A metallic chorus of slicing rang out, and all the incoming bolts clattered to the ground, each one neatly broken into 4 pieces. I knew it. Yun Gaesaman gritted his teeth. He had seen Qingxiu's martial skill before and wasn't surprised the bolts had failed. At the exact moment they hit the ground, Yun Gaesaman swung his twin blades and charged at Qingxiu with a roar. At the same time, the other warriors rushed from all directions, sealing off every escape. Of course, Qingxiu had no intention of retreating. As steel blades closed in from all sides, his staff sword traced a whirl of steel flowers in the air. Then he moved, so fast that to the warrior's eyes he left only a fleeting afterimage. Facing him head-on, Yun Gaesaman couldn't even see his figure at all. Not good. A fighter's instinct screamed danger in Yun Gaesaman's mind. He instinctively brought his blades up to guard, stepping back into a defensive stance. A moment later, a slicing wind like knives whipped toward him, making his skin crawl. Clang! With a sound like metal being cut, it felt to Yun Gaesaman as if his blades were blocking a roaring tornado, completely overwhelming. In the next instant, like an insect trying to stop a carriage, he was blasted off his feet, slammed into a towering tree with a scream. Crack! The massive trunk, too wide for a man to wrap his arms around, shuddered violently. Pfft! Yun Gaesaman spat a mouthful of blood. Pain exploded from his shoulders, and he cried out in agony. General! It had all happened in a blink. When the warriors took in the scene, their hair stood on end. Yun Gaesaman's arms had been cleanly severed, his hands still gripping the twin blades lying at Qingxiu's feet, twitching slightly. The 2 once bright swords were broken into dull fragments on the ground. Qingxiu casually flicked the blood from his blade. As expected of Gogurio's #1 war god, I had actually meant to cut you in half just now. Are you really blind? Yun Gaesaman forced the words out through clenched teeth, despair flooding his heart. A man who had killed without number, nearly unmatched in battle, he hadn't even seen how Qingxiu struck before losing both arms. Kill him! The warriors' eyes turned red at the sight of their general's maiming, and they roared as they charged. These were hardened killers of the battlefield, never hesitating at the sight of blood. They thought sheer numbers could bring Qingxiu down. But they wouldn't even get the chance to feel fear today. Good, such courage. Qingxiu shifted his stance, rushing forward like a storm. Clang! His first stroke shattered an oncoming blade, and with the follow-through, he took the man's head in one strike. Flowing like a dragon among them, each cut from Qingxiu's blade drew blood, always at a vital point, always fatal. Screams echoed one after another until only a single warrior remained, stepping back in terror. It wasn't cowardice, he had simply moved slower, and so unlike his comrades, he had time to feel fear before dying. Damn it! The man hurled his blade at Qingxiu, then turned and fled toward Chang'an. He was completely broken. This blind man wasn't human. Even after walking through mountains of corpses, he had never seen an opponent so inhumanly strong. Qingxiu casually sliced the thrown blade in 2, then watched the man run toward the city. He decided not to chase. This way, he wouldn't have to go looking for him later. No doubt about it, if that man fled back to Chang'an, he was basically walking into a trap. Qingxiu casually kicked aside a severed arm and coldly looked toward Yun Gaesaman, who lay under a tree not far away, clinging to life. His arms had been severed, he had lost too much blood, and when he was blasted away earlier, his back had slammed into the trunk. The recoil had broken his spine. There was no chance he could survive. Yun Gaesaman kept coughing up fresh blood, his life force growing weaker and weaker. As he saw Qingxiu walking toward him, he didn't even have the strength to speak. I was still thinking about how to take you down in Chang'an, yet here you are coming to me yourself. You've saved me a lot of trouble, Yun Gaesaman. Qingxiu reversed his staff sword and struck hard at an acupoint on Yun Gaesaman's body, forcibly stopping the endless flow of blood from his wounds. Cough! Cough! Yun Gaesaman's eyes widened suddenly, and he coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His last breath seemed to be pulled back into his body, and the flickering candle of his life regained a bit of strength. Of course, this was only Qingxiu granting him one last moment of clarity before death. You never intended to let me leave Chang'an alive from the start, why? His voice was hoarse, and his eyes were filled with confusion. He truly couldn't fathom why Qingxiu possessed such terrifying martial skill. If this man appeared on the battlefield, not even thousands of troops could stop him. Compared to him, Yun Gaesaman's title of Enemy of 10,000 was nothing but a clown's boast. This man was the true 1 against 10,000 warrior. Qingxiu smiled, his tone utterly calm. Because your presence on the Gogurio battlefield would be a real threat to the Tang. That's all. The Gogurio battlefield? You still plan to attack Gogurio? Have you forgotten the lesson from the previous dynasty? Yun Gaesaman's bloodshot eyes went wide in shock. He had thought the crushing defeat in that war had long since scared the Central Plains into never daring to set their sights on Liaodong again. Today is not the past. The Tang is not the Sui, and His Majesty is not the foolish Sui Emperor Yang. Even if the court had no immediate plans to attack Gogurio, it was only a matter of time. Enough. I didn't keep you alive for small talk. What did the salt merchants promise you to make you willing to come here as an assassin? Yun Gaesaman sneered. Whether he could last even the time of one incense stick was uncertain. Why should he obediently tell Qingxiu anything? Even if they hadn't found me, one day I would have killed you myself. I accept dying by your hand if my skill is lacking. Cough, cough. He coughed in pain again, his eyes becoming unfocused, Qingxiu's figure before him growing blurrier. His life was now ticking away by the second. Even if you don't say it, I already know. It's nothing more than refined salt and various banned goods as payment, right? And your king covets Tang's land as well. I suppose those salt merchants would make perfect inside collaborators for you. At these words, Yun Gaesaman's dying heart gave a violent jolt. How do you know? Is there a traitor among our envoys? Qingxiu chuckled. Sorry, I don't know. I just guessed, figuring you'd be confused before death. Didn't expect to hit the mark. You, cough, cough. Yun Gaesaman coughed violently again, spewing a mouthful of blood mixed with shredded organs. His eyes stared wide at the sky, full of unwillingness and hatred, before he finally died completely. This man, nearly unmatched on the battlefield, had ended up dying like a toy in Qingxiu's hands. And because of it, countless Tang soldiers in future battles would live. Still, all Qingxiu had was the testimony of a dead man, without evidence. He knew that even if he told Li'er, the emperor might only half believe him. With no witnesses or proof, they could do nothing to those salt merchants. At least I've left one alive. Qingxiu thought of the warrior who had fled back to Chang'an and smiled faintly. Kim Guangsu, the Gogurio warrior who had fled in a panic, felt nothing but the joy of survival when he saw Chang'an's gates again. Never in his life had the city looked so pleasing to him. Stop! Just as he was about to knock and request entry, a shout rang from the wall. An arrow thudded into the ground at his feet. During curfew, no one may enter or leave Chang'an. Violators will be punished accordingly. The soldiers atop the wall barked the order, not letting him step closer. Don't shoot. Listen to me. Someone's trying to kill me. I'm a Gogurio envoy, open the gates and let me take refuge. If you let me be killed here, you'll also be punished for letting an envoy die outside the city. He shouted like a madman, leaving the soldiers atop the wall baffled. This man was huge, how could he be as timid as a mouse? And in the dark of night, who could be chasing him? Keep spouting nonsense and I'll put an arrow through you. Get lost. The soldiers had no patience to argue with a lunatic. I have my envoy token. Look, I have my token. Kim Guangsu waved the token wildly. Ha 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 ha. The soldiers on the wall roared with laughter. But one with sharper eyes took a closer look. Brothers, that's a real envoy token. No mistake. At that, the laughter stopped abruptly. Looking carefully in the moonlight, yes, it was genuine. Damn. He really is an envoy. But even if he is, violating Tang law still deserves punishment, right? After a quick discussion, they decided to bring him into the city and hold him until morning, then decide what to do. When he entered the city, he burst into tears on the spot, leaving the soldiers utterly confused. They had no idea he had just stepped away from the gates of hell. The Gogurio envoy had barely been taken away when steady, powerful footsteps came from outside the gate. Unbelievable. First one, now another breaking curfew, mother of Duke Qing. Seeing who was outside, the soldiers on the wall went pale with shock. They didn't even bother opening the gate, just saluted directly from atop the wall. Greetings, Duke Qing, forgive us for failing to welcome you properly. Regardless of Qingxiu's rank, his reputation and prestige alone kept these low-ranking soldiers from speaking carelessly. Not to mention, many of them were probably his fans. Hee, why so polite, gentlemen? By the law, I'm also breaking curfew. But there's nothing I can do. I can't tell day from night, and I only made it back now after going out earlier to handle some business. Qingxiu smiled as he spoke. What are you saying, sir? Please, come in. The soldiers quickly and respectfully opened the city gates, they didn't dare delay for even a moment. Did you just see a Gogurio man return? He's an envoy. Qingxiu asked casually. We saw him. He was shouting like a madman, saying someone was trying to kill him. Big guy like that and still so timid. Maybe all Gogurio people are like that, ha ha ha. The soldiers burst into laughter. Oh, take me to see him. Duke Qing, why do you want to see him? That Gogurio man doesn't seem normal. One soldier looked puzzled. Chingo said slowly, when I came back from outside just now, I happened to pass a caravan that had just been robbed. They all said the robbers were Gogurio men. Perhaps this fellow has a lot to do with it. The soldiers, fooled by Chingo's lie, suddenly understood. I knew it, he didn't look like any good sort, skulking around like that. Why don't we interrogate him first? If he talks, we might even get some credit. Exactly. Lucky we didn't hand him over right away. The men cracked their knuckles, eager to begin. Chingo said with a smile, if he actually confesses something, I wouldn't mind rewarding you all. Whoa! The soldiers quickly surrounded Chingo and led him to the armory warehouse. Kim Guangsu was being held there temporarily. Once he calmed down, his first thought was, I have to escape. Chang'an was Qingxiu's turf, staying here meant he was at Qingxiu's mercy. And since they had actually tried to assassinate him, that was a capital crime. I can't just wait to die. He fumbled inside his boot and quietly pulled out a short dagger. He was just thinking about how to get the door open when, with a dull thump, the door opened on its own. Duke Qing. Here he is. Before Kim could feel joy, hearing those 3 words hit him like a lightning strike, he froze in place. Even the dagger in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, his body trembling like a leaf. When Qingxiu saw him, he simply nodded. Please take him to my residence. Once we're done, brothers, we'll have a drink and relax. He tossed some silver, which the soldiers caught mid-air, grinning from ear to ear. Duke Qing, what are you saying? 1 word from you and we'll do it. Exactly. Even so, they didn't slow down at all while pocketing the silver. He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. You should be protecting me. I'm a Gogurio envoy. Before he could finish, a heavy club silenced him. The envoy, peacefully, fell asleep. The soldiers didn't care about anything else. Orders from Duke Qing plus money in hand, they cheerfully carried the envoy all the way to the Duke's mansion. When they returned, the household staff were surprised to see an unconscious Gogurio envoy. What was this about? Got myself a big fish today. Watch him well, I'll need him tomorrow. Qingxiu ordered, and the house guards came over, tying the man up as securely as a hog ready for slaughter. Husband, you're finally back. You worried us, being out so late. Who is this, and why did you tie him up? The wives and concubines who came out were puzzled. Sure. Qingxiu pointed toward Su Xiaochun's room nearby. The light there had just gone out. Su Xiaochun was close to giving birth, sleeping early every night. Qingxiu didn't want her disturbed. Even less did he want her worrying over this matter. Go rest if you should rest. This isn't important. I only tied him up because I'll need him tomorrow. Everyone, head back, and don't tell Sister Su about this. Li Yuchan took the lead in calming the others, sending them back to their rooms. You're not going? Qingxiu noticed Li Yuchan still standing there, a little surprised. She gave him a slightly reproachful look. Then he noticed her attire tonight was enough to stir the most primal instincts, her charming face like flowing spring water. Husband, have you forgotten? Tonight is my turn to serve you. She stepped forward, gently holding his hand, the soft, boneless touch making his heart ripple. I was so busy I almost forgot. Qingxiu pulled her into his arms without hesitation, his hands roaming over her curvaceous figure, drawing repeated gasps from her lips. You came back so late tonight, making me worry. You'd better make it up to me properly. She whispered in his ear, her breath like orchid fragrance. Of course, not wasting a fine night. That night, the two enjoyed another storm of passion until exhaustion finally carried them into sleep. The next day, for the first time, people on the streets noticed the Gogurio envoys weren't out sweeping. Even the Ministry of Rights found the lodging arranged for them empty. Searches inside the Forbidden City turned up nothing. Overnight, the Gogurio envoys had vanished without a trace. So much so that in court, the busy Emperor Li Er brought it up himself. These foreign envoys are becoming more and more arrogant, their behavior overstepping bounds. First, envoys from Wa committed crimes in the street, and now the Gogurio envoys leave their quarters without permission, ignoring our laws. If there's any sign of lawbreaking by these envoys in Chang'an, the city guards may stop them immediately under the law, no need to report first. Li Er's tone was full of displeasure. Did these envoys really think being in Tang gave them immunity? Some envoys waiting for audience fell silent, clearly, the words were meant to warn them. Also, if these envoys are found, arrest them and throw them in prison. No need for courtesy. Qingxiu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, smiled faintly at these words. Just as the emperor was about to dismiss court, a sudden voice broke the moment. Your Majesty, if it's just finding people, that's what I'm best at. Qingxiu stepped forward slowly, and all eyes turned to him. Duke Qing? What do you mean by that? Li Er looked at him in puzzlement. What medicine was this guy selling in his gourd this time? Qingxiu smiled. Yesterday, with nothing to do, I wandered by the riverside outside Chang'an until late at night and happened to run into a Gogurio envoy. So I brought him back. His words left everyone confused. Li Er frowned, but then recalled Qingxiu's past conflicts with the Gogurio envoys and seemed to vaguely understand something. You know where the man is? I'll bring him in right now. Li Er agreed, then gave the order outside the hall. The retainers, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately brought in the Gogurio envoy Kim Guangsu. At this moment, Kim looked like his soul had been sucked out, his eyes were empty and lifeless, and without someone supporting him, he couldn't even walk. This is the Gogurio envoy, please have a look, Your Majesty. As soon as the retainers let go, Kim collapsed to the floor like a limp noodle. He looked up blankly at Li Er on the throne, then saw Qingxiu beside him, watching with a playful expression. And instantly began trembling. Hey! Get a hold of yourself. Don't tell me you're going to need new pants again. This is the imperial court, don't stink the place up. The retainers scolded him, seeing his pitiful state. Disgusting. The ministers and envoys around them pinched their noses and stepped back, unable to understand how such a big, burly Gogurio warrior could be so cowardly. Even Qingxiu hadn't expected that after he had slaughtered the group the night before, displaying killing intent as casually as chopping vegetables. This hardened soldier, who had seen battle and wasn't afraid of death, would be scared into a quail. But this saved him the effort of interrogation. Li Er's face darkened. Your Gogurio people have been missing for an entire night, nowhere to be found in Chang'an. What happened? Kim glanced fearfully at Qingxiu. Don't be afraid. Just say what you know. Qingxiu's warm smile only made Kim more tense. This has nothing to do with me, I was just following orders. Out with it. No nonsense. Li Er snapped. Kim obediently confessed their plan to assassinate Qingxiu, explaining in full detail how it had been carried out the previous night. Li Er's expression shifted from anger to puzzlement, and finally he forced himself to keep a straight face so as not to laugh. He was angry that these Gogurio envoys had dared, on Tang territory, to target a duke-level figure for assassination, treating the empire's dignity and defenses as nothing. What amused him was that they had picked Qingxiu as their target. Had they never heard about him wiping out an entire Wa envoy group alone? It could only be said that Yun Geiseman was overconfident, but then again, he'd run into a monster like Qingxiu. Have the Gogurio envoys gone mad? What were they thinking? All because Duke Qing made them sweep the streets? Still, if Duke Qing's martial skills weren't so great, they really might have succeeded. The ministers whispered among themselves. Needless to say, Li Er would severely punish them to set an example. Otherwise, who knew if the next group entering Tang territory would be envoys or assassins? Duke Qing has neither past nor recent grievances with you. Why would you try to kill him? Even if he punished you by making you sweep the streets, it was a lawful disciplinary measure. Faced with Li Er's questioning, Kim only trembled harder. He knew about the trade between the salt merchants and the Gogurio envoys. This was no small matter. If he spoke of it, even if spared by Li Er, who could say the powerful merchants wouldn't have him killed in prison? I can tell you everything I know, but I beg you to let me live. This matter is too big, if I speak, I won't survive in prison. Li Er roared, are you looking down on me? Do you think I can't keep you alive? No matter how deep the ties, with me here, what are you afraid of? And don't forget, I still haven't punished you for attempting to assassinate a duke. That's not what I meant. Just then, Qingxiu stepped forward. Your Majesty, since I was the one who captured him, and since he tried to kill me, could I keep him at my residence for now to question him further? Li Er was secretly pleased. Qingxiu was giving him a way to save face in front of the court. He knew very well this was no mere personal grudge. A national envoy committing an assassination against a duke meant there was a larger scheme, perhaps involving a high-value target. Someone who could compel a national envoy to attempt such a thing might also have the means to kill him in prison. Li Er couldn't very well hide the man in the palace for protection. But if Qingxiu were to guard him, all worries would be gone. The duke's mansion was like an iron fortress, impossible to infiltrate. Very well, since the duke says so, I'll leave him to you. Without hesitation, Li Er agreed. Now will you talk? Qingxiu looked at Kim again. When Kim learned he'd be kept by Qingxiu, he suddenly saw this star of death as his only lifeline, and felt safe. If you say a single false word, never mind the future, you'll be taken out and executed within the hour. I'll talk. Kim spilled everything he knew like beans from a bamboo tube. From the envoy's secret dealings with the salt merchants to Yun Geiseman's assassination plot. He told it all in detail. Li Er's face grew darker with every word. These salt merchants were truly audacious. Today they dared target a duke, tomorrow, would it be the chancellor? Or the emperor himself? The Shandong salt merchants really thought they were co-ruling the empire. The court fell silent, no one dared provoke Li Er's anger now. If what this envoy said was true, heads would soon roll. Chingo sneered inwardly, these salt merchants really had their hands everywhere. Do you have proof of what you say? With just your words, pulling in so many others, how can I believe you? Kim was instantly at a loss for words. He really had nothing, everything was on Yun Gaesaman's person. All the exchanged letters and the signed trade contracts had been carried by Yun Gaesaman himself. They had never even had the chance to see them. But now, Yun Gaesaman's soul had long since perished outside Chang'an. Where could he go to find the evidence? Kim Guangsu was sweating all over. If he couldn't prove what he said, then he had no value to be spared. Li Er might even be forced, in front of all the ministers, to convict him of deceiving the emperor. At this point, Li Er was almost as nervous as he was. If the man really couldn't produce evidence, today's court session would turn into a farce. Think carefully again, I'll give you time. Li Er quickly added, not knowing that Kim could think for a lifetime and still never produce it. Your Majesty, there's no need to waste time. Chingo coughed lightly. It's impossible for him to bring it out. Who? Li Er let out a long breath, trying hard to keep his emotions from showing. Because the evidence is with me. You can just ask me for it. Chingo's words almost made Li Er cough blood. Did he have to pause like that? Duke Qing, if you had it, you should have brought it out earlier. I already said earlier, when I killed Yun Gaesaman, of course I searched his body thoroughly. I thought your Majesty already guessed. This left Li Er with nothing to say. Chingo then brought out all the letters and contracts taken from Yun Gaesaman's corpse. The evidence was ironclad. With proof that could confirm the crime beyond any doubt laid out before them, Li Er finally felt at ease. Followed immediately by a surge of killing intent. I have already made many concessions to these salt merchants in national policy, yet they still want more and refuse to yield even an inch. Attempted assassination of a duke, secret dealings with Gogurio envoys, selling refined salt and other banned goods, each one is a top-level crime. What do you all think? Li Er's gaze swept over everyone, as if asking for opinions. But in a situation like this, was there anything to discuss? Whatever you say goes. Bring all those salt merchants here, right now. Court will not adjourn, I'll wait here with everyone. At that same moment, in the salt merchants' temporary guild hall, Zhang Tao, Zhao Qian, Yang Gong and the others sat like they were on pins and needles. They had heard early that morning about the disappearance of the Gogurio envoys, but Chingo was still alive and well. They had no idea what was happening in court at that moment, only staring at each other with wide eyes, praying nothing would happen. Should we prepare for the worst? Zhang Tao's voice grew weaker as he spoke, stammering with nerves. Yang Gong's eyes stared blankly at the empty table before him, his palm rubbing it unconsciously. He seemed deep in thought. But his mind was completely blank. He couldn't imagine what would happen if the Gogurio envoys botched the job and ended up implicating them. Since things have come to this, if it's the worst outcome, what do you think we should do? Yang Gong seemed to have made up his mind, his tone grew more vicious. Zhao Qian and Zhang Tao froze for a long time, their expressions turning more pained. Is there really no way to save ourselves? Master Yang, maybe think again, perhaps things aren't that bad yet. Yang Gong didn't want to waste words. Remember, this ends with us. Absolutely must not. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and dozens of armored soldiers rushed in. All of you, come with us. His Majesty wants you to personally go to the palace. Better cooperate, we don't want unnecessary trouble, the captain ordered coldly. The three men deflated instantly, their last hopes shattered. In the court, Li Er sat on the dragon throne, already thinking about how to use this matter to uproot the entire Shandong salt merchant network. The ministers remained silent, not daring to say a word. When the three leading merchants were finally brought in, everyone perked up. This is going to be a bloody storm. They all thought to themselves. Only Chingo looked completely relaxed, as if uninvolved. Why, Your Majesty? Greetings, Your Majesty. The three, upon entering, immediately saw Kim Guangsu nearby. No words were needed, they knew their worst fear had come true. These are the letters you exchanged with the Gogurio envoys, and the signed contracts. Do you have anything to say? Li Er tossed the evidence in front of them and asked coldly. The moment Zhang Tao and Zhao Qian saw the evidence, they trembled like leaves, unable to speak a word. Yang Gong could barely force out, this commoner is guilty. Of course I know you're guilty. You're bold indeed, greed has driven you to join with envoys to assassinate a duke, and you even dared sell key materials to Gogurio. I truly underestimated you merchants. Li Er vented his full anger at them, letting out all the resentment he'd long held against the salt merchants. But I don't believe you had the guts to plan this yourselves. If you know anything of the inside story, speak it all, you might lessen your sentence. His meaning was clear. He wanted them to keep naming names. Even if he couldn't uproot all the Shandong merchants at once, he could still deal them a heavy blow. Then he could use the opportunity to attack further, pulling them out step by step. This was just a moment of foolishness from the three of us. No outsiders were involved. Yes, we couldn't swallow losing so much money, so we joined with the envoys to assassinate him. Other than us, there's no one else. Unexpectedly, the merchants, who had been scared half to death moments ago, now gritted their teeth and took all the blame themselves. Not pushing it onto anyone else. I'll give you one last chance. Confess, and your sentence can be lighter. Li Er urged again, but the three just looked at each other in silence. Even facing death, they didn't loosen their lips. It was just our moment of foolishness. Your Majesty, please don't take it out on others because of us. Yang Gong even put on a self-sacrificing air, as if he alone was bearing the burden for all. No need to say more, Li Er understood instantly. They were giving him no opening to move against the Shandong merchants. Even if it meant losing their heads. If they said more and started biting wildly, their wives and families back in Shandong. Even if Li Er directly spared them from the death penalty, so what? Sooner or later, they would still die mysteriously in prison and reunite with their families in the underworld. One death or the whole family's death, this choice wasn't difficult. This is probably the bravest moment of your lives, isn't it? Chingo teased from the side. He had long expected this scene and wasn't surprised at all. Li Er's face was dark, but he didn't want to give up this opportunity. Take them away and interrogate them thoroughly. Li Er could only hope that the three wouldn't withstand torture and would spill everything. If they really revealed nothing, he would just have these three small fry executed and then make long-term plans. The three men's faces were pale, they knew very well what awaited them next. As they were taken away, the court session was announced over. It looked like the matter had been handled, but to Li Er, it wasn't much of a win. Li Er then ordered a few core ministers to stay, including Chingo. Even if we learn nothing from them, I will still use this chance to strike at the Shandong salt merchants. Day after day, I refuse to believe I can't bring down these stinking merchants. And they even have tendencies toward treason. Li Er knew that those three, though wealthy, were still not the big heads among the Shandong salt merchants. Cooperating with Gogurio in trade matters was absolutely not something just the three of them could pull off. This had to be the collective will of the Shandong salt merchant group. Everyone agreed with Li Er's thinking. As for the attempt on my life, it was probably just those three sneaking in their own demands, not expecting it to backfire so badly. They want their wives and children in Shandong to survive, there's no way they'll utter a single word. Chingo thought it was laughable. These three salt merchants had played a trick that had backfired greatly. Li Er suddenly thought of the refined salt. Where has their salt transport convoy reached? Your Majesty, it already arrived in Shandong long ago, but after the merchants took control of it, they've been holding it and refusing to sell, Xiaoyu replied. No doubt, they plan to use this refined salt as a bargaining chip. Let them hold it. Best if they never sell it for the rest of their lives. When refined salt from Guangzhou is sold nationwide, let's see what they can do then. Li Er had never so strongly felt that salt merchants deserved to die. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Changsun Wuji said confidently. After this matter was settled, the next move was to act against Gogurio. The only surviving envoy was immediately handed over to Chingo. There were also some Gogurio civil envoys who had fled but been caught in time. Although they hadn't taken part in the assassination, under such circumstances, how could they escape punishment? These envoys were sent straight to the execution platform, leaving only 2 or 3, who were sent back to Gogurio. To deliver Li Er's handling of the matter and to list all the crimes to the king of Gogurio. Gogurio envoys colluded with merchants to assassinate Duke Qing. Though they failed, their crime is unforgivable, and all should be executed. Only inform your king of Gogurio. If any traitors within Tang territory conspire over our land, it will surely bring about the destruction of your nation. The lucky survivors carried this fiery national letter back to Gogurio in fear. Being alive was already a blessing. After that, all wealth and property of those salt merchants in the main hall were quickly confiscated and turned over to the state. Of course, they didn't have much left, even the refined salt had been shipped out of the passes. The matter caused a brief uproar in Chang'an, but was soon met with public applause. For years, the people had suffered at the hands of these salt merchants, so seeing this scene was truly satisfying. Serves them right, those fools dared to try to kill Duke Qing. We've been swindled bitterly for years, if only all those Shandong salt merchants could be wiped out. Today calls for 2 tales of wine to celebrate. Of course, Chingo didn't plan to let Kim Guangsu live either. When he arrived at the dungeon of the Duke's residence, he saw the man kneeling before him, crying in fear. Duke Qing. You told me to confess everything, and I told you everything without hiding a thing. You said you'd bring me to the Duke's residence, you promised to spare my life. Chingo said coldly, I only said I'd bring you here to interrogate for information. When did I say I'd spare you? Kim Guangsu froze completely, staring at Chingo in disbelief. If there's anything else you want to know, I'll tell you. No need. I only need you to die now. Without another word, a flash of white light passed before Kim's eyes. The next instant, his head and body were separated, his severed head staring in disbelief at his own corpse as it rolled to the ground. Chingo flicked the blood from his staff sword and casually left the dungeon. Behind him, the household guard stepped forward to efficiently clean up the blood and corpse. Another envoy group had been wiped out by Chingo's hand. Of course, this didn't mean the score between him and Gogurio was settled. The Gogurio people, unlike the Japanese, did not fear Tang, they would never swallow such an insult. And with Yun Geisaman having died by his hand, Chingo was sure to become the focus of Gogurio's hatred. Flattening Gogurio was truly a matter that needed serious consideration. Leaving the dungeon, Chingo had planned to rest in his room for a while, but he encountered several midwives hurrying toward him. Wait, is my wife going into labor? Chingo quickly stopped them and asked. Duke Qing, please don't worry, it's not yet time. It's just that second madam feared there might not be time when the moment comes, so she had us come live at the Duke's residence, ready to assist madam at any time. The midwives didn't dare to be careless and answered honestly. Yunyang really is thoughtful. Chingo praised in his heart. Then he remembered, recently, to let Su Xiaochun have peace of mind before giving birth. He hadn't seen her for some time. Su Xiaochun was sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard, gently caressing her big belly, happily humming a tune. Behind her, the guards were on high alert, while the maids and servants attended carefully. At such a crucial time, they didn't dare let anything happen. Madam, would you like to rest in your room? Staying outside, you might catch cold and affect the baby. No. I've been cooped up indoors for so long, I'm going to grow mold. And the baby doesn't want to stay in the room all the time, he wants to come out with me for a walk too. Su Xiaochun didn't take the guard's words seriously. Let madam do as she pleases, just let her be happy, someone said with a laugh. Hearing this, Su Xiaochun turned in surprise and saw Chingo smiling at her. Husband. She waved happily at him. Finally free now? Of course. With his precious child about to be born, no matter how big the trouble, Chingo couldn't be distracted.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment, I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.